Public. No, we can't take pictures of the camera. No, not really. We're not supposed to take pictures here. Okay. I mean, if he objects, but he's not objecting. I'm not gonna, that would be weird if he did. Yeah.
Hello everyone, Samia and Mike here. You're looking at a live look at voters in Arlington, Virginia. It is officially election day, the day we've been waiting for
about 15 months, right, Samia?
More than 15 months. I would say at least a year and a half. At least a year and a half.
Yeah, so 18 months there.
I know.
This has been a journey for both candidates.
Yeah, it's been crazy. And speaking of both candidates, here is a live look at Hillary Clinton's setup out in, is this New York? Is she in New York or is she in D.C.?
She's in New York. She's in New York. First time that both parties are in New York voting since 1944.
Wow. That's
so that's a little history maker right there. But everybody wants to know who's going to be the ultimate history maker tonight.
Someone's making history.
Someone is. Is it going to be the first female president, Hillary Clinton, for the 45th president of the United States? We're going to be with you all evening long.
We will be. We're going to have nonstop coverage. Some of the Fox 10 anchors will be joining us throughout the afternoon and evening. We'll be checking in with reporters throughout the valley. Of course, we're going to be paying attention to what's happening on a national scale, the presidential race, Trump versus Clinton. But we're also going to be paying attention to what's happening here locally in Arizona, because we have some pretty high-profile races taking place right here in the valley.
Yes, absolutely. Sheriff Joe, probably his toughest election going on right now.
Ever.
Yeah, ever for his history. Let's see if he can still claim Maricopa County Sheriff, or will it go to Paul Penzone?
I don't know. This is Arpaio's toughest race.
Absolutely.
We'll see. Senator McCain facing Ann Kirkpatrick. Now, the poll suggests that it's highly likely Senator McCain will be reelected. Senator McCain has been doing this for 30 years.
Yes.
Pretty crazy to think about. And then obviously we have the propositions on the ballot, Prop 205, 206, 205 to legalize marijuana for recreational use for those people 21 and over, basically regulate it like alcohol. And then Prop 206, increasing the Arizona minimum wage to $12 an hour by the year 2020. So much going on here in Arizona.
It's going to be interesting to see what the voters come out for. And when I was in the voting line today, I went this morning about 6:15. I had a 2-hour wait.
Wow. You know what? I actually heard that the lines were longer right when the polling places opened.
I think everybody was just
anxious,
they were
eager.
anxious.
They wanted to make sure their vote counted. You feel like if you're there early in the morning that your vote definitely counts. Because I always think about that. Like, if you go at like 6:50, I mean, is your vote really being counted? I'm sure it is. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to start, being a conspiracy theorist here. But you just feel more secure once it's in and done.
Sure. And talk about possible voting issues in Pennsylvania. There was some news that it received 12 separate complaints in Pennsylvania from voters who claimed they cast a vote for Trump and the machine switched it to Clinton.
Wow.
So 12 separate complaints already happening there in Pennsylvania. So, oh boy, that's what you hate to hear, So you don't want to hear that. So we'll see how that shapes up and how they can sort of look like that,
Mm-hmm. But Mike, it is a big day. It's so highly anticipated. It's kind of crazy to think that it's finally here,
It is, and it's a day I think that for the candidates, I mean, you figure these people have been all over the country, back and forth, putting hundreds of thousands of miles into this campaign.
They're definitely like very elite as far as airline miles.
Yeah, they I think
actually
they
have their own planes now.
Yeah.
So.
But it's interesting. So we appreciate everybody watching on fox10phoenix.com and Facebook Live.
Right, we have so many viewers tuned in from all over the state, the country, and the world. If you guys are joining us, if you're chatting with us either on YouTube or on Facebook, feel free to say hello, ask us questions. Let us know where you're tuning in from. We'd love to hear from you guys. Mike and I are going to be here till very late in the evening. It's going to be a late night, Mike.
It's going to be very late, and it all depends really, if Florida goes for Clinton, it won't be that late of a night. But if Trump is able to claim Florida, then we're talking about, okay, now we got a battle. Because Trump needs to win Florida to continue on and try to get the 270 electoral votes.
Right, I need to pull up the 270 map. I was showing the viewers this yesterday on News Now in the morning, the 270 to win map.
Oh, this is great, yeah.
Yeah, so let's just go ahead and pull this up
Is
here.
able to claim
you have this
Florida,
map,
then we're talking about,
and right now,
okay,
according
now we got a
to
battle. Because Trump
this
needs
map,
to win
Clinton has a guaranteed
Florida
252 electoral votes. Trump has 163 based on this map, and then you kind of see the toss-up states that are there. And you can kind of click around to see how they start adding up depending on which state goes red and which one goes blue. So, shall we try this, Mike?
Yeah. Let's try it.
Okay. Pick one.
All right, I'll say, just because I was talking about it earlier, let's just say Trump wins Florida.
Okay.
Okay, so there he's at 192.
Clinton
And now you pick.
All right. Well, let's say that based on this map, Hillary Clinton, because of LeBron James,
All right.
wins Ohio.
Okay.
Then it's done. It's literally all she needs is Ohio.
Yeah.
But let's say hypothetically that the state of Ohio turns their back on their king, LeBron James, and is like, no, we're going to side with the party that we voted to govern our state, the Republican Party, because John Kasich is the governor of Ohio.
Yes.
Now, Kasich may not be a fan of Trump, but he is a Republican. So let's just say Ohio goes red because it leans Republican.
Okay.
All right. And it's done. It's
There we
literally
go,
all
the
she needs is
252 to
Ohio.
210. Yeah. Now I want to say,
But let's say
I know
hypothetically
I
that
know
the
we even
state
said
of
these were
Ohio turns
guaranteed,
their
but
back on their
there,
king,
it could be a
LeBron
shot that
James, and is like,
Michigan
no, we're going to side with
goes for Trump.
the party that we voted.
So let's hit that. So then it gets really interesting.
Interesting.
Could it come to Arizona? Could it come down to Arizona's vote? Wouldn't that be something?
It would. Well, actually, if we keep clicking around, watch this.
Yeah.
So let's say North Carolina goes to Trump.
Okay.
Georgia goes to Trump.
Oh wow! Look at that.
Iowa goes to Trump.
Then it's gonna go on Arizona then.
And Nevada goes to Trump. Let's say hypothetically.
Yeah. Then it'll be whoever wins Arizona then.
Well, no, but then Arizona could win there. Then you have New Hampshire. I mean, it really could.
A lot of variables.
Very close. Nevada. I mean, there's so many things that you can pick and choose. Like, let's reset it now.
Reset it.
So now we have the map once again, 252, 163. Let's say Florida goes to Hillary. Done.
Well, yeah, that's why I said he needs to win Florida or it's going to be an early night.
Right, and this is also under the assumption that Hillary Clinton has Pennsylvania on lock, even though both Hillary Clinton and Trump have been heavily campaigning there. You would think that they're kind of worried that they might not win Pennsylvania, considering they had Michelle Obama in Pennsylvania in recent weeks, President Obama. They had multiple events yesterday in Pennsylvania.
Sure.
Joe Biden's been in Pennsylvania. They're really trying to guarantee Pennsylvania. I mean, there's 20 electoral votes in that state, and I'm guessing they just feel more confident winning Pennsylvania than Florida.
Sure. And folks, as we get closer to those polls closing on the East Coast, we're going to have pretty soon a lower third that's going to be really just showing you as the numbers are coming in. So we'll be able to track live right here on the Fox 10 News Now streaming, and everybody watching on Facebook Live. And Samia, mention Why don't you mention what you got coming up in about 45 minutes, this cool
Oh,
opportunity?
45 minutes. We're actually going to be going live. We're already live on Facebook, but we're
Mhm.
actually going to be featured by Facebook. They're doing this thing, hashtag 50 states, and they've picked already one media outlet from each state to represent the state and talk about what's happening
That's
there.
so cool.
And Fox 10 was chosen on behalf of Arizona, so I'll be joined by Troy Hayden then, and we're going to be talking about all the different races. We'll be checking in with reporters in the field. Here are my notes.
There we go.
And we are going to be interacting with you guys, the viewers, on this national or international stage, however we want to look at it. So it'll be pretty exciting. Obviously, if you're tuning in already, you're going to be joining us all day, all night long.
You guys are with us.
We are going to be doing nonstop election coverage. Not even a police chase could take us away from an election coverage.
No. It would have to be featuring a candidate, and we don't project that is going to happen. I think they're going to be pretty close to their watch parties tonight. You know, they're only about 2.5 miles from each other in Manhattan tonight.
Well, Manhattan itself, it's such a small place.
Yes.
So 2.5 miles is, I mean, the island itself isn't that big. Is Trump doing his at Trump Tower?
No, it is not going to be, which is very surprising. It's going to be at the Hilton. But it was interesting that he didn't pick Trump Tower, because you would have think, I mean, that's where he launched his campaign, and you would think he would want it like full circle. But interesting there. Once again, Trump's saying today, though, still not clear if he's going to accept the result of the election. He quoted to Fox News saying, "We're going to see how things play out." So he's not giving a firm answer there. So there's so much variables to watch. Not only who's going to win tonight, but how the other person is going to really, talk about it.
I know. It's so crazy. So crazy to think about that. It's already here, Mike. It's already here.
And we have people, and we're looking at a little bump shot of people voting right now. Look at this. They're taking their children as well. That's always a great sign, and get them thinking about voting in the future when they turn 18. That's a great role model right there.
You're right.
For the parents, gotta
Gotta
start
get
them early.
them in early.
Because I can't believe some people when they're like, I'm not going to vote because it really doesn't matter. Yes, it does. Every
It does
vote matters.
Yeah, there are people that I know that are decently close to me that are working all day and they're not voting, and I'm just like.
But there's no excuse because you
we
could have early
can't
voted.
I know. I'm like, can we even be friends anymore? I'm not sure. We just value different things. We value different things. So earlier today, some viewers might not have been tuning in. We captured video of both Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton voting. I feel like I should show the viewers some of that video.
Yeah, let's show it because
we can show the viewers
you
this,
might not have captured it and saw it.
You may not have seen it live. So we have video of the Clintons voting. This is a pretty big deal. There's a huge crowd. This video is crazy because there's a huge crowd around the Clintons. So let's just go ahead and show you guys this video right here.
What about the IC? What do you have to say? Oh, you gave me this one. Sorry.
Mike, look at that.
Yeah, so this was Hillary Clinton earlier this morning coming to vote, and she had quite the crowd there wanting to take some selfies, wanted to do some Snapchats there, put it on their social media saying, look who was at my polling place, none other than the Democratic candidate there. So very interesting stuff here as we're continuing the Fox 10 News Now stream. We're going to have live coverage for you all afternoon and into the evening hours and quite possibly the early morning hours. We'll see how this all shapes out tonight, but it'll be very, very interesting to say the least. We appreciate everybody watching also on Facebook Live, Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. If you maybe a first-time viewer here for the stream, that'd be a perfect time to hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know of when we are covering breaking news for you. And let's also show you now Donald Trump voting today. This was a cool moment that he was buying some little treats from this child here. You know, you need some treats as you're waiting in line sometimes when those lines could be long. So there's Melania, his wife. And Donald Trump going to his polling place in New York City as well.
Guys, if we're doing a run through at 2:15, what are we showing viewers?
Well, they'll have to see the run through.
Oh, okay, got it.
And we'll let them in. Little inside baseball.
Okay. That's fine. Let's just own it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right, guys. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys video of Donald Trump leaving the polls as well.
Okay. So 2 tosses.
Once again, this is video of Donald Trump leaving the polls in New York City, leaving the polling place. This is from earlier today. We did show you the Clintons voting as well. I want to show you the Clintons voting again just because you can see how huge the crowd is that are there capturing this moment and what could be history.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's going to be history either way.
Right, whether she
Right.
wins or loses.
You bet. Well, she's already made history as the first female nominee.
Right.
And, you know, for a while she was leading here in Arizona. And, you know, if you leave the polling, she's not leading here anymore. But, you know, what I've been saying all day is there's only one poll that matters. And it's being taken right now across the country. It's the last poll. It's the poll where everybody gets polled. Yes or no? Are we close? We're ready to go?
Joining me on air is Troy Hayden. Troy here is later than he usually is because it's
everybody.
election day. He and I are going to be doing some special coverage live on Facebook. We're already streaming live on YouTube and on Facebook. But what's happening at 3 o'clock is Facebook is putting us on a national or international stage. Basically,
Oh, yeah,
Facebook is doing this
worldwide stage.
hashtag 50 states project, and they've picked one media outlet from each state to represent the election there, to talk about it, to really report on it. And we were lucky enough to be chosen by
here
Facebook.
in Arizona, it was Fox 10. So what we're going to do is we want to make sure it goes well when we're on. So we're going to do a little run through right now, and the next couple of minutes here. So it's going to kind of look like what we're going to do on Facebook when we're ready to go. It's going to be 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock, yeah.
When that starts.
Yeah.
If you want to check that out. But I think it's pretty neat. I mean, we do have a lot of interesting stuff going on in Arizona this election.
Oh my
right?
gosh, yeah. I mean, obviously, we're considered a battleground state.
Right.
We're usually known to
Presidential,
be
we're
a
tight.
Republican state, so that's exciting in and of itself on a national stage. Also, all eyes on Maricopa County because of
Sheriff.
Sheriff Joe.
Right. I think that there are very few sheriffs, and name me another one who you could name. And I'm talking about internationally.
Right.
Joe Arpaio is not only known around the country; he's known around the world. And again, depending on the polling, he's in grave danger of losing his seat tonight.
I know, and he's
After
had
24
this for
years.
Exactly. I was just going to say decades. Who is not in danger of losing his seat based on the polls?
Right.
Senator John McCain.
Yes, he was pretty strong. It's interesting in Arizona when you think about how the whole thing shakes up. We're very Democratic down in the South, right? What are you saying? Are mics hot? Okay, good. Hey, let me know when we're ready to start the run through. We can do this. Sure thing. So down in the southern part of our state, in Pima County, very, very blue, very Democratic. Yuma, kind of the same way. And even central Phoenix is very Democratic. But when you start getting to the outlying areas, to the Mesas, the Gilberts, the Chandlers, up north, different areas, we lean heavily Republican. So it's very difficult. I'm trying to think of the last Democratic senator. Was it DeConcini? Long time ago. But yeah, he's pretty safe against Ann Kirkpatrick.
Right.
Who's a Democrat in the race. But then we also have recreational marijuana on the ballot.
Well, there are two propositions. There's Prop 205 and 206. We've mostly talked about 205, which is recreational marijuana use. That would make marijuana legal.
You ready to go here?
For anyone 21 and over. Basically, it would be regulated like alcohol.
Right.
So now we're going to actually do our run through, guys. So we're switching cameras.
Okay, here we go. So let's, I'll just do the countdown and we'll act like we're actually here.
Okay.
So, Samia, I've got the rundown right here.
Perfect.
So we'll have a quick hello, just a little rap back and forth. I think we should keep this to about a minute. Okay. Then we'll go toss to Andrew for sheriff.
All right.
Okay. And welcome, everybody. Oh, we have an opener and everything.
Wow.
This is very exciting. So, this is good, high production. And welcome Facebook viewers. Again, this is just a run through, but Facebook viewers from around the world with putting the spotlight on Arizona today on Election Day.
It is Election Day. Highly anticipated. We've been waiting for this day.
Do you think it's ever going to get here?
A year and a half. It's kind of surreal.
I know. If I hear another campaign ad, my head's going to explode.
If I get another campaign donation email, my head's going to explode, or my inbox at least.
So people are voting right now here in the Phoenix area and around our state, and we've got a lot of interesting things on the ballot. Of course, presidential politics are big. We're considered right now, if you believe the polls, leaning red, leaning towards Donald Trump.
However, there are some people out there that still believe that Arizona will turn blue today.
And you never know. The last time we did it was 20 years ago, Bill Clinton, when he's running for re-election, and that could happen. So, of course, we have presidential politics, but we also have a couple of very interesting propositions we should talk about. 206, which would raise our minimum wage. But the one people are talking about all across the country, we are one of 5 states looking at legalizing recreational marijuana.
That would basically regulate it like alcohol, meaning if you were 21 and over, you could use marijuana recreationally.
Right. And so if you believe the polling on this, and I just had a conversation with J.P. Holyoke, who is running the campaign, yes, on 205, he thinks it could be days before we know whether or not this passes. It's that close.
Wow.
He says he thinks it could be a couple thousand votes. And they have internal polling that shows them that kind of stuff.
I mean, if you sit there and you think about it and you weigh both sides, it is a hard decision to make.
Right. So we'll see what happens with Arizona voters tonight. And then the other thing I want to talk about is the race for sheriff, because there are very few places in the world, and I'd say name me another one, that have a sheriff that's known internationally. And we have that here in Sheriff Joe Arpaio.
I can't think of another sheriff that's as famous as Sheriff Joe Arpaio.
No. But again, if you believe the polls, he's in some serious danger of losing his seat. So let's go out live now to Andrew Hasbin, who is covering this race for us. And Andrew, what are you seeing? Okay, so...
The other thing that we do need to check in, and I don't know why this isn't working, but the comments, because in the article...
Why don't you take it out right here?
What's that?
You take it out here and say, do comments.
Okay.
So I'll thank Andrew, you do comments. All right, Andrew. Oh, hold on. All right, Andrew, thank you very much. Again, this is a run-through, guys, so that's why it's black and these different things.
You guys have seen all the behind the scenes.
Right. So now, Samia brought up a very good point. We want to make it interactive.
Right.
We want you to come in and have some questions. Do you have something you want to talk to us about? Oh, yeah, I know, we know that. Yeah. So we would like to have people have questions, so go ahead and put it out there. So we'll do that.
Right. Well, I want to read some of the viewer comments. I have Mitzi Boyd, who's tuning in on Facebook, who says, I hope to see Arpaio defeated. Meanwhile, Tammy's saying, heck no, we love Sheriff Joe. So a lot of viewers tuning in on Facebook right now sharing their thoughts on our sheriff, who's been sheriff for, like you said, 24 years.
It'll be a very, very tight race. We had a few issues today with some voting lines, people showing up and things not exactly working. Let's go out to Christy Siefka now to see how the lines are working out today. Again, this is just a run-through. Okay, Martine, let's go ahead and go back. Go ahead and come back.
Again, guys, you're watching our run-through coverage.
earshot is to go across.
You gonna play the whole thing up? All right, stand by. True. 5, 4.
All right, so at this point, we'd say thank you, Christy. And so thank you for joining us for this quick look behind the curtain. So coming up at 3 o'clock, we're going to be doing that segment that we just practiced, because we're using a couple different things we normally don't use over here in terms of microphones and the way we hear things and the way we see things.
And more
over there.
elaborate graphics.
Yeah.
So you guys will see all of it live at 3 o'clock. Those of you tuning in right now on YouTube and on Facebook, you guys have just seen the behind the scenes. So really, you've just been watching me and Troy sit here awkwardly, talking to each other, whispering, and...
No, there's no whispering. You know, I think I'm excited to see how this shakes out. You know, I think somebody brought up a great point, and that is that the very first Republican debate was in June of 2015. I mean, think about that.
No,
That's a long
Donald Trump
time ago.
announced that he was running for president in June of 2015. I'm telling you, we have been waiting for this day for at least a year and a half. I know a day has not gone by here on News Now where I haven't talked about the presidential race since, I want to say, April of last year.
Wow.
Definitely since June. Definitely since Donald Trump has gotten the race. I don't think there's a day that's gone by where I have not said Donald Trump's name since June 2015.
I think, I mean, again, if you believe the polls, who knows what's going on? Many people think Hillary Clinton's going to win this thing. I think if she does end up winning, and I'm talking nationwide, if she does end up winning, I think it's going to be interesting to see what Republicans do to kind of retool. It'll be that then, if they lose tonight, that they've lost 3 elections in a row. So at a certain point, the demographics are kind of working against them. What are they going to do? How are they going to start reaching out to more of these groups?
Well, that's the thing. I've heard, or not heard, but I've read a lot of Facebook posts from people that I'm friends with that grew up Republican. They were Republican, but they don't like how the party is evolved. They don't like that a party that they supported because of, you know, their role in government and things like that has now sort of evolved to just a party that really wants to force their views on social issues down people's throats. I'm just quoting a Facebook status I saw this morning.
Yeah, no, and I get it. The country is diversifying, and the country is getting the millennials are the biggest generation we've ever had. You know, is the Republican Party doing a good enough job to reach out to these millennials? Are they doing a good enough job to reach out to the independents? You know, I think in some ways the primary process hurts both of our parties, because sometimes, you know, if only Republicans are voting for a Republican nominee, if you get 25 or 30% of your like hardcore red meat Republicans and you get a nominee up here, then all of a sudden you've got somebody who doesn't necessarily cross over to the independents. So I don't know. I think it's going to be really interesting, and it's a good study on where our country is going. Right.
Absolutely.
So 3 o'clock, 1/2 hour from now, I'm going to get out of your way, and we'll do our Facebook thing where we go worldwide. I'm excited. Are you excited?
I am excited. It'll be fun, guys, and make sure to tune in because we might be reading your comments on this international stage.
Sit a little, if you can get a little closer, because those doubles cut you off.
In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and show you guys
Possible, just so you don't get cut
some...
off.
Okay.
And then we need to get rid of our CG6 because we're running it in there already.
Oh.
So you won't need it here. Just take a clean feed with maybe the bug will be fine. During
You
the
guys
show.
are hearing all the behind
So
the
we
scenes
need to
talk.
literally be touching shoulders. Okay.
You're
We're
good.
very close
So
this
close.
afternoon.
This is just...
Close coverage of the election 2016.
All right, guys.
Good stuff.
I'm going to go ahead and take you back to a live polling place right now. Live polling place, I believe, out of Virginia.
Sorry about that.
See you guys.
Thanks, bye. Next year, all remember. Do it right.
No, not that, no, this is part. That's their position they voted.
Joining me now, the one and only John Huck. John, the day is finally here. Do you know how many times you and I have sat here in the last 18 months talking about
A lot of Trump rallies.
not only Trump rallies, debates, pre-debate conversations, post-debate analysis? You and I have really talked politics extensively over the last year and a half.
What do you think's going to happen tonight?
I have no clue. It's one of those things where I believe that anything can happen. I know the polls show one thing. I just think
You're wise.
you really don't know until it's over.
No, of course not.
And I don't want to speculate. I don't want to assume. I just want to see it all unfold, and hopefully it's a calm night tonight. Hopefully there are no riots.
Oh, I'm not worried about that. I'm really not.
Okay.
I'm really not worried about
I
that.
see that was my biggest concern because I just feel like the country is so divided.
They might be, but I don't see people taking to the streets tonight. I mean, that would be then we're bordering on anarchy if that were going to happen. You have to respect the results of an election. I mean, this is what we founded the country on, this idea. And
Right.
you can't have that. If that were to happen, we really have serious problems way beyond the political scene.
Right.
So I pray and hope that would not be the case. But I think if you're going to just look at it rationally right now, I think unless all of the polling is wrong, which it could be, historically it hasn't been.
Right.
The polling has been pretty accurate. If you take an aggregate of all the polling would suggest that Hillary Clinton's got the inside track to win
Right.
tonight. And if you look at the electoral map, Trump has a much tougher path to 270.
Right.
Everything has pretty much got to fall his way with a few exceptions. So just looking at it from that point of view, I think the idea that Trump has got maybe a 1 out of 3 shot, that's still a heck of a lot better shot than he had a few weeks ago.
Oh, absolutely. What do you think
When
the game
the
changer
Access
was?
Hollywood thing came out and after the first debate, Trump was down there around a 12% shot at winning. Now he's a 1 out of 3.
Do you think
That's a tremendous improvement.
Do you think it had to do with Comey coming out and saying their new emails?
Oh,
he had to
that
investigate?
certainly. That was the game changer in the home stretch of the race. And now you see Hillary's numbers starting to stabilize in the last few days because Comey came out on Sunday and said, I think there's nothing there for us to go after, at least on the emails. The foundation is still under heavy scrutiny. So the Clinton Foundation is going to dog her for months or longer. Even after if she were to take office, it would be dogging her.
Right. Because I remember there was at one point there were polls that showed Hillary Clinton had a double-digit lead over Donald Trump right after the Access Hollywood tapes and some of the
Sure.
early debates. So it has been interesting to see how things have evolved a lot in the last month.
He's back in it,
Yeah.
and I think a lot of people expected that the race would tighten. It typically does, and we're seeing that now reflected. That's the divided nation you're talking about. That even with all of the negatives for each candidate, people tend to coalesce back to their party of choice, and that's what we're seeing. And then it comes down to the independents, maybe 8% out there that are still figuring it out today. And it may be less than that on election day. It may be down to 4%. You literally don't know what they're going to do, or they're not telling the pollsters. That's the wild card in all this.
So for you, is there one race or issue that you're most? I mean, obviously the presidential race, but
Joe
aside from
Arpaio.
Okay, you
Joe
already knew where
Arpaio.
I was going with this question.
Yeah.
What results are you looking most
That's
forward
to me the most interesting race locally tonight. Maybe one of the most interesting races nationally is the Joe Arpaio sheriff's race. Who would have thought? These typically get no coverage. Frank Reyes was a sheriff in Pinal County before Paul Babieu. For I think 30 years Reyes was down there, maybe longer. That race never got any attention. The guy just kept winning. Same with Clarence Dupnick in Pima County, in Tucson. We've got a sheriff here who's become an international figure, not just a national figure. I mean, they know him in Germany. They know him all over the world. So if Joe Arpaio were to lose tonight, that would be a huge sea change, I think, for Maricopa County and even Arizona. I think people would view Arizona maybe a little differently, and many people would take a big signal that this state is shifting more purple, maybe starting to head toward blue. Remember, in the 40s, Arizona was a Democratic state, a Democratic bastion. Only in the 50s and 60s did it start to turn red, and it has been. We tend to think of these things as never changing, but they do change over
What
time.
caused that shift back in the 40s or back in the 50s?
A lot of migration here from conservative people in the Midwest. A lot of things changed it. I think Barry Goldwater's imprint on state politics had a big part in changing that as well. So these things that we tend to think will never change, I've even talked to people in California who say, yeah, California is absolute blue. Give it 20 years. We could see some shifts as demographic groups that may now vote Democrat, as they move up the socioeconomic ladder and start making money and paying more and more taxes in California. You may see people start to say, hey, enough of this, I'm voting
But,
Republican.
I would say,
these shifts happen.
I don't know, but you have places like Silicon Valley, the Bay Area, which is such a blue part of the state.
Right, but these things
and they're
all
making
change.
millions.
These things can all change.
Right.
Remember, Ronald Reagan carried California.
He was our governor.
He
Before I
carried
was
California. And it's changed in the last 20 to 30 years. It's
Right.
changed.
That's true.
But
I mean-
before that, it was a really pretty reliable Republican stronghold.
Right. I can think,
Particularly Southern California, Orange County.
right. Orange County still leans Republican. You have Central California, where I'm from Fresno. I'm from a Republican county, Kern County, Bakersfield. Most of the Central Valley, a bit more conservative than the, LA, San Diego, Bay Area regions of California.
And that's where I grew up, the Bay Area.
right.
So, these things change. Everybody seems to think that this will never change, and they say we've got to change the electoral college because Republicans can never win with the map as it is. Well, maybe not for now, but down the line it'll change. Things change, and look at Nevada. Nevada used to be reliably Republican. Now it's definitely a purple state. You're going to get real shifts in these places as time goes on. It takes many cycles for this to happen.
Right.
The South was reliably Democrat to a great degree. Now it's gone. That's become a real backbone for the Republican Party, is the South, which was really a Democratic stronghold.
Is it that the parties themselves are shifting?
I think the people and views and ideas change, and so this
Within
is
the
a constant
party.
within the party, but within the country. And these are constant, evolving things. So there are never any absolutes in politics.
Right.
Things are always changing. So
And by the way, any viewers tuning in, if you guys have any questions for John or comments you want us to read, we are reading them. I know the chat on YouTube is going by really fast. A lot of Donald
getting a
Trump
lot of lock her up.
supporters. A lot of Donald Trump supporters in our YouTube chat. Meanwhile,
Sure.
on our Facebook side of things, we were on Facebook just a few minutes ago. I read a lot of people saying that they were voting for Hillary, or they did vote for Hillary. So it's a very diverse group of viewers that are tuning in right now.
It's great. We appreciate
We
that.
have Gilles tuning in from Canada saying, you think Canada will just let you in? No, we have immigration laws and we probably don't want you. That's
Interesting.
probably in response to someone saying that they were going to move to Canada if so-and-so candidate
just
wins.
drive over the border and hang out. Yeah, it may not be that simple. If you
Right.
stay there for over 6 months, you've got probably an issue.
Chad, meanwhile, believes Trump will win Florida and Michigan.
I believe Trump could win Florida. I think Michigan is another place where he could possibly win tonight.
Right.
If he wins Michigan, the alarm bells are going to go off, because if he wins Michigan, that means, again, a sea change. Michigan's been reliably Democrat, really,
Right.
for many election cycles. And
But do you think he's just appealing to the working class that are concerned about their jobs, the economy,
he is, but this
That-
is, again,
yeah.
how a particular candidate, a Ronald Reagan, can, maybe even a Donald Trump, can change what may look like a given. And change a state because they're taking a different approach. So, I would never say never. This is your electoral map right now. It's got Clinton at 252 and Trump at 163.
Yeah, it just froze. Otherwise, I would put it on air for viewers to see. By the way, I want to go ahead and show viewers this view right here. This is the stage setup for the Clinton event tonight.
Yeah, you're talking about in New York.
Yes.
Yeah, New York, these campaigns, it's amazing. And I know the networks are thrilled because they don't have to travel. Clinton and Trump are only a couple of miles apart. in Manhattan. They're only a few miles apart from where their
I know.
campaign deal. So she's heading to a downtown hotel now, I'm assuming, from Chappaqua. That's probably, she's leaving
Oh,
Chappaqua
right
to
here.
head down to New York. And that's the event. Interesting venue with a glass ceiling.
There's
In that
actually a glass
there
ceiling.
is, in that hotel. Yeah, in that venue. It's a convention
Right
center,
here.
I believe. Yeah. Glass ceiling. So
Oh,
we'll get that
it's
metaphor
not actually
tonight.
set up outside.
Well, it's just an interesting backdrop.
Right.
You know, if you believe that Hillary Clinton's going to win tonight and
Interesting.
shatter that ultimate glass ceiling.
Interesting.
In terms of other races, I think that are really interesting tonight, I would put the Arpaio race really interesting. I think McCain's is not as interesting just because
He's leading in the
he's got a
polls,
comfortable
yeah.
lead. I think 205 is fascinating. The marijuana prop.
Legalizing marijuana.
I think that might not pass tonight.
Yeah, I've heard people that do support legalizing marijuana that don't support Prop 205
And
because
why
of the
is
way
that?
it's worded.
They don't like it.
They don't like the way it's worded, or maybe that it offers too much. I've
Let-
heard things like that.
Let me give you my opinion. I'm gonna delve into opinion here.
Disclaimer.
I think it would have been wise to give Colorado. Colorado is a beautiful test case for all of us to watch. I think it would have been great if Arizona would have allowed Colorado a couple more years to really get some data as to how this is working out before we definitely said yes or no. I think there are great arguments on both sides. I think it would have been nice to perhaps have a couple more years to see what happened in Colorado before jumping in and saying, we got to do this right now. We've gone many, many years without this being recreationally legal. For the people who need it for medical reasons, they can get it now very easily. For people who want it just to have it recreationally, they can get it easily by
easily.
getting a marijuana card. It's not hard to do. And you can buy it from your dealer. I mean, anybody who
Not
wants
that he's
weed,
telling you to buy it from
anybody
your
who wants
dealer.
weed can get it. I mean, that's never been an issue. The question is, on balance, I think the question society has to ask is, on balance, do you want more people loaded or fewer loaded?
Right.
I think that's really the biggest issue in this. Do you want, on balance, more people under the influence of whatever it is than fewer? And I think when you go full legalization, you're going to have more people
Right.
on balance loaded than not loaded.
Right, and then
that's a
there's the
really important thing
There's
to
an
consider.
argument for it, though, that, like you said, if people are going to buy it, they're going to buy it anyways. So you might
Right.
as well take this item, tax
Legalize it. I get that.
get the money,
Right.
put it towards our education system. But
And that's the
I think
best
that it would
argument for a conservative or moderate who would say, you know what, I may not smoke it, but if somebody
are-
wants to, I'd love to get the tax money from it.
right.
I get that. I totally get
But
it.
then you kind of think about, well, if it's going to be regulated like alcohol, is marijuana just going to become so normal?
Well, I mean, I think there's no doubt that, on balance, alcohol is far more destructive than marijuana.
Right.
So that would be the argument the other way. Yeah, but then again, you're talking about more people loaded than fewer loaded. And I think in society where we have a lot of issues, do you want more people? Interesting.
We got a lot of comments
Oh,
coming
yeah.
in.
Do you want more people loaded than not loaded? To me, it's very simple. In society, is it for the betterment of society that more people are loaded or fewer people loaded?
Well, and also the question is, just because it's legal doesn't mean that more people are actually smoking, or are there people that are already smoking because they already want to?
I think when you destigmatize it, there will be more people smoking it. Yeah, I do. There will be people who might have, for reasons at their workplace or whatever it might be, stigmatized. They may have said no, and if it's legal, they say, you know what, now I can do it with impunity.
Well, it
So,
is legal, but that doesn't stop you from getting in trouble with work. One of the
That's
things
true.
that
That's very
when we
true.
had that debate here in the studio, we
Right.
broadcasted on Facebook Live. One of the things that I don't think a lot of viewers knew is the fact that it may be legal,
You
but
can't be
you can
impaired
still
in the
be
work. Yeah.
drug tested. You can still
You
it can
can't
still be a
impaired-
violation
you
of
can't
work.
be impaired in the workplace. You can't be drunk in the workplace.
Right.
You're going to get fired for that. If you're loaded, if you're high, the same thing would apply to marijuana. So yeah, it's another hurdle for employers to deal with. That's not my reasoning. My reasoning, having kids, young kids, do you want this more readily available or less?
Right.
And I think that's, for me, That's a real question I'm grappling with on
Well,
this whole issue.
but then the people for the legalization of marijuana say, well, it's not for children, it's for people 21 and over.
That's right.
And the idea is it's being regulated just like alcohol.
But
So
with-
if they acquire it underage, that in and of itself is illegal.
That's illegal,
Yeah.
right. But if it's readily available in the house or people you're hanging out with or people you're,
Right.
you know, it's going to be more readily available if you have legalized pot. So I think it'll be interesting to see what happens tonight with that. I also think that, believe it or not, an obscure race, but the county recorder, Helen Purcell, what will happen in that race? She's been in that job for 28
Right.
years. It is possible she'll get upended tonight because of trouble at the polls during the presidential preference back in March. You know, the long lines, everything that happened. This would be a long-time Arizona politician, even though it's kind of a non-political office. It is. She's a Republican. If she were to be thrown out, that would be another big change in Maricopa County.
Well, I mean, she didn't get the greatest press earlier this year after the primary vote.
Right.
You know, a lot of people were blaming her for the long lines, for the lack of
Right,
you know,
and it's a job
enough
nobody
polling
pays.
places.
Nobody pays attention to until something goes wrong.
Right.
And it did.
Right. And so when you go and you vote, you see that name. And I imagine if you were following, you know, the AZ Votes drama closely back in March,
Or if you
It's
were
just-
standing in those lines,
Right,
you
you-
might say, I can't vote for this
you're
person
just like
anymore.
anyone but her.
Right. And it's interesting that in Maricopa County, she's in there counting the votes tonight. I mean, it's just interesting. Now, she
That's
takes
awkward.
herself out of that actual.
Right.
But it's interesting that the person who counts the votes is on the ballot tonight. So that'll be interesting as well.
So again, we're looking at live video from Chappaqua.
We believe in you.
Oh, that's
There you go.
video from earlier. This is video right here of the Clintons voting.
And Bill Clinton is, I think, basking in this. I think he enjoys it, being out with the public. He loves it. So here are people taking, oh, I see, Bill Clinton voting earlier today.
Yeah, Bill Clinton and Hillary, the Clintons together, side by side.
You got to admit, this is going to be, if she were to win, this is going to be very strange theater that Bill Clinton, who was the president, ends up the first mate in the White House. I mean, he is the first gentleman.
Is that what they call it, the first mate?
First gentleman, I think, is what they call it.
We don't even have, what is the official?
I think they're going to call it first gentleman
It's such a long
instead
word,
of first
though.
lady, first gentleman.
It's a long, I like first mate.
First mate.
I just think that it's a lot easier, it's quicker, it's one syllable.
I think the first mate might be Huma Abedin right now.
First mate just sounds clean. First gentleman is,
Dignified.
it's very dignified. It's just 3 syllables.
Okay. What else did you want to kick around tonight?
Well, honestly, there's just so much going on. We could also look back at some of our favorite moments this campaign season. I mean, I have so many clips pulled up. I've talked about this multiple times. My favorite moment this campaign season has got to be when Donald Trump got the crowd to chant "No more Oreos." He was talking about how all the jobs were going to Mexico and companies were going to Mexico, and he was upset because Nabisco had taken their company to Mexico, and obviously a classic Nabisco item that everyone knows is
Yep.
Oreos. And next thing you know, we have this "No more Oreos" chant. I'm gonna play it for the viewers because, again, like
Sure.
I said, it's
Let's hear it.
my favorite Trump moment. Let's listen in. It's just 3 syllables.
Okay. What else did you want to kick around tonight?
No more
Honestly, there's
Oreos.
so much going on.
It's going to be tough getting off Oreos. To Mexico with their big plant from Chicago, which means what? No more Oreos. No more Oreos. No more Oreos. It's going to be tough getting off Oreos.
Isn't that hilarious?
I never
It's just
liked Mexican
the
water,
side
to be
comment.
honest with
It's
you.
gonna be tough getting off Oreos. Now, if you guys want to share that video, you can find it on our YouTube page. Trump declares no more Oreos. This took place in January of this year.
Yeah, I mean, good luck on that. With so many products that we consume in America,
No one's giving
made
up Oreos.
overseas,
Actually, can you?
you're swimming upstream on that. I understand his point.
There's
I get it.
Oreos in my drawer back
Are
there.
there?
Yeah, there are.
I'm not surprised. You should see what's in her drawer back here. It's like a smorgasbord. I mean, Trump. This is before he was tethered to the prompter, right? This is pre-prompter.
Yeah, this is pre-prompter Trump when he was just kind of going up there and saying whatever he
was
wanted
winging
to say.
it. He's been. I'll give him credit. He had a couple of off the cuff last night, but he's been pretty disciplined in the last in the last couple of months. He's been fairly disciplined about his campaign.
Right. I'm gonna go ahead and switch shots because it looks like the motorcade has started moving.
You ready to go?
It's all very exciting.
A live look out of New York.
This is a motorcade heading into Manhattan, I take it, right?
I believe so, yeah.
From Chappaqua to Manhattan. I'm trying to think of what the drive would be on that. With traffic? Huh. That could be 40 minutes. Interesting. Well, Hillary Clinton, I think, is getting set for a night where she is going to shatter the ultimate glass ceiling, but we'll see. The polling seems to indicate right now that she will win this thing. But right now, the polls are also giving Donald Trump a 1 out of 3 chance to still prevail. So even though his path is more difficult and a lot of dominoes have to fall in the right way, it is possible.
Right. Well,
it's
the
possible.
UK didn't think Brexit was going to happen.
That's
The
exactly
polls
right.
didn't think Brexit was going to happen. And Donald Trump, at many of his rallies this year, or at least especially in the last few months, he's referred to himself as Mr. Brexit.
Right, and that's a potent argument. I think that there's some dynamics in that were different. I think the polling may have not been as good in Britain as it may be here, but we'll see. And it was closer. Brexit was very close. Right now, she's got a four percentage point lead in the aggregate of polls. That's far more. This is a much bigger lead than Obama had over Mitt Romney in 2012.
Right.
That was a much closer race. That was literally down to half a point
Wow.
on Election Day. So if you believe that, you've got to believe Hillary's got a pretty good cushion.
Right.
If you believe the polls. Now, this is the big if. Are the polls wrong? Are all of these polls wrong?
Right. And I mean, here's the thing. Let's say Hillary Clinton wins tonight. There are already reports of people saying that they had issues voting out there.
Well,
is Donald Trump going to just accept it and walk away, or is he going to fight this? Is
I
he gonna
think it depends on the
claim
margins.
fraud? Is he going to...
I think it depends on the margins. He's been saying a crooked rig system forever.
Right.
And that lends itself to a challenge. I mean, it's possible. If anybody were to do it, I could see Trump doing it. But we might also see a different Donald Trump tonight, a magnanimous Donald Trump, if he were to lose.
Well, he has said, though, multiple times over the last year that if he loses, that he'll consider this whole thing a waste of time and a failure.
Right. He said it last night.
Yeah.
He said it last night. So we'll just have to see. Who's up?
We have a viewer saying, Sabrina, it's rigged.
Who?
Drippy saying voting for Hillary is like making a deal with the devil.
Oh, listen, I mean,
Glenda's saying it's rigged. It's rigged here in North Carolina. Meanwhile, Mark is saying he wants Hillary to win.
I think, and go Cardinals from Jay. Cut through the
Priorities, Jay.
clutter. I think it's interesting that really this whole election has kind of come down to the lesser of two evils. I don't think there are a few partisans, really heavy partisans, who really feel great about their vote today, but there are a lot of Americans kind of in the middle who are holding their nose through the whole thing. They're not excited about going in there. They're going to cast a ballot, but they're not feeling really good about it. Mm-hmm. They're not super excited about who they're voting for.
Well, I've read articles from
there are
different
a lot
people.
Of people like
you have Ana Navarro, who wrote this op-ed. It was published on CNN yesterday. Everyone was talking about it. It's not so much that she's voting for Hillary as much as she's voting against Trump.
Well,
and she's been a Republican, forever.
No, I know. She's also a Bush acolyte, though, and a very strong Bush supporter. So she has very bad feelings going back to the primary about him. And I get it. I understand. But a hardcore Republican might say, you're wasting your vote if you're doing that. And if you care about the Supreme Court, that's a wasted vote. But it's America. She can do whatever she wants in there. And we should, to a degree, celebrate all that people can go in there and make their choice in private, and they don't have to talk about it here or anywhere else if they don't want to. Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Okay.
We're going to be nonstop.
We'll see you guys. We'll see you guys tonight.
Thanks, John Hook.
You got it.
Joining me in just a minute will be Troy Hayden.
I told you. Newscapter 7 to the news desk. Hey, just so that you know, not that it really matters, but our buddies came to join us and left before the shot. No, because then he'll want us to...
And viewers, just a heads up, Troy and I will be going live on Facebook, and we'll be giving you guys nonstop coverage with an official Facebook Live produced show in just a couple minutes, so
That's
stay
pretty
tuned
exciting.
for that.
3 minutes.
In the meantime, though, you guys
You
are looking at a
excited?
live look at a New York. Yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah.
This is a live look at Hillary Clinton's event in New York City.
So what's going to happen here? Is it going to be a big victory speech there or a big concession speech?
Yeah, I cannot predict anything, Troy. I'm just here to tell the viewers what we know and not here to speculate. Not today, at least. I've speculated for the last 18 months. Today, on Election Day, I'm going to hold off on the speculation.
Hopefully there will be some certainties at the end of tonight.
I see
know.
Julene commenting, I wish I could vote for Sheriff Joe, but I live in the wrong county. The Sheriff Joe, there are supporters of his outside of Maricopa County that just
Oh, so many.
view him as a hero.
Look at his campaign war chest. I mean, you don't amass that kind of money in a local sheriff's race.
I know.
A lot of that money came from national, and I would imagine some from, international if they're allowed to. I don't know if they're allowed to do that, but I know he gets money coming in from all over the country.
2 minutes.
But I also think it's interesting that you have two different campaigns that basically are having parties 2 miles apart in Manhattan.
Well, right. Well, Manhattan is a smaller space. Like, it's an island.
Right. Yeah, so 2 miles is a ways in Manhattan, isn't
You
it?
know, it is. It's a little bit of effort. Considering how big Manhattan is.
But you could hit both parties. I mean, I wonder if there are some people out there who start off at one party, things don't go their way, and they slide over to the second party. The winners.
Political party hopping is what you're saying.
You can't do that when one is in Georgia and one is in California, but you certainly can for this one.
Oh, it looks like they've just switched to the Donald Trump event, the
Oh, there you
interior
go.
shot of the Donald Trump event. It's a very nice stage as well. So we have both shots, the Trump event and the Hillary Clinton event.
And so I'll ask you again, is this going to be a happy celebration, or is this going to be a side of a concession speech?
I don't know. I can't say. What do you think?
I don't know. I mean, it depends on how you view the polls, and are they right? And I've said it a few times. I mean, the only poll that matters is the poll being taken right now with people all across the country.
The people standing in line.
The very last
Everyone
poll.
is being heard.
Showing up and trying to make it
Oh
happen.
my gosh, no more polls after tomorrow. No more
No.
campaign donation emails after tomorrow. Oh my gosh.
No.
No more commercials after tomorrow.
Oh, so
We'll be
glad we're
living
not
the
hearing any more
dream.
campaign commercials. So we're 30 seconds away from going live on Facebook worldwide.
Yeah.
That's interesting. And what's it called again? Hashtag 50.
50 states. Real
Hashtag-
quick, I just want to talk to our producer
Okay.
in the booth. Do you want us in the corner or you want us in full? All right, we're going to be switching.
Okay. There we go. Am I close enough now?
Are we?
Animation is full. Sound is full. So
Okay.
10 away.
We're 10 seconds away. This is exciting, isn't it? 5.
So exciting.
All right, here we go. Stand by.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Hello, Facebook, and welcome to Arizona. I'm Troy Hayden.
I'm Samia Khan, and we are bringing you our Election Day coverage right here on Facebook Live. This is so exciting, Troy.
Yeah, we're very honored that we got picked to represent Arizona, and we have a lot to talk about, actually. If you
So
think
much
about
to
it.
talk about.
I mean, the race for president is probably closer than it has been here in 20 years. It's possible a very red state goes blue.
Possibly.
Now, the polls aren't showing that it's exactly going to go that way, but it is possible. We've got Prop 205, whether or not we're going to legalize recreational marijuana, one of 5 states. That could be extremely close here, right? Back and forth. And then also, we have a sheriff who's not just a county sheriff. A lot of people feel that he's America's sheriff, and he could be out of a job or leading that way towards tonight, if you believe the poll. Sheriff Joe Arpaio for re-election tonight, facing a very tough bid as well. And so, as we're talking about all these things, we have live reports out in the field, but we also want to hear from you.
Exactly. This is an interactive stream. So guys, tuning in on Facebook, leave your comments, leave your questions, your thoughts on the topics we're discussing. We're actually going to read some viewer comments live here on air.
Right?
So
because we're inclusive.
We are.
You know, we want to bring you into this whole process. But let's begin with that race with Sheriff Joe Arpaio we talked to you about. There was actually a protest today where a whole bunch of students here in Phoenix walked out of class trying to make sure that Joe Arpaio leaves office. And our Andrew Hasman is out in the field now. He saw this. Andrew, what's going on, bud?
Mike, sit down.
Look for, if you find anything interesting, we'll talk about that. Just quickly.
Support Paul Penzone and urge people to vote against Sheriff Joe Arpaio. He has been in office for more than 20 years. This would be his 7th term, and we'll see what happens when the polls close at 7 o'clock tonight in Arizona. Back to you guys.
All right, Andrew, thank you very much. So again, we have a lot of money coming in from outside the state, George Soros and other groups trying to get Sheriff Joe Arpaio out of office, and we'll see what happens.
And I do want to check in with the viewers that are tuning in on Facebook. I want to read a couple comments regarding the sheriff's race. We have this comment from Aaron Mayfield saying, if Joe is out of a job, send him to Mojave County. We need a good sheriff. And meanwhile, Melissa saying, time for a new sheriff in town and Hillary for president. So we have various views.
It's tight. It's a tight race. A lot of people love Joe Arpaio. A lot of people say his time is done. Enough with the court cases, enough with costing everybody money. So again, that's one of the main races we're watching here in Arizona. National headline-wise, you may have saw what happened here back in March. We had our presidential preference election. Remember that? We had those long lines all over the place that made national news. We actually went down to about 60 voting sites total back during that time, that presidential preference election. Well, today, that's totally different. Now there are 724 sites, and that's a good thing because the Secretary of State's office predicting our turnout will be about 80%.
Well, the lines are still long. I mean, I was talking to Mike Page, a fellow Fox 10 News Now host, and he stood in line this morning for 2 hours.
Well, and that's a good thing. People are getting into the process. Christy Siefkin is out for us now, taking a look at a polling place. Christy, what are you seeing there?
Troy and Sami, I've been here at Maryvale Church of the Nazarene a couple times today, including early this morning when the wait time was 3 hours long. Now, thankfully, that wait has diminished. Take a look at the line behind me, extremely short. In fact, you can only see a handful of people coming out the door, where earlier today, that line wrapped all the way around the edge of the building. In fact, we talked to a couple of voters earlier. They said they saw people driving through the parking lot, looking out their car windows, seeing that long line and saying, hey, I'm not going to wait around for this long line to shorten up. I'm just going to leave and maybe head off to work or go elsewhere. So the hope is that those voters return, of course, to cast their vote. We did speak earlier to a young woman voting for the very first time here. She was very excited for the opportunity. And we also spoke to a woman who waited in line much longer than she thought that she would have to. Take a listen. How do you feel voting for the very first time?
It's exciting. I hope we do have a change. I want a change. I want something new. So let's see how it goes. Hopefully, it goes good.
How long did you wait?
I waited about an hour.
Okay. Did you expect to wait so long?
I did not. I thought it was going to be about 30 minutes. That's what they told me at the door, but it was much longer. People were coming in constantly, and I should have took up my early ballot. I should have took my early ballot.
So the last person I spoke to who came out said it took about 15 minutes, but you'll notice somebody has left free pizzas outside of this polling place. So maybe those people who came through earlier today and said, hey, the line is too long, the line is now short. And additionally, we have free food out here. So if the line does get a little bit longer, you'll obviously be able to keep that tummy from rumbling. Reporting live from Maryvale Church of the Nazarene, I'm Christy Siefkin, Fox 10 News.
Winner, pizza dinner.
I kind of wish I voted at that polling place instead.
Nobody said there'd be pizza.
I know.
And I early voted.
So did someone else in the chat room. So I asked the viewers that are tuning in on Facebook to tell me how long they waited in line. Nancy, who lucked out, said there was no wait for her.
Oh, good.
And I know that another viewer, Lori, saying she didn't wait in line. She early voted. And Jesus saying, why don't early voters that vote in the mail get a sticker? Some people just wanted to vote for the sticker.
You know what? I do miss the sticker. You know, when you go here in Arizona, I don't know about where it is where you live, depending on where you're watching. You know, sometimes, you know, you don't get anything. But here in Arizona, you get a nice sticker that says, I voted today. And you can wear that all day long. But when you early vote, yeah, they don't send you the sticker.
I have my I voted early sticker. I need to go grab that. Armando, meanwhile, voted around 11 a.m. saying, no wait for me. The benefits of getting out of work at 11 a.m.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. So let's just show you some video from earlier. And these are some of the lines. I do the morning show here in Arizona, and starting at about 6 o'clock, this is a little bit after that because the sun was all the way up, but we saw a lot of people getting to the polls right away. They want to be the first people in there. They want to make sure there was no line. And this is, I think, around 7 o'clock, maybe 7:30 is when we saw these lines. And yeah, they happened quickly, but there are rush hours. At polling places, just like on the freeway, so before work. That's right. And I bet we see this again after work
in
today.
The evening, absolutely. Noel voted in Wickenburg. Wickenburg, the line wasn't long at all, but he did say plenty of people voting in Wickenburg.
Which is a good thing. Matt Rodwald in the East Valley looking at another polling place for us. What are you seeing there, Matt?
Not a whole lot. We didn't see any free food either. Brad, shake the camera if you saw any free food. No, we didn't see any free food. See, because we're paying attention to that sort of thing. But I'll step out of the way so you can see kind of the empty parking lot that we had here at Pilgrim's Rest Baptist Church here at 14th and Jefferson. Just a little more activity picking up in the area, only because there's an attached elementary school and the kids were let out just a couple of minutes ago, so some parents came by, pick up their kids, and maybe a couple of them kind of trickled into the polling place. But so far, really, it's been quiet all day. We talked to the judges inside there. All 4 of them that are in there are veterans. They've seen this before. So 500 voters or so is what they say have come in there. It's been pretty quiet. Maybe a line early, but nothing too extreme. Just a little bit out that door. And once you kind of go in that door, you weave your way in a little bit. So it maybe is able to hold up maybe 12 voters at one time, maybe a dozen polling booths at this location. So it can move you through pretty quickly if there isn't much of a line at all. And really all of them that we've seen has really been just a trickle or a handful of people that have come in here, at least on this side. Now, we have heard of some issues that have kind of popped up a little bit, but very isolated stuff. Amos Evangelical Church up in Phoenix, somebody complained that the both machines at that location were down at the time. And also at Twins Butte Baptist Church over right on the Phoenix-Tempe border there, someone complained that they couldn't find their name and they had to reboot the system. That took 20 minutes in order for that to happen, but everything is smooth sailing right now. So it seems that the early voting has made a lot of the difference because not a whole lot going on here, which is probably good for the process. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, so the headline I got from there, no lines, no pizza. So we're clear
no
on
pizza,
that.
nothing.
All right.
Hey, you know what? Everyone's spoiled sometimes, right?
You're right, Matt. Thank you very much. You know, you're seeing on the bottom of our screen the returns, and obviously right now we're at 0.
I know.
Because they don't start coming in usually about 8 o'clock Arizona time.
The polls are still open right now.
Yeah, so we're not going to see any of those. But about 8 o'clock Arizona time, and now we're 2 hours behind the East Coast because we don't switch for daylight savings, which is also weird. So we were talking about the early ballots that have been cast, and maybe that's the reason why we're not seeing huge lines today. Well, here's Maricopa County. More than 1 million people cast early ballots. And Maricopa County is Metro Phoenix,
right,
and also Gilbert and Chandler and Mesa and Scottsdale and all those places. So about 50% of all of our voters in Maricopa County cast early ballots. About 433 Republicans, 338,000 Democrats, 277,000 independents. So a lot of people doing what I did. I had that ballot out of my house 2 weeks ago, so it's kind of
and you know what?
One less thing.
That's the easier thing to do, but like someone mentioned in the chat earlier, you don't get a sticker, when you vote by mail, and there's something about getting a sticker, and especially from the millennial point of view, posting it on social media to show that you voted.
And being there and being around the people and going through the process, you know, it's a neat deal.
Making small talk in lines, did that this morning.
Right, because you end up getting an hour to chat with somebody that you never met before. So 2 big props that we're looking at here in Arizona. One of them is 206, and that's upping the minimum wage to $12 by 2020. And then the other one that's really generating a lot of comments, which if you want to comment, go ahead and please do. Prop 205.
Yeah, I'd love to hear what the viewers think about the legalization of marijuana. The fact that it's possible Arizona might be the next state to legalize this recreationally. It's already legal as far as medical marijuana is concerned.
Right, but now if this passes, in 2 weeks, it'll be legal for you. Basically, once everything is official with the vote, you can possess marijuana, from what I understand. And then coming up early next year, you will be able to purchase the marijuana.
Purchase it, and not only that, you can grow a small amount at your home.
Grow it yourself. So let's take a look at that. Mark Martinez now has talked to people both for and against 205. And Mark, everybody's thinking this is going to be very, very tight, aren't they?
It's just that simple. Prohibition's been a failure. We need to do something else, and let's benefit our schools in the process.
J.P. Holyoke is the chairman of the Campaign to Regulate Marijuana Like Alcohol, the group behind Proposition 205. He says regulating and taxing recreational marijuana for adults 21 years or older would not only bring in tens of millions of dollars in tax revenue each year, it would also cut down on crime caused by cartels.
So the choice that we really have is, are we going to tax and regulate marijuana, send the money to our schools, or are we going to keep it illegal for the enrichment of criminal drug dealers? That's really our only choice here.
When you look at this particular initiative, dispensary owners have become greedy to the point of trying to use our ballot box as a means of pushing crony capitalism.
Maricopa County Attorney Bill Montgomery opposes the measure and was one of the plaintiffs who sued to keep it off the ballot. He feels it's a money grab by dispensary owners and has long been opposed to legalizing marijuana, even for medical purposes.
The only reason you could say with a straight face that marijuana is less harmful than alcohol today is because we don't see the same level of consequence to our society as we do with alcohol.
To say that it's gone up or that it's higher is a bold-faced lie. And the prohibitionists have done nothing but lie using scare tactics, fear-mongering, and frankly making things up in a desperate attempt to keep voters from approving something that they know is objectively safer than alcohol.
Why would we bet on the future of our youth to throw in $50, $60 million into an education system that youth won't be able to take advantage of because they become addicted to marijuana as a consequence of its greater availability and higher potency? That's cruel.
All right, that was our Mark Martinez reporting. So here's a look at a map. Recreational marijuana is legal in 4 states. Those are the green states, appropriately enough, right? The states in purple, where is on the ballot this year: Arizona, Nevada, California, Maine, Massachusetts. Right now, polls show it's very close in many of those states. And I know it's very, very close here. In fact, I've heard we may not know for a couple of days.
Wow.
They may be counting. So who knows? A lot of talk about Arizona going blue in the presidential side of things for the first time back since 1996 when Bill Clinton ran for re-election. That's the last time we voted for a Democratic presidential
Who happened
candidate.
to be a Clinton, too.
Right. So about a month ago it was very tight. In fact, many of the sites had Arizona leaning Clinton, but then Clinton saw that lead evaporate as the Obamacare premiums went up, and that went out, and then the FBI review of her emails, that came out. Both sides, though, spending time campaigning in the final hours of their campaign here in Arizona. Listen.
I know how to do this.
Imagine it is January 20th, 2017. And imagine it is Donald Trump standing in front of the Capitol. Now, you know, this is a thought exercise. Imagine he is taking the oath of office. And then imagine what it will be like to have him in the Oval Office making the decisions that affect your lives and your futures.
The American voter has had it. They've had it. Hillary Clinton wants to double down on Obamacare, making it even more expensive. In fact, much more expensive than it is right now. Vote for Hillary is a vote to surrender our government to public corruption, graft, cronyism that threatens the survival of our Constitution itself.
All right, and I just want to read the results of the most recent poll of Arizona voters. This comes from the NBC Wall Street Journal Marist poll. It showed Trump with a 5-point lead among likely voters. The Clinton campaign is hoping a surge in registrations for Latino voters will actually help her win Arizona, but most projections are predicting that Arizona will likely vote for Trump.
So we are going to be here live on Facebook throughout the day, and this is our News Now set. And if you're not familiar with News Now, we're online a lot of hours of the day, Sami.
All day, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Friday, sometimes earlier, sometimes later, depending on breaking news.
Right.
And
but it comes to you raw, unedited, uncut. Go to fox10news.com, fox10phoenix.com.
Fox10phoenix.com.
Fox10phoenix.com. Log on there and you can get to News Now and see unfiltered, unedited news throughout the day, every single day.
Right. And when there's breaking news and live events, we also go live on Facebook. So if you're enjoying what you're watching, I encourage you to hit that like button on Facebook because you get a notification every single time we go live.
There you go. Let's go to Mark Martinez now and take a look at what people are saying about the election on our Facebook page. Hey, Mark.
Hey, Troy. Yeah, we've been monitoring what people are telling us out there as they go to the polls. Social media playing a huge role in this election. So we asked people earlier, did you vote today? How was your experience? Did you encounter any problems while you were out there? And let's take a look at what some people are saying. This is from Dennis O'Neill. He says only about a 20-minute wait for check-in and ballot, 5 more for open station. Civic duty completed in 30 minutes total. That was at the Butler precinct in Glendale. And this one from Brandy says, my first time voting, shouldn't be at my age, but at least I did it. So proud of my hubby and I. And this one is from Tiara. She says, got to my polling place in Maricopa just after 6, was in and out in about 40 minutes. It was great seeing people out voting. The wait did not bother me at all. This one's from Lonnie saying, long line in Scottsdale, and someone was handing out cards on who to vote for. I thought that was illegal. A worker told him he could do it if he was 20 feet away from the entrance. And let's take a final look at this message from Deb saying, we mailed ours in 2 weeks ago, so easy peasy and what a relief. Certainly didn't need the stress everyone is going through this morning. Everyone gets a group hug and a pep talk for going through this mess. So a lot of people talking about doing that mail-in ballot, the early ballots, which will certainly save you some time if you want to wait in line. But, you know, Troy and Samia, other people like the experience of getting out there and actually being at the polls and casting their ballot, as long as you don't have to wait 2 or 3 hours to do it like we saw during the presidential preference election back in March. So it looks like things have been okay so far.
I agree. Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Mark.
So we want to hear from you. Post, tweet, Instagram your thoughts and photos of the election day. Use the hashtag Fox10Phoenix, and who knows, that's tough to get on the air here.
That is correct. We're going to have nonstop election coverage online, on air. We appreciate everyone tuning in for this special Facebook live stream.
Right. And if you're interested in what's going on in Arizona, Fox10Phoenix, hashtag Fox10Phoenix and Fox10Phoenix.com are the places to be where you can catch News Now every single day. So thanks so much for watching. Have a great day, and let's watch these results come in.
Mike Page will be joining me throughout the afternoon and evening. Mike, did you hear your shout out?
Yes, absolutely.
I was like, Fox 10 News Now host Mike Page stood in line for 2 hours.
And I'll be joined by Carrie Lake in just a few moments here.
And again, Mike and Carrie will be chatting with you guys in just a second. In the meantime, though, here is another memorable moment from the campaign season. Donald Trump telling a reporter, "You're a real beauty," when the reporter asked Trump a question. Some consider it controversial. We'll let you guys be the judge.
That was interesting. Yeah.
Some consider it controversial.
Like scrutiny, but
We'll
you know
let
what?
you guys be the
when I
judge.
raise money, excuse me, I've watched you on television. You're a real beauty. When I raise money for the veterans,
Some consider
and
it
it's a massive
controversial.
amount of money. But
We'll
you know
let
what?
guys
Find
be
out
the
how
judge.
much Hillary Clinton's given to the veterans.
I've
Nothing.
watched you on
And then I
television.
see a few guys standing out there. They don't even know what they're
When
there
I
for.
raise money
They have no idea.
the
They're there
veterans,
because Hillary Clinton's campaign
it's a
sent them.
massive amount
And
of
actually, I think it was
money.
you or one of you
Find out
that
how
found
much
out that
Hillary
they
Clinton's
actually
given
were
to
with
the
Hillary
veterans.
Clinton's
Not watched
campaign,
you
which
on
was
And then I
interesting.
see
But
a
I
few
wasn't
guys
surprised.
standing out there. They don't even know what they're
I
there
don't,
for.
I don't want the
They
credit.
have no idea. They're there
But I
because Hillary
shouldn't be
Clinton's campaign
lambasted.
sent
And
them.
remember this.
And actually, I think it was
So
you
out
or
of the
one
almost
you
$6
that
million
found out
that was
they actually were with
raised,
Hillary
not
Clinton's
one
campaign.
penny did I take
See a
for
few guys
administration
standing out
costs.
there.
That's
They don't even know
unheard
what
of.
they're there for.
I don't want the
They
credit.
have no idea. They're there
But I
because Hillary
shouldn't be
Clinton's campaign
lambasted.
sent
And
them.
remember this.
And actually, I think it was
So
you
out
or
of the
one
almost
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Fox 10 News Now stream, joined by our very own Carrie Lake here.
Isn't this exciting?
Wow, think about it.
Election day, we arrived.
We finally got to the finish line.
Yeah.
And it's
It's
not
been
there
a-
yet, though.
it's
We
been
don't know
a,
what's going to happen.
Maybe in the old days it used to feel like a 10K, then it started to feel more like a marathon. Now
Sure.
it's kind of a triathlon with an extra swim
Yeah.
in dirty water.
Yeah, this is like the ultimate endurance run,
It
pretty
really
much, for these
is.
candidates here.
And I was thinking about this. We've got candidates who are not spring chickens.
At all.
I really was feeling for both of them. I mean, they were out working, and I know Donald Trump didn't have the assist that Hillary Clinton had with the
Sure.
president, her husband, her daughter, all of the celebrities, but they both have been just working this grueling campaign schedule. Like I don't remember seeing in past presidential elections.
No, not at all. And it's really been something to see. And
now it's up to the voter.
Yeah, absolutely.
You
to
know,
the
there
voter.
was an excitement. I was taking my kids to school this morning, and I passed a polling place, and I passed this polling place probably like 5 other elections, maybe presidential elections and many other smaller elections, and there's usually maybe a couple cars. This was packed today. So I'm
Nice.
so excited that there is excitement, there is a feeling that your vote matters, and this time in Arizona it really does.
Oh, it does.
So often
we are in play.
We're always a red state, and you just kind of know, well, we're going to go this way whether you want the candidate who's the red candidate or the blue candidate. And this time around, we're in play, as they say.
And that is very
Exciting.
fun. Yeah, I was in line for 2 hours this morning.
Were you really?
Yeah, I saw.
Can you share where you voted?
Yeah, I was at the Old Town Precinct, right there on Miller and Indian School.
2 hours,
2 hours
in line?
2 hours, but I got there at 6:15, and I think a lot of people wanted to hit right
Right.
before they went to work.
They probably got, what happens, I think, is a lot of people, you have to, if your shift doesn't allow for you to have a couple hours to vote,
Sure.
your boss needs to give you time off.
Yes.
So people probably said, look, you can come in an hour late, just get your voting done first thing in the morning.
Yeah, there you
I think
go.
a lot of people do that. I'm trying to think maybe the best time to vote would be middle of the afternoon.
Yeah, probably maybe about 10, 11-ish, because you don't want to do it after work either.
I was reading and I shared on my Facebook page about a couple of glitches, and we've heard about these in the primary where somebody goes in and they say, I want to vote all Republican, or I want to vote all Democrat. You just vote right down the line, and I don't vote in the voting booth. I vote from home. So I mark it off by hand and mail it in.
Sure.
But they were having the situation happen that happened in Texas during the primary where they complained that, hey, look, I voted all Republican, and then the presidential one flipped to Hillary Clinton. And we had the same thing happening in Pittsburgh today. I know that it was covered on the CBS station there. And, they called the people over and they said, oh, God, this is a pretty bad glitch here. If it's, you're voting all Republican and the presidential part changes on you. I don't know if they've resolved all of that, but there were some issues there. Haven't heard of a lot of other major issues other than lines.
No, yeah. I mean, when you think about it nationally, it's been pretty quiet, which is a good thing, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Very good thing. Very good thing, because there was so much talk about what's going to happen if stuff goes,
Right.
haywire. But a new Fox News exit poll I wanted to bring up.
Oh, this
was interesting.
Yeah.
62% bothered by Clinton's email use.
Now, exit polling, for people who are unfamiliar with it, this is done at polling places all over the country, and reporters, people who are trained to do this, will talk to people coming out of each precinct. Ask them questions. How do you feel about this? How do you feel about that? Or they'll even give them a sheet with questions on it, and they can basically text or email the information.
Sure.
It's a pretty good source for accurate information. You're asking somebody who just voted, how did you vote? And how did you feel about this? And how did you feel about that? Usually all of the organizations kind of impose a limit. They don't put that information out until the polling places have closed.
Yes.
Because they don't want to sway the vote. But they will release little details like the one Mike just mentioned. They won't reveal maybe how everyone's voting at that precinct, but they'll reveal little kind of teasers as to what's kind of eating at the voter, what bothers them, what they like, what they're looking for, and that's kind of telling. The other thing that I noticed that she said was that there seemed to be a little more support, people that were leaning towards Gary Johnson, some of the undecideds. I don't know if that was, nobody's expecting Gary Johnson to win.
No.
But that was kind of interesting. What else did she have to say?
And it also said, meanwhile, 71% of voters said Donald Trump's treatment of women bothered them, with only 28% saying it didn't bother them much. So that's a big margin there.
So more people were bothered by the way Donald Trump has treated women and some of the accusations that have come out against him than were bothered by Hillary Clinton's emails. But what I hear from that is that voters aren't thrilled with either candidate, which is no big surprise.
Yeah.
We've got basically 6 out of 10 saying I don't like her email situation, 7 out of 10 saying I don't like his the way he treats women or what he's been accused of doing. That tells me that we don't have a lot of hardcore support. I love the candidate.
Sure.
They might be voting for against one as opposed to for one.
Yes. And you know what I was thinking about the other day, and I thought this was interesting. What do you think would have happened, say, if Donald Trump was running in 2012 against President Obama? What do you think the outcome would have been then?
Oh, wow.
Isn't that a good question? It's like, it makes you think a little, like...
Mitt Romney and Donald Trump could not be more
yes, that's why
opposite Republican candidates.
Yeah.
Donald Trump has given us, I don't know if we can take this shot right here, just put it in the corner. Without even the sound up.
Yeah, let's
Don't
show
even put the sound up.
No.
Because we're actually showing this was one of the debates. He brought down 16 other people during without even the sound away.
Yeah,
it was a picture of Donald Trump basically getting very emphatic about something.
Oh,
and he was
sure.
like this. But think about back in the primaries, Mike. Nobody thought this guy stood a chance. From the minute he came down that escalator and announced at Trump Tower he was running, everyone said this guy has a snowball's chance in hell.
Nobody
he brought
thought.
Down 16, some of them very formidable opponents in the primary. Nobody would have guessed that at all.
And you know what was amazing about it? I thought that during whole Trump's really reign to get to where he's at right now, is he would say something and then there would be that time where you're like, okay, that's going to sink him. That's going to sink up.
Oh, I heard that so many times.
And it
if
never
I had
did.
a dime for every time I heard someone say, "Oh, it's over, it's over."
Yes.
But it may be over today for Donald Trump. A lot of the polls are showing that Hillary Clinton is expected to win. Somebody here writing, "I voted Hillary, I voted Trump. Thank God Obama's gone." I mean, we're hearing so many things. I think what is so obvious is that we have an incredibly divided electorate. And the thing that I've noticed is there's so many subsections of people who are voting for their agenda, whatever it might be. It might be women's rights, it might be gay rights, it might be, somebody, the military voting for veterans, the situation with veterans and how they're being treated. And I feel like we need to somehow try to bring all those little subsections of our society together and just say, hey, we're Americans now, we've got to come together. Can that happen after such a divisive election? I don't know. I mean, it might take a miracle. It really might take a miracle.
Oh yeah, I mean, say Clinton wins, how do you think Donald Trump will react? I mean, will he even call to concede?
I heard an interview with him on Fox today, and he really left that open. I think he wants to see if there's any, funny business at the polling place.
Yep.
I think he wants to see how it goes. And you know what? Why not say, why rush in and say, yes, I'm going to concede? If he's concerned about some funny business going on at the polls, I think in the end he will concede if he loses. I do think that. But who knows what could happen? I mean, hey, listen, we're talking about the Chicago Cubs as the world champions.
Yes, 108 years.
Did that happen, really?
so anything can happen.
Anything can happen, folks.
Oh, yeah.
And one of the things I talked to one of the pollsters who did a poll at the Morrison Institute. It's a very interesting year for polling because a lot of people don't answer their phones anymore.
That's true.
And they're getting to where they have to weigh the people who are taking part in these polls. They really have to weight these people who have submitted their information to the pollsters because they can't get a really good even field of who's out there. Republicans weren't maybe answering how they were going to vote. Maybe they were undecided. Maybe they didn't want to admit they were going to vote for Trump. Maybe they weren't going to vote for Trump and they were going to vote for Hillary. So I think we've got polling that might be a little bit off kilter this time.
Absolutely. We just don't know what's going to happen. Let's take you inside. Right now, this is going to be where Hillary Clinton will make her address this evening. And the interesting part about this is last Friday, they canceled where they were going to have fireworks going off in New York City, and they canceled that on last Friday.
Yeah, I read that. I think, was it TMZ reporting that?
Yeah,
on the
TMZ
New York
reported
Post?
that. Yep.
And I don't know if they were feeling uncomfortable with their lead that they supposedly had last week and with all the stuff that was happening, or if when that kind of came out it looked a little bit presumptive to be planning a big fireworks show. I think Donald Trump's plan is to go really low-key tonight, and then if you win it's like, oh, I really wasn't planning on this.
Yes.
But it looks like there's quite an event planned here.
Oh, yes.
And if you look at the stage here, is that a podium in the middle or at least a couple of microphones here? I heard that it's only going to be Hillary coming on stage alone. If she wins, it's going to be Hillary coming on stage.
So her family won't be with her? You don't think Bill or Chelsea?
That's what I heard.
Okay.
Maybe they'll join in after she speaks.
Sure.
Do we have a shot of where Donald Trump's going to be, or is it so low-key that there's nothing?
This is what Donald Trump's venue looks like right now.
Okay, that does look low-key, but, very much of what we've seen of him with the flags, it's a very presidential, it's a podium with flags behind it. It'll be interesting. We will be taking pictures and and speeches from both of these podiums.
Yeah, and
tonight.
Look at this. We are just hours away from hearing those first poll results out on the East Coast.
Mike can barely contain himself.
I know.
Do you feel that there's a little bit of a letdown because it's like we've been watching speech after speech after speech for really since May, June.
Yeah, 18 months, really.
Yeah, exactly. And now all of a sudden we're going, okay, now it's just waiting.
I know.
What's going to happen
but
here? We're just stuck waiting.
You know what I don't like too much is when they release the poll results. I feel always bad for the people on the West Coast, like that are still in line.
Yeah, and they go, oh, it's over. It's already over.
I hate that. You're standing in line and you still want to put your vote in, and you're hearing it might be over already.
Yeah. I'm not crazy about that either.
Yeah.
I don't know how to get around that.
I think you wait a little longer, but you know, with the media, we don't want to wait.
The polls are closed. We've got 3. This is really not a national race. It is state by state. I mean,
Sure.
we are an electoral college. Will define who wins this. 270 votes are needed for the winner.
That's the golden number.
And people go, well, it's the national election, but really it is state by state. We are going state by state. So when we get a state that's done voting and we have all the precincts in and the polls are closed, we can release the numbers, and that's what happens. And we typically know, I think everyone's looking obviously at the big ones. We're looking at Ohio, we're looking at Florida, North Carolina's in play.
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania is a biggie. If Hillary were to lose that would be devastating. Michigan is in play, which is kind of unheard of.
I know.
So, you know, we start to kind of move our way west and see what happens. But I think if Trump doesn't win Florida, I don't know what his path is to victory.
That's a must-win for him.
Yeah.
Florida
so we'll
is a
find
must,
out.
unless
Florida,
he flipped to other states that we didn't even think about.
You know, I think Hillary right now, when you look at some of the way the polling has been going, she's in the driver's seat right now. But I am also one of those people who believes that anything could happen here.
Oh, sure.
Because it's such an unpredictable year in so many ways. I mean, I don't think there's many people who predicted when Donald Trump, you know, announced he was running that he would be on the ticket and we would be here today on November 8th.
No, because I mean, when he first announced, everyone kind of just wrote it off like almost as a stunt, really.
Right.
And then he kept getting stronger and stronger.
Right. And he, you know, I think whatever happens tonight, we're going to get to a position in the Republican Party where he has forever changed it. And the Republican Party has to do some serious reflection about how do they take this group of very motivated voters who have been moved by Donald Trump and his message, and how do they bring those people in and make, you know, kind of retool the Republican Party. I don't think you can just cast these people aside.
No.
There's too many people who were moved by what Donald Trump had to say. Too many people who were have been feeling really left out, I think, of the American dream and the way that this country is moving. They don't feel like they're moving forward. They feel stagnated. They feel like their life is moving backwards.
Yeah, they actually feel left out and not part of the process.
So I think, and I also think with the Democratic Party as well, and you look at the Bernie Sanders coalition, and those people, many of whom feel that they're left out. They're mad at Bernie. Why didn't you keep pushing? I noticed on Twitter today, and I shared the photo, a couple, it's a great photo. I'm going to try to pull it up while I tell you the story, so bear with me. They voted for Bernie. They wrote Bernie in, and they're an older couple, and their picture and their message that they drove around, they put it on the back of their truck, or of their vehicle, and it was such a great picture because I think it speaks to what a lot of people who are Bernie fans feel. So I'm going to pull this up for you really quickly. Here it is. This is Gail Richmond, and she says, we wrote in Bernie even though our vote only counted for us. P.S. We don't live in our parents' basement. We own the basement. And that was the picture.
Look at that.
Can you see with my phone here?
Yeah, there you go. That's a good shot.
So these two people, and these aren't 20-year-olds. These are middle-aged people who said, you know what, we voted for Bernie. We know that people will say our vote didn't count, but it counted for us, and we don't live in our parents' basement. We own the basement. So I think regardless of what happens in this election, and I'm sure there are people out there who will agree on both sides of the fence here, both parties, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, really have to examine themselves, especially the Republican Party. They cannot turn their back on what was a movement, what was a very organic movement that just kind of came up.
It was.
A groundswell, and they can't turn their back on these. The establishment cannot do that. They would be fools, and I think they won't survive as a party if they do that.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. And I was thinking the other day, I was like, I don't think we'll ever see another debates like that. Like
my gosh.
Right?
We saw grab pop the popcorn.
Yeah.
Pop open a beer.
I mean, it was.
Sit back.
When you talk about that first debate, it was the build up and the talk about that first debate. It was almost like we were going to be watching a heavyweight fight, right? Like on pay-per-view or something. It was that vibe.
And then the second, I thought the second debate had the most fireworks. That was that Sunday night debate. But think back to the primaries. The Democratic primary was kind of chugging along, and it got a little bit feisty there with Hillary and Bernie. And then the debates, there were so many of them for the Republicans. they were literally knocked down, drag out. I mean, you didn't know what was going to come out of here. They were talking about hand size. They were talking about Lil Marco. I mean, remember the nicknames?
There were so many nicknames for everyone.
Jeb Bush was
low energy.
Low energy. I mean, we had so many moments from this that really brought us. How many people normally pay that much attention to the primaries?
I know.
Not many, but this time around, you have to hand it to Donald Trump. He brought a lot of interest into this.
Oh, absolutely.
Whether you love him or hate him, he brought interest into a presidential. And a lot of people therefore learned how the process works who weren't interested before.
Well, look at that first Republican debate. 25 million people tuned in, the most ever for a Republican debate.
Primary
I mean, this was when there was 16 people up there.
And you're like, what's going to happen? What's going to...
You're right.
Is someone going to get punched out tonight?
Donald Trump really brought a whole nother look at this whole election season.
A layer of interest and intrigue, and for some fascination, for some disappointment, for others they were thrilled, there was disgust. I mean, it was like every emotion you could possibly feel we felt during this election, and it was incredible. It was just fascinating. I can't remember anything in my lifetime, and I've followed politics for a long time, that even came close.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
So we'll see what happens.
And we are excited to, you'll be doing Fox 10 News.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm
soon.
reading.
Yeah,
I'm trying to read some of the stuff that's going by. You've got the comments open, and some of them are a little bit out there, and some of them are great. So we appreciate all the comments.
I saw one even for it said Carrie Lake for president a little while ago.
Oh, okay, yes, write me in. No, do not write me in. We have a lot of the propositions, two propositions tonight that are really important.
205 and 206.
205 and 206. So we're going to be talking about those tonight. The question is, will pot be legalized recreationally in this state? That's going to be up. I think it's very close on that one. I'm hearing a lot of people saying, I don't feel like it's going to happen this time around. We've got the raising of the minimum wage from $8.50 to my sister across the country. This is a nail biter. I've got a family of eight siblings, so everyone's like in different states, and we're all like, what's going on? Did you vote?
Well, the great thing is they could always watch you right here on fox10phoenix.com.
Right. I'll have to tell them that. So I'm probably going to take off and get ready. I've got my notes, and we're ready to go. This is the 5th presidential election that I have covered with John Hook, my co-anchor.
Amazing, yes.
And the first one we covered was in 2000, Gore versus George W. Bush. And that one, we were on the set until about midnight.
Wow.
It wasn't decided then.
Yeah.
It took a while to decide that one. And so we've covered a lot, and this one I think is probably going to be one of the more
another memorable one.
Exciting and memorable.
There
definitely.
We go. Well, thank you, Carrie, for
all right,
stopping
we'll check
by.
Back in with
We're
you.
going to take you now, look right inside again, Hillary Clinton in New York, and we're going to have our very own Dave Muncy pop up and give us a nice little weather update, not only here in Arizona, but across the country. All right, everybody. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Now joined by our very own Dave Muncy.
Hi, guys.
He's going to give us a look, kind of a national look as well, about what the weather's like.
There's not a lot of problems out there. I think everybody
Amazing.
that wants to vote should be able to vote, even in states that have winter weather, which there's very little of right now. There are some states that do have a little bit of moisture in them. Do we have that? Yeah, we have it showing over there. So you kind of take a look at them, you can see that basically the Northwest, a little bit of that coastal stuff there, and then kind of north to south, from the Ohio Valley down into Texas, there are just some scattered storms. The Ohio Valley, Ohio, of course, one of those states that's very important as far as the election is concerned. We put the map into motion. You can kind of see a storm system rolling through there and continuing to roll through. I think I have that right up until Tuesday evening, a little after 10 o'clock, and so you can see that there's just a little bit of action going on there. I thought also we would take a look at some of the current temperatures right now across the country, and look at, they're just really, for this time of year,
this is
great. This is the 8th of November. Just beautiful temperatures out there, so those folks really there shouldn't be a problem with getting out and voting. You should be out enjoying the weather no matter what. As far as just in getting out to go down to the polling place, take a picnic lunch with you.
Yeah, there you go. And you're right. when you look at this map, there's no excuses why this should be a record turnout for voters.
Who wouldn't be out in San Diego? 78 degrees. Who wouldn't be out in Charlotte? 61 at this time of year.
Oh my gosh.
Even Boston at 51 degrees. That's beautiful weather for those folks to get out there. Memphis 64, Chicago 55. 64 in Denver right now. So yeah, they're enjoying some beautiful weather. There's no reason that they shouldn't be voting. And then take a look at our valley temperatures here. Absolutely beautiful. In fact, a little bit on the warm side for this time of year.
Yeah, take a look at that. That is some great temperatures, beautiful. And a lot of people can if there was long lines early, early this morning, it was just beautiful as well. I was out there in line this morning around 6:30, and it was just great.
I'm surprised that there are lines with all of the early voting.
That's true.
I'm real surprised that there are lines out there after the early voting, but apparently they're not very long. They're moving very rapidly, so that's good news. But as you can see here, there really isn't any reason whatsoever anybody in Arizona, anybody across the valley, or anybody across the country shouldn't be out there and getting the vote out.
No, absolutely. And for those of you just joining us here, we're joined by our very own Dave Muncie talking about weather from not only here in Arizona, but all over the country. And boy, it was a lucky day for everyone.
It was a beautiful day across the country. Everybody, I'm sure that election officials, people that work to get the vote out,
sure,
were extremely happy with what they were seeing as far as the weather, because you're right, weather is an important factor. Weather's an important factor in a race where some people are thinking of not voting.
There you go.
Because
yes.
They go, yeah, well, it's such a nice day. Maybe I'll run down there anyway. If it were raining or blizzarding in some of these places, you would see a lot less people at the polls.
Oh yeah, they
just
don't want to wait.
Yep.
Because
but this year they're putting on their sandals, they're putting on their sundress, and they're running down to vote on days like they have not seen in a long time at this time of year. So I'm sure they're enjoying it. Make a family outing of it or whatever. But all across the country, just absolutely beautiful weather.
All right, that is great. Thank you so much, Dave, for stopping by. And we'll check in with you maybe a little bit later as well. You'll be on Fox 10
I'll be
News.
around.
Yes?
I'll be around the building.
All right, thanks so much, Dave.
Mike, thanks.
All right, everybody, here is another live look at the Donald Trump, Mike Pence receiving area where they will be making their announcement. What kind of announcement will it be tonight? Well, you're going to have to continue to watch right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, as we are just hours away now from some of these first polls closing, and we'll get some numbers for you in a little bit.
All right, folks, what we'll be showing you now is another classic moment on the campaign trail. Some of the most talked about moments. Let's show you this with Donald Trump.
I just
right
walked
now.
$10 for nothing, but it was worth it.
What we'll be showing you now is another classic moment on the campaign trail. Some of the most talked about moments. Let's show you this with Donald Trump.
I just walked
right now.
$10 for nothing, but it was worth it.
What we'll be showing you now is another classic.
I come to you from the United Kingdom with a message of hope and a message of optimism. It's a message that says if the little people, if the real people, if the ordinary decent people are prepared to stand up and fight for what they believe in, we can overcome the big banks. We can overcome the multinationals. And we did it. We made June the 23rd our Independence Day when we smashed the establishment. And we did it. Everybody said we'd lose. And what did we see? We saw experts from all over the world. We saw the International Monetary Fund. We saw Moody's. We saw Standard & Poor's. We saw global leaders giving us Project Fear, telling us that if we voted not to be run by a bunch of unelected old men in Brussels, yeah, well, it's okay. They don't like me either, so it doesn't really matter, does it? But they told us our economy would fall off a cliff. They told us there'd be mass unemployment. They told us investment would leave our country. And David Cameron, then our Prime Minister, but no longer, told us we might even get World War III. And we saw the commentariat and we saw the polling industry doing everything they could to demoralize our campaign. On the day of the vote itself, that morning, they put us 10 points behind. And actually, they were all wrong. And they were wrong because what the Brexit campaign did is we reached those people who've been let down by modern global corporatism. We reached those people. We reach those people who have never voted in their lives, but believe by going out and voting for Brexit, they could take back control of their country, take back control of their borders, and get back their pride and self-respect. Now, the big card the Prime Minister decided to play in the referendum is he got a foreign visitor to come to London to talk to us. Yes, we were visited by one Barack Obama. And he talked down to us. He treated us as if we were nothing. One of the oldest functioning democracies in the world. And here he was telling us to vote Remain. So I, having criticised and condemned his behaviour, I could not possibly tell you how you should vote in this election. But, you know, I get it, I'm hearing you. But I will say this, if I was an American citizen, I wouldn't vote for Hillary Clinton if you paid me. In fact, I wouldn't vote for Hillary Clinton if she paid me. Folks, the message is clear. The parallels are there. There are millions of ordinary Americans who've been let down, who've had a bad time, who feel the political class in Washington are detached from them, who feel so many of their representatives are politically correct parts of that liberal media elite. They feel people aren't standing up for them, and they've actually, in many cases, given up on the whole electoral process. And I think that you have a fantastic opportunity here with this campaign. You can go out. You can beat the pollsters. You can beat the commentators. You can beat Washington. And you'll do it by doing what we did for Brexit in Britain. We had our own People's Army of... And he talked down to us. He treated us as if we were nothing. One of the oldest functioning democracies in the world. And here he was telling us to vote Remain. So I, having criticized and condemned his behavior, I could not possibly tell you how you should vote in this election. But, you know, I get it, I'm hearing you. But I will say this, if I was an American citizen, I wouldn't vote for Hillary Clinton if you paid me. In fact, I wouldn't vote for Hillary Clinton if she paid me.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We do appreciate everybody watching, not only on fox10phoenix.com, but Facebook Live as well. We are just hours away from the first polls closing. You guys are at the right spot. You can see on the bottom of your screen there, you are going to be getting live results as they are coming in, along with Arizona results that we are going to be watching as well, too. So you guys are part of the Fox 10 News Now stream right now, and what we're going to do now is just show you. We're going to be talking to our very own Christy Siefkin in just a little bit about the polling lines that are been going on through Arizona, so we'll get a little update from her as well. You guys are at the right spot right now, part of the Fox 10 News Now stream. We'll get you some other campaign 2016 news as well as we continue on here on the stream. Taking you now inside once again to Donald Trump's headquarters right now. And if you're just joining us here, a Fox News exit poll, 62% are bothered by Clinton's email use. According to Fox News' exit poll, 62% of voters say Hillary Clinton's use of a private email server when Secretary of State bothered them, with 37% saying it didn't bother them. Meanwhile, 71% of voters say Donald Trump's treatment of women bothers them, with only 28% saying it didn't bother them. As far as who would be the best commander-in-chief, Clinton holds a 49 to 46% edge over Trump, but Trump holds a slight edge, 48 to 46, among voters as to who would handle the economy better. Also, President George W. Bush didn't vote for either Trump or Clinton. After reports that President George W. Bush and his wife Laura voted for Hillary Clinton, a spokesman has cleared things up to an extent. According to the Wall Street Journal, a spokesman said the Bushes voted 2 weeks ago and didn't cast a ballot for either Trump or Clinton. The spokesman would not say if they had voted for a third-party candidate or had written in a name. And right now, the Clinton campaign is feeling confident in Florida. According to a senior Clinton campaign operative in Florida, the campaign is feeling confident about the Democratic turnout in the Sunshine State so far. With only a few hours until polls close in Duval County, Dems only down 2,400 votes per the campaign. And once again, folks, you guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. Part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Full results coming. Presidential election and full Arizona results as well. You're taking a live look right now inside Donald Trump headquarters, where they will be watching live right now the returns. This is a day that we've been waiting for about 18 months now. You guys are all part of the Fox 10 News Now stream. In just a little bit, we're going to be hearing from our very own Christy Siefken about polling lines in the Valley here in Arizona and talking about voter turnout here in Arizona. That's coming up in just a little bit for you. Once again, folks, we always appreciate when you guys are with us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Such an exciting night here, as we're going to be talking about who is going to be our 45th president of the United States. All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Now we're going to go to our very own Christy Siefken, talking about polling lines here in the Valley. Christy, how are you doing?
Doing well, Mike. You know, it's been an interesting morning out here. We've been touching base at Church of the Nazarene throughout the morning and the afternoon. The line right now, not too bad. We've got a few people trickling out the door. This is nothing compared to what we saw earlier. Just around 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock this morning, Mike, this line stretched all the way past those glass doors, all the way past the park benches, around the side of the church. And as a result of that, people were waiting 3 hours in line to get inside and cast their vote. Now, Now, obviously, some people coming in earlier today were able to drop off their ballot. They got that early ballot in the mail, and they certainly were happy that they'd done that because many people either left the line or they just decided to turn around entirely. In fact, I caught up with a gentleman just in the past half hour that had come to the poll tonight, and he said, oh yeah, it was so busy. I actually left this morning and had to come back. Take a listen.
It was way longer. It was going to the corner of Osborne all the way to the houses in the neighborhood. It was pretty full.
You drove by. Why did you decide to keep going?
It was too full and I was already running late to work. But I came and put in my ballot. Everybody come in and put your ballot in. It's a very important vote.
Yeah. So today, how long was the line now that you came back?
Right now it took maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Inside, do people seem pretty happy things
Yes.
are moving along?
Yes, they do.
Anybody talking about specific candidates inside?
No.
Everybody seemed pretty quiet?
Yeah.
What would you say to people who came by earlier, saw the long line, and said, I'm not going to come back?
Come back and vote. Every vote counts, so we need to come in and vote. Put your votes in.
And there you go. Every vote counts. Yes, it does there, Kirsty.
Yeah, he was the only person we saw that had returned this afternoon, but a lot of people excited to be out here voting. They're proudly showing us their voting stickers. We saw a gentleman earlier who came with his little girl, and she was saying, we learned about the election in class, and the dad said, my daughter came to me and talked to me about the importance of getting out to vote. She was just 8 years old, so obviously kids having an impact on their families as well. And it's funny, with the long lines out here earlier, obviously it made an impact on some voters because one of the voters came out and donated dozens of pizzas. We haven't taken a look in a while. I don't know. Oh, there are still some there. Looks like we've maybe got 10 pizzas left. We've seen there's cheese, there's pepperoni, there's cheese with olives. And it was just a gesture that a Good Samaritan made to say, hey, we know you might be out here for a while waiting in line, but it's really important that you do cast that vote. Might be able to stick around a little bit longer if you have something yummy to snack on. And we caught one of the guys that had kind of taken one of these pizzas back to his family. We caught him in the parking lot and chatted with him. Take a listen to what he had to say. Where'd the pizza come from?
They said that a voter felt bad for the people in line, so he bought for everybody.
Oh my God.
And they said he could take a box if you want.
What kind of pizza's up there?
I just saw cheese, that's it.
Did you look around for some pepperoni?
Yeah.
No pepperoni.
No pepperoni.
What was your wait time like inside?
All I say about 45 minutes to an hour.
45 minutes. What time did you get here?
I don't
45 minutes ago. Did you come by earlier when the lines were really long?
No. I figured this was a good time to come before people got off.
Well, that was an awesome gesture. Yeah, you definitely need to be full when you're sitting in that line or standing in that line. So that was an awesome gesture there, Christy.
I think so, and you know what's so sweet, Mike, as you've had several people walk out with their box of pizza or several pizzas of pizza, and they've said, hey, Fox 10, do you want some? So we might be in a food coma as we continue to come back to you throughout the course of the night because people are in a generous mood after they've seen people pay it forward. And everybody coming out of here today does seem in a pretty good mood. Obviously, the line is shorter today, or shorter tonight, I should say, than earlier, so people aren't having to wait too long. Head count behind me, it looks like a few dozen people. We've been clocking how long it takes for people to get in and out of here, and it seems anywhere between about 15 minutes and a half an hour, so not too long of a wait. If you're just joining us now, just a reminder, those lines earlier today were up to 3 hours in length, and as you heard from the gentleman that I spoke to this afternoon, people just pulled through the parking lot, looked out the window and said, hey, I'm not going to be late to work. I'm not going to waste 3 hours of my own time waiting in line to vote. Obviously, it's so important to get out here and vote. We're happy to see people like that guy saying, I'm going to give it a shot. I'm going to come back again after work, and he said he really is happy that he did because the line was much shorter, and even if it is a long line, if you're headed out to the Church of the Nazarene location here in Maryvale, obviously there's still some pizza left to tide you over just in case it takes until dinner time by the time you're able to put your vote in.
There you go, and it'll be interesting to see, Christy, when it comes about 5 or 5:30 when people get off work, we'll see if there's maybe a resurgence of people going to the lines then after work.
I'm expecting that there will be. This was a prime time to show up. A couple people I've talked to have said, yeah, I picked, 2:33 in the afternoon because it's that sweet spot. People aren't quite done with work yet. It's not the early morning when people are headed into work. And I thought you would maybe say, Mike, you're waiting for the resurgence of a food delivery. I mean, maybe there'll be tacos out here next. Maybe there's going to be, an ice cream station. If we stick around long enough, we'll have some options to tide people over. But I'm happy to say that it's been pretty quiet here. Earlier today, we did see some Trump supporters on the edge of the street. They were holding up posters and chanting a little bit quietly. We did see Andrew Hasbin a bit earlier today talking about that big anti-Arpaio protest that was going on. Funny enough, that was just across the street from where this polling location is. So obviously those folks wanted to get the word out where people in line outside could hear it. So some activity within the area, very peaceful though for the most part, and people seem happy to be here, proud to cast their vote. Some of them for the very first time that they've casted their vote, in fact.
Well, that's amazing. Christy Siefkin reporting for us, and who knows, we'll check in with you maybe in a little bit, not only for people watching, but also food watching as well.
Absolutely. That sounds great, Mike. We'll talk to you later.
Okay, see you a little bit. All right, everybody, you're continuing to watch the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We are in full election coverage for you, campaign 2016. It is almost over, but you know what? The votes are still coming in, and you can see on the bottom of your screen here, that is where we will be having those live results coming in for you right here on the stream. So it's a nice package where you could really, it's a one-stop shop for you, or a one-stream shop for you, really, if you would need to stop. And we're the stream to watch right here for election 2016. We always appreciate you guys being part of this whole campaign 2016 coverage with us. Let us know who you think right there in the comments section, either on Facebook Live or fox10phoenix.com. Who do you think is going to pull away tonight? Who's going to be the 45th president of the United States? Just put in Trump or Clinton there. Love to see those comments. And then we'll take you right now inside where Donald Trump campaign will be watching those results coming in live. And we'll also take you to a look back on campaign 2016, where Jamie Lee Curtis gave a passionate speech about Hillary Clinton. Let's rewind the tapes and take a look.
Good morning. My name is Jamie Lee Curtis. I'm a proud born and raised Los Angelina. Born and raised in this city of angels, and there are many angels, and I am standing next to one of them. I'm proud to be from California. I'm proud to be the daughter of very ardent Democrats. My mother, Janet Lee, and Tony Curtis were deeply devoted to Democratic politics, so much that they performed in the famous snowed-in Kennedy inaugural. My mother was offered an ambassadorship under the Johnson administration to Finland. She was vetted, I read recently, she was vetted by J. Edgar Hoover, who claimed that she was one of the cleanest people in Hollywood and a very fine mother. And I have done my part, but then I read a book called Special Topics in Calamity Physics. It's a great novel by Marisha Pessel. And in the middle of this book, it says that life hinges on something that you don't think. We all think our life is about sort of where we were born, how much money we have, where we go to college, who we marry, etc. It's not. Life hinges on a couple seconds you never see coming. And what you decide in those few seconds determines everything from then on, and you won't know what you're going to do until you're there. So, if that holds, and I believe it holds, how do we make a decision about who's going to make those decisions on our behalf when life hinges for this country, and it's going to hinge? How do you make that decision? I want to make that decision based on someone's experience. strength, someone's intelligence, someone's attention to detail, someone's open, generous heart that has dedicated their lives to public service, who has worked on behalf of people, minorities, women, who has a woman's heart, a warm, deep, loving woman's heart. And it's about time in this country that we had a woman running this country. So, I'm gonna play my woman's card. I'm gonna play all of our women's card. We are playing with a full deck, and we are gonna welcome Hillary Rodham Clinton as the next president of the United States. Here she is.
All right, everybody, and that was a throwback moment. We're trying to show you some of the highlights throughout the campaign from this past year and a half that we're going to be showing you throughout the evening. But once we get closer to these results, of course, we will be throwing you a full results show as well. I do want to show you as well, just in case you guys were doing something else, or maybe you were at work. This was Hillary Clinton voting earlier today. Take a look. So that was Hillary Clinton. Now let's show you Donald Trump voting as well.
Have a good time, everybody.
Mr. Trump, what are you hearing about early returns so far from your team? Very good?
Everything's very good.
Any states in particular?
Just very good, generally speaking. I'm going to go this way.
I'm guiding you a little bit, okay?
Okay.
Yep, I got you.
I'm good.
Okay.
Where are we going, this way?
All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and take you guys live now, a live look at the setup for the Donald Trump party out of New York City. Mark Martinez will be joining me in just a minute for more nonstop election coverage. We have a Twitter poll out right now. How long you waited in line to vote today? 70% of people said less than an hour. 10% of people said 1 to 2 hours. 2% said 2 to 3 hours. And 18% said 3 or more hours. Again, that poll is on our Fox 10 Phoenix Twitter page. If you want to go ahead and vote in that poll, just find Fox 10 Phoenix on Twitter, and you can go ahead and vote in that poll yourself. Joining me now is Fox 10's Mark Martinez. Mark, happy Election Day.
Yes, finally. Boy, it's been a long time coming, right?
I know. And it's kind of bittersweet that it's coming to a close, especially for us here on News Now. We've been covering the election every single day for like 18 months at least.
We were talking about that. I mean, it's been it really has been sort of our bread and butter here because there's been so many things to cover on this. It's been going on for so long. So
many
here we
events.
are at the end of the stretch. I've been seeing a lot of people on Facebook and Twitter posting that they voted. And, you know, I'm one of those, I early vote.
Oh, so you don't get the sticker.
I don't get the sticker, which kind of bummed me out, but I don't have to wait in line, which is the other part of it that's
So
kind of nice.
you know that saying, pics or it didn't happen?
Right.
I just posted sticks or it didn't happen on
There you
Instagram.
go.
I'm like, all right,
See, I
sticks
think
or it
that
didn't
they should
happen.
give you a sticker in your early ballot when they mail it to you. They should
Right,
give
but
you a
unless
sticker.
you send it back, you didn't really vote. So I get why.
Yeah, they should
Because those
reward
I
us
voted
somehow.
stickers are a hot commodity.
They are.
And they
Now-
can't just be giving it away. I know that if you voted early in person or dropped it off in person, then you still got an I voted sticker, at least here in Arizona, or at least in Maricopa County.
That's
because
true.
Linda Williams, she voted early, and she knew I was like obsessed with this need for a sticker, and she brought me back an I voted early sticker to show me that you do indeed get stickers.
If you drop it off.
If you drop
Yep.
it off early.
So, I mailed mine in. You know what, actually, yeah, no, I did mail it in. I was thinking of the presidential preference election. But, have we been talking about this, about the Maricopa County and some of these ballots that were mailed
Well,
in
not yet. I
early?
was actually just going to get to that. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I see
so
that you have
this
something
kind
printed
of,
out.
This just came across right now so they're expecting that there'll be about they'll have more than 350,000 uncounted early ballots at the time the polls close. So it's a chance that we may not know the outcome of some of these races.
So what's interesting is probably a lot of people out there wanted to get their votes done early to make sure they were counted or that their vote mattered.
Right.
And interestingly enough, the early voters are the ones that are affected by
Sure.
this.
And so from what the county recorders are saying, that if there's a large enough gap in these votes and the amount that are uncounted, it may be too close to call some of the races in Maricopa County. So we'll have to keep a close eye on that. That'll be very interesting to see what happens with that. I mean, obviously, if these races, if some of them are like wide, a huge margin, then that we'll be able to call those. But if they're close enough, they may have to wait until they actually physically count the 350,000 that are going to be uncounted, apparently at the time the polls close. So
crazy.
Let's hope we don't make national news again like we did last time. Now, I did a couple of things earlier, just Twitter polls, which are obviously not scientific, but some of our big issues that we've been talking about here, the race for sheriff and also medical marijuana.
Right.
So I asked earlier, $15 million has been spent on the race for sheriff, $12 million by Sheriff Joe Arpaio and $3 million by Paul Pinzone. Huge amount of money. One of the most expensive local races in the country, if not the most. So I said, who do you think is going to win? Again, unscientific, 52% said Joe Arpaio, 48% for Pinzone out of 306 people who voted on that.
Let's pull up your poll. When did you?
That was about 2 hours ago.
Here
I did.
it is.
Yeah. So there's that the poll. Again, that we were just asking people what they thought. This is one that's being watched nationally.
Oh yeah.
And everyone, as John Hook was saying up here earlier, everybody knows who Sheriff Joe Arpaio is.
I mean, he's very famous.
People who don't live here don't maybe know all the controversy that he's under right now with the contempt of court criminal case against him, and the amount of money that's been spent on that. So that, of course, has changed things as far as the way a lot of people think of him here. But nationally, people still think of him as the toughest sheriff in America. So
right. He branded himself that way.
Did. Yeah, and it's one that everyone is watching very closely. I did another one, a poll about Prop 205. Of course, that is recreational marijuana.
There it is.
So we had 287 votes, and it's not showing up on here, but on my phone it shows 59% of people who have responded to this say yes, let's do it, and 41% are saying no. So, and the way I worded it, I did say yes, we need the tax dollars. Maybe I should have just said yes or no, because one guy did respond to me and he said, I'm voting yes, but not for the tax money. I think he just thinks more of it should just be allowed.
Right. A lot of people arguing if alcohol is legal, marijuana should be legal. It's less harmful. I've heard that argument a lot online. We've had a lot of discussions about Prop 205. We've hosted little debates here in the newsroom.
It brings up a lot of questions, I think, if it were to happen, and I think it kind of has came on so quickly. It does bring up a lot of questions, a lot of employment-related questions. I mean, I don't think anybody, at least, people that I've talked to out there, I don't think anyone really has necessarily a problem with somebody doing this in their own home, minding their own business, doing that sort of thing.
Right.
I think it's more of the questions of, is somebody going to smoke pot and then drive to the grocery store, or,
driving under the
go
influence.
to work high. I mean, I think that
Giving it to kids.
those are some of the questions that I think if people are uneasy about this, that's really what it is. It's just the uncertainty of what may happen.
Right.
So,
And viewers who are tuning in on both Facebook and YouTube, if you guys want to share your opinion.
are you getting choked up about this?
Oh my God, medical marijuana, or not medical, recreational. Yeah, for those of you at home who don't know, medical marijuana is already legal here in Arizona.
Right.
But yeah, if you guys want to share your opinion on legalizing marijuana,
so
let us know.
Of course, what everybody's waiting for, and this is part of what I'm going to be doing tonight out in the studio, is the Electoral College map. Been filling that in as we get state by state. Polls are getting ready to close in a couple of hours out on the East Coast.
Right.
Boy, when we can start getting numbers in from some of the battleground states especially, we could really figure out a little bit more closely how this is going to go tonight. But right now, we're just waiting for those numbers to come in. Everybody's keeping a very close eye on Florida. 29 electoral votes up for grabs there.
I know. All eyes on Florida once again.
Yeah, North Carolina as well, Ohio. I mean, Michigan, the battleground states are really going to be the key, I think, tonight to see how this all goes down and to see how late this may be going tonight.
I know.
So,
how late will we be here in the newsroom tonight?
I think we're prepared for the long haul.
Midnight?
Yeah, I would say that.
Maybe
might be
that should be our poll, our next Twitter
poll.
poll.
We'll be here. I was covering the election in 2000. I was living in Las Vegas at the time when they didn't, there was no winner of the race. They couldn't call it. And we stayed at work until about 2 o'clock in the morning thinking we were going to go to bed knowing who won this.
That's
and
what we kind
didn't.
of expect.
And it was just the craziest thing ever. So I don't think we're going to see a repeat of that tonight. But let's be prepared. We've got food coming in, so at least we know we'll eat.
In newsrooms all across the country, journalists are huddled around the table that has all the food delivered on
it's
it.
just so interesting. There's so many things this time that are on the ballot, and here locally, I mean, we've got a lot of big things to decide. The president is huge, obviously. Sheriff, county attorney, senators. I mean, propositions. This is a big deal. I think people in the past who may have not voted because they maybe felt like it didn't make a difference, or they just weren't engaged enough or cared enough. I think this is getting a lot of people to
Your
the polls.
vote matters.
No matter for whichever thing, or if it's all of them. But I do seem to see a lot more people engaged and wanting to be part of the process.
And if you're here in Arizona and you've been watching our coverage all day and you haven't voted, you still have 2.5 hours. Plus, you don't have to break away from the News Now coverage. That's the beauty of it. If you have a smartphone, take us with you.
Yes, you can
While
keep
you're
track.
standing in line waiting to vote, just keep watching us.
And our app will give you real-time results, too.
Yes.
So you can find out how things are going as far as propositions, the elections, the races. You can keep track of that as well. And I think it's important, too, for people to know that, yes, if as long as you're in line in Arizona by 7 p.m., you can still vote. So you have to be in line, though, by 7. They'll have somebody that comes around and will say, this is it, you're the last person.
And I do want to also note that 7 o'clock here is 9 o'clock Eastern time. It's possible, I'm not saying it's likely, but it's possible that a network could project the winner prior to the polls closing here.
True.
But even if that's the case, it doesn't mean you shouldn't vote, because we have other races on the ballot that you should vote for.
Yeah,
local
absolutely.
stuff.
Yeah, get involved.
You won't hear the results until after the polls close, as far as local things are concerned.
Yes, and again, as long as you can get there in time, you're good to go. And I think, do we have these pictures here from 2008?
Yeah, we do. This is you covering McCain, right?
Yeah, this is a little bit of a time warp. Let's go back
Throwback
to 2008.
Tuesday.
I was covering John McCain, who at the time was running for president against Barack Obama, and he was having his, what they were hoping would be a party at the Biltmore Hotel. Of course, it didn't end up turning out that way. But the reason why I was showing these is because it was such a different time. It was pre-social media, well, maybe just starting. There's this bus outside.
Right.
We were all in this big ballroom waiting to hear the results coming in, and No Twitter.
Twitter existed, but it was barely a thing.
And I don't even know if we had smartphones. I mean, this is, right when they were
iPhones were out. They came out in 2007.
I don't know if we had them, though.
But I don't know about here as reporters.
So, because
owning
information was very slowly trickling in, and then we realized that it wasn't going to go his way.
Right.
They started running some campaign commercials, but it was, information was trickling in so slowly, and now, here we are 8 years later, and boy, it's just this constant flood of information. And it's great. I mean, we know things a lot faster than we did back then. But we do appreciate, too, some of the pictures that we've been getting in from people in line and just different things that we're seeing. Christy had a great picture of someone bringing pizza to the polling place. Some good Samaritan.
No one's mad at you, Good Samaritan. No one's mad about that.
But, yeah, that was quite an interesting time back then.
I'm just going to go ahead and check in with Facebook.
Somebody says, I don't look any different. Thank you, Laura. You're my favorite. That's my favorite comment of the day.
And some people commenting on the issue of Prop 205. I know we didn't really get the viewer take on that, but Mark Rickefort saying marijuana is a plant and organic beer isn't. Alex Staff saying, but you're not afraid of underage people getting a hold of alcohol or tobacco. Alex responding to this idea that if we legalize marijuana, then kids look at it.
And I think one thing, too, if you're not here in Arizona, as far as the taxation of this, we're talking a 15% tax on the sale of recreational marijuana if it goes through, which could bring in an estimated $50 to $60 million a year in tax revenue for the state of Arizona, which, every state would want some extra money, but the opponents of 205 are saying at what cost? Are we making a deal with the devil here, so to speak, by allowing this to get the money to then spend on schools? So that's their side of it.
Alex says, quit using the youth as an excuse. It's been the same excuse for years, literally. But that's the thing. If you look at the polls, it looks like it's really close with marijuana legalization having a slight edge.
It does, but it's got to get over 50% for
right.
that proposition to pass. And some of the polls have shown it high 40s. The highest I think I saw was right at 49%. And the question I think we're talking about with the propositions, the races, is how accurate are these polls? Are people, sometimes people may say something on a poll that they wouldn't really, they may ask you, what do you think? Do you want recreational pot? And they may say, no, absolutely not, because they don't want to be on record or have that, people mark that down. But in the back of their mind, when they get in there, they might say, what the heck,
Or vice versa.
True.
They might want street cred with their friends, but in their heart, they're like, I don't know if I feel okay with that.
So that's going to be interesting to watch. And I think that is why this election, more than any, recently anyway, has got so many people engaged, because just, again, so many different issues that we're going to be deciding tonight.
Absolutely.
And I think the thing about recreational marijuana, if it does not pass, I think it's going to be just because people have questions that are not yet answered, or they don't feel are answered. And a lot of the commercials were a little confusing. You didn't know necessarily which side was which. You were hearing a lot of different stories coming out of Colorado, out of that experiment.
Right.
So unless people go and kind of look for themselves or do their own research, which, a lot of people did, it's one of those things where you may just err on the side of caution.
Right.
So we're keeping an eye on that one tonight for sure.
Mm-hmm. I want to go ahead and recap this news. You kind of mentioned it earlier, but for viewers who just tuned in, who may not have heard it, this is interesting news. It's possible that some early votes may not be counted here in Arizona by the end of the day. Now, if election officials in its most populous county, that's right here, Maricopa County, which includes the city of Phoenix, expect to have more than 350,000 uncounted early ballots by the time polls close today at 7 o'clock in about 2.5 hours. Now, keep in mind, 1.1 million voters turned in early ballots as of today.
And that number, again, some of these races are close. The amount of uncounted ballots could make a difference.
It matters. It might not matter to the presidential race, but anything happening here in Arizona, it matters. It matters in the sheriff race, the propositions.
Right.
Those are races that are very close.
And those are all of the issues. People who went through the effort of voting and sending in their ballots or casting their ballots want them counted.
Yeah.
One way or another, you want to know that you're not one of these 300 and potentially 350,000 that don't get counted.
Right.
So, yeah, we'll see how this all works out. They are saying that, there's going to be roughly another 150,000 that will be dropped off on top. So that's what gets them to that 350,000 number. So, I guess one question I don't really understand is that a lot of people get their mail-in ballot, but they don't mail it in. They take it to the polling place.
Right, that's the way you get your sticker.
Yeah, I mean, is that why people are doing it?
I don't know. I'm just
'Cause
saying
I
that.
just mail mine in just because I figure.
Or sometimes people might think that maybe you don't trust anyone. Maybe you're very suspicious.
Well-
You might think that the mailman will intercept, that your vote won't count. If you physically go in and drop it off, I think you just feel much more secure as far as your vote being counted.
Well, I have to admit, I did go on the county's website because the county has a place where you can go to make sure that your vote was, it says received and counted. And
Interesting.
I did go online to
Because
make
you get a
sure.
receipt.
Just
Or
to
your-
make, to double check. And it said that it got there and got through. But I can understand, obviously I was, concerned enough to go check.
Right, see?
But I can, so
Are
I guess
you
I
like a
understand.
conspiracy theorist?
Not at all. I just,
See, if Mark
I just,
is checking,
well, I
imagine the conspiracy theorists in town.
I dropped it off and I made sure, okay, this doesn't need a stamp. I made sure I put it in the right box.
Right.
But there was just something there that I thought, let me just make
Double
sure
check.
that it went through.
Triple check.
So yeah, we've got, a lot of things ahead of us tonight. That's for sure. We may be finding out in just a few hours how things are going to work out tonight.
A handful of people saying, why won't they be counted? Why aren't they being counted? It's just that there's so many, they haven't gotten
so
through them all.
they're inundated with this amount.
1.1 million voters turned in early ballots.
And then they got this 200,000 that they still have to count, and then another 150,000 that were dropped off on top of that.
Right.
So it's more of really just a function of physically, these do have to be fed into a machine.
This morning when I was at my polling location, there's a line of us to actually go vote in the booth and then just put it into the machine. But then there were a handful of people who were just asking, where do I just drop this off? And it's those people that wanted to just drop it off physically on election day whose votes haven't been counted.
So, and we've been down there where they feed them through the machines, and it's just a time-consuming process. And no matter, as many as they have received, they're doing it as quickly as they can, but they're just estimating that amount will be unable to count just by the sheer volume of it.
Right.
So.
Well, Laura's one of the lucky ones. Laura Porteous, one of our viewers on Facebook, saying, I mailed mine in, then checked online that it was received. Just like you.
Yeah. And you can do that too. I don't know the exact link to it, but it's at the Maricopa County Recorder's Office. And you just, when you go on there, they'll have a section on there that says to check to make sure. You need some info. You need your driver's license or your voter ID number, which a lot of people don't have necessarily handy, but you'll need that to put in to make sure you are who you say you are. So.
I also want to read Ryan Tonelli's comment. He seems passionate when making this statement. They got their votes in on time. They better count. And I think
I agree.
A lot of people feel that way, especially when you're voting early. You feel like
and it's not.
It's almost like doing extra credit.
And it's not an insignificant amount. I mean, if this was maybe 10 or 20,000, I think
it'd be different.
Yeah, this is quite a lot.
This is if there are 1.1 million and 300 and something thousand haven't been counted, that's a third of the votes almost.
We've got Ty Brennan down there at the county recorder's office. He's covering because obviously Helen Purcell is up for election tonight, re-election.
And if you don't know that name, you may remember back in March the AZ Votes drama, the primary election where some people were in line for like 3+ hours.
Some people were 5
6 hours.
Yeah.
It was pretty dramatic. Helen Purcell's name in the news a lot following that.
So he's down there tonight covering her re-election bid, and I'm wondering if they I'm hoping they'll address this and say what the plan is with these votes, unless they think that these races are going to be so
obvious that it doesn't
that
matter.
they won't need to count them all. But I
doubt it.
That's a lot. So
Jessica's saying, I can understand mailing your ballot in too late, but them not being counted in time is completely unacceptable. How do we check to see if our votes were processed?
So the website will let you know. The Maricopa County website we were talking about. And I wish I had that link exactly for you, but that will let you know if it has been counted. You go and you type in that info.
Right here, recorder.maricopa.gov.
Yes. Thank you,
Melissa Clark saying I got that off of Fox 10 AZAM. Thank you, the morning show.
Recorder.maricopa.gov. And then you just will go through there, and there's a spot to click on there, and then you can kind of track and at least have some peace of mind knowing it was hopefully counted.
And Tracy Cather saying I got my vote in early, and early votes better count.
Yeah, because you think that's the whole point. You want to make
like
sure
yours would
you're doing
for sure get in, yeah. So
everything
it's
you should
almost
be
as if like you could have mailed it in a week before, yet the guy that's in line at 6:30 p.m. on election day gets his vote counted and yours doesn't get counted, at least in time.
And I'm wondering if obviously it's a huge county, so I don't know if some of these are coming from outlying areas, if they're right in the heart of Phoenix. I'm not sure where these are coming from. Now, part of it could be, again, they're being brought in from some of the farther reaches of the county,
right,
to the recorder's office down here in Central Phoenix. That may be part of it. So again, we're hopefully getting some answers on that very quickly. That's seems to be an issue of concern for a lot of people out there.
Also, we have this update from Fox News, an exit poll. The top issue facing the country. Any guesses? Let's have the viewers write in what they think the top issue is. We know what the Fox News exit poll says.
And exit polls are usually pretty accurate. It's right because people have done the hard part. They've gone to the booth. They've done it. It's over, and I think they feel a little more willing to talk about politics.
So this is a Fox News exit poll. A lot of people typing in immigration. Melissa Kellen saying, both of them saying immigration. Rue saying jobs. Let us know what you guys think.
Jobs.
Abortion, Alexandria says. Jesse says immigration. Levi. Brandon says everything. And you're right. Levi is the winner. Levi said it first. The economy. Way too much debt. Fox News exit poll. 52% of people polled say the economy is the top issue facing the country.
Yeah, and I think people, they see the deficits and they're concerned by that, and they don't want us to keep growing. So that is a huge issue for a lot of people. According to Fox News, 52%. Yep. And it'll be interesting to see more of these exit polls as they come out, and asking, I think, a variety of questions of voters and seeing how things go tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So we are definitely keeping an eye on it. I've got to check on that electoral map, see if there's some stuff to update for you. We're going to be filling that in as it goes along, as these
what a day.
Polls start closing and we get those results coming in.
All right, Mark, we'll check in with you a little bit later on.
Sounds good.
Guys, I want to go ahead and show you guys a live look at one of the setups for tonight. There is one stage there, and here is another view, the Donald Trump event.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Fox 10 News Now streaming. If you think about it, we're just about 15 minutes away from some of the first results coming through. So
very exciting.
Very exciting. But
I'm nervous. I'm like shaking.
I know.
I think a lot of people feel that way.
It was hard for me to go to bed last night.
Oh yeah, it was almost like Christmas, but a little bit more nerve-wracking. Like
Sure.
you don't know what your parents are putting under the tree.
No, it's could be a wild card.
Like you didn't write your list, so you don't know what you're going to
Yeah,
get.
absolutely.
So it's very interesting. It's a very exciting time. It's a very nerve-wracking time. I know a lot of people feel like that. So
I couldn't even imagine what it is for the candidate. Why, if we're nervous, think about what a candidate. I mean, you put blood, sweat, and tears into 18 months of your
for
life.
so long. And
Wow.
if you think about their last few days, I mean, several states in just a 24-hour
Sure.
period. I don't know how you sleep at night.
No.
I really don't.
It's gonna
Forget
be
about the
interesting.
caffeine.
Now you're covering
I
some
am.
interesting stuff here locally in
Yes,
Arizona.
locally in Arizona, we're talking about Prop 205,
Okay.
legalization of recreational marijuana, and if we want to do that for our state or not. And this has been a hot topic, as you know,
Oh,
for a while.
yes.
We've had both pro and con on Fox and Fox News Now. People are very passionate about this because this is something that could really affect the state.
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
As you know. And we went to Crescent Ballroom a little bit earlier in downtown Phoenix, and we were kind of getting a lot of the yes on Prop 205 because that's where they're having their little gathering to watch.
That's the watch party.
Yes, their election results. And what I was getting, I was asking them, what is the biggest challenge that you guys are facing as somebody who is pro legalizing this? And they said what they're facing is people don't believe that the money is going to go towards a school. They said, we've heard this before. It doesn't happen. There's always a catch. And we don't think that it's going to benefit as much as you guys say it will.
Sure.
Their answer to that is, you gotta take our word for it. It's going to go directly into account. There's no third party. There's no asterisk saying if this happens, it will go to the school. They're saying you gotta just believe it. The other things that they're supporting is this is a natural right to liberty. They don't want the government's hand in the pot any more than it is. They say we want to be able to decide if this substance is okay for us. You know, that kind of,
Yes.
this is my right. And then, of course, I talked to a guy who's a veteran who said, this saved my life. I was stage 3 cancer, prostate cancer. I was done with the chemo, the handfuls of pills. He said, I started medical marijuana. 90 days later, cancer-free.
Oh, wow.
And he says that's what it was. So, I mean, there's a lot to it, and I can understand why people would be nervous to let this pass as well. So it's very interesting.
Yeah, some of the opponents even saying we've heard in the past, you know, they're worried about their small children because some of the weed products, you know, they could be they almost look like gummy bears, maybe.
Gummy bears, yep.
So that was some of the issues that they had. So it's going to be interesting to see how Arizona voters go.
And I get the hypocrisy of it. When we went to school, it was say no to drugs
Yes.
all the time, no matter what. I mean, we got those horror films that
Yeah.
we watched about, you know, you
The bad
smoke
side
one
effects,
thing and all of a
yes.
sudden you'll never get a job in your entire life. So the way that we grew up, and I think a lot of the generations before us, it was just, you know, there was no line. It was very black and white. So this is going to be really interesting. And it's not only for us, you know, in California, Massachusetts, Nevada, and also Maine, they're also doing Prop 205 tonight. So it'll be very interesting to see where it goes across the country.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. And I wonder when the federal government will say, okay, it's not up to the states anymore. We're just going to say yes or no.
I know.
wonder when that'll happen.
I know.
Because it seems like to be getting more and more traction. You know, more and more states are putting this up to on the ballots.
And that's what I asked the Prop 205 supporters. I say, okay, where do you go after this? If they say no,
Yeah.
they shut it down for Arizona, what's next? And he said, look, if it doesn't happen tonight or tomorrow, it's going to happen in 10 years. It's going to happen in 15 years. He said it's just a not if, but when.
Oh, interesting.
I know. Interesting words to leave off on.
Yeah, so that'll be something. But
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on it. We're going to go back to Crescent, kind of see what's cooking there, and then we will definitely do another Fox News Now hit with you.
That'll be great
Keep
because
everybody updated and send us your questions.
absolutely.
We really want everybody to get involved. If you have questions, reach out to us. Do we have our little Twitter handles on there?
No, not because we got our fancy little
we
lower
don't wanna mess
third.
up the fancy
No,
lower
but
third.
tweet Marcia, Marcy Jones Fox 10.
Marcy Jones Fox 10. Yeah.
There we go. So she'll love to have some questions there, and we'll check back in with you a little bit later.
Yes, absolutely. So proud of you.
So
Fist
proud of
bump
you.
for the election 2016.
2016. You gotta love it. Let's
What a
go back
night.
inside to take a look at Donald Trump's
headquarters right now where they will be watching those results live. Thanks so much, Marcy. There is also rain complicating proceedings there happening in Michigan. So very interesting stat there as we are continuing to watch here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We're just about 10 minutes away from the first polling results to come down. You're going to watch that all live right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream as well. Take a look at this. This was tweeted out moments ago. This is a cash bar at the Trump election night party. And look at those prices right now. Mixed drink, $13 wine, $13 imported beer. It's a little something different to show you guys, part of the process here of the campaigns putting together parties and what they're charging. And right now, late deciders are breaking pretty evenly for Clinton and Trump, according to Fox News' exit poll. Notable is Libertarian Gary Johnson doing very well among late deciders, picking up about 8%. And we're also going to do a throwback video for you right now. This was back in April of this year. And this is when Trump was ranting about the Cruz-Kasich partnership, saying even back then that the election could be rigged against him. Let's take a look at that throwback right now. You're watching the live Fox 10 News Now stream, election night 2016. Against him. Let's take a look at that throwback right now. You're watching the live Fox 10 News Now stream, election night 2016.
You know, if you collude in business, or if you collude in the stock market, they put you in jail. But in politics, because it's a rigged system, because it's a corrupt enterprise, in politics, you're allowed to collude. So they colluded, and actually I was happy because it shows how weak they are. It shows how pathetic they are. You know, I tweeted today, @RealDonaldTrump, I tweet. And that's, you know, it solves it. Don't worry, I'll give it up after I'm president. We won't tweet anymore, I don't think. Not presidential. But let me tell you, and I said, it takes two longtime politicians, right? Too long to beat, except they're way behind. If you add up the both votes and if you add up the both delegates, they're way behind me, so it doesn't matter. But it takes two guys, long-time politicians, to try and get together to try and beat Trump, and yet they're way behind. And I said to myself, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. And here's the key. I've only been doing this for 10 months. I haven't even been doing it very long. But so I wanted to talk to you about one thing, then we'll get back to the other, and we'll get back to it. But I loved it when I heard it. I heard it last night at 11:30. I was called, and they said, sir, Kasich, we call him 1 for 41. I thought it was 38. He's won one race in 41 states. One, okay? States and islands. So I call him now. I have a new nickname for him. 1 for 41. Very soon it's going to be 1 for 46 or 7. So he's going nowhere. And he keeps talking about how he does with Hillary Clinton. He hasn't had one negative ad yet. When they put in the first negative ad about him, he's going to collapse like a rock. Wait till you see this. Boom. Boom. You'll see. You will see. I will beat Hillary Clinton, crooked Hillary. I will beat her so badly. So badly. And lying Ted Cruz cannot beat her. He can't beat her. Hey, look. He got like no votes in New York. If you can't get any votes in New York, it's over, folks. He can't beat her. You look at his numbers in New Jersey. You look at his numbers all over the country. Lying Ted Cruz will lose so badly to crooked Hillary. It'll be one of the great defeats ever. And Kasich will also, as soon as they start putting up the negative ads. All right, get them out.
All right, everybody. So that was a throwback from earlier this year in April. Taking now back out a live look at Donald Trump's headquarters. We're watching these returns come in for his supporters. Also want to show you the latest in America's election headquarters, powered by Fox News. Do want to show you this. Obviously, no states have been called right now, but in the popular vote, 149,000 for Donald Trump, 62,000 for Hillary Clinton. You guys are watching that all unfold live right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Take a look at that popular vote right now. And on the other side of this break, you will be seeing Fox 10 News at 5.
Fox 10 News at 5 starts now.
You decide 2016. It's down to the wire after candidates make a last-ditch effort to win over supporters. It all comes down to you, the voter.
And I'll do the very best I can if I'm fortunate enough to win today.
We're hours away from a once-in-a-lifetime change. We're going to have real change.
From coverage of important races across the nation to the contests being watched across Arizona and here in the Valley, our You Decide 2016 coverage starts now. A You Decide election alert tonight as polls begin to close across the country. Back east, certainly, we've got some new national numbers in the race for U.S. president.
And as you can see here, we have very few votes reported so far, 1% here in the national vote. But right now, with 1% reporting, Donald Trump is up with 68% of that vote. Again, way too early to make any assessment on this. And we're looking at some of the first polls that are closing in some of these states along the East Coast, including in Georgia. I think we're going to show those numbers in just a little bit. But we are keeping an eye on it. And of course, we'll bring you the latest on these polls as they close. Voters getting their say, but those who didn't vote early, look what they were greeted with. Long lines at some Valley polling places this morning. And also a few computer problems, we're told. Polls opening early in Arizona at 6 this morning, and they close at 7 p.m. tonight. A lot of people expected to cast a ballot on their way home from work.
And long lines of a different kind today as students stage a walkout at some Valley high schools.
Hundreds leaving the classroom, they say, to speak out against Maricopa County Sheriff Joe Arpaio. He's facing the same challenger he did last time around, retired Phoenix Police Sergeant Paul Penzone.
Andrew Hasbin is covering this race and the walkouts today. He joins us live with more tonight.
Well, Sheriff Joe Arpaio certainly had the financial edge in this race, raising and spending some $12.5 million. But will that be enough to counter the huge groundswell of Latino voters that have been working the streets trying to get out the vote for months now? One of those groups is called Basta Arpaio. We are at their watch party where they're going to be watching the results come in. And they also helped organize that walkout today. Many students, hundreds of them, in fact, many of them from Maryville High School, walked out of class and hit the streets voters just after school got out. Some walked out and some came after school. The sheriff, as we have been covering, is facing criminal contempt of court charges in the long-running racial profiling case against his office, and those students came out to protest the sheriff and, of course, Donald Trump, who's running for U.S. president. The protesters say they are tired of the sheriff's policies, and they gathered outside a polling place at 51st Avenue in Osborne to urge voters to oppose the longtime sheriff and instead support retired Phoenix Police Sergeant Paul Penzone.
I hope that we get our pile out. His racism, and we just don't need that here, especially with Donald Trump running for president.
What do you think is going to happen today?
I know we're going to win. We're going to win this election.
Well, the sheriff's $12.5 million dwarfed that of Paul Penzone. He was only able to raise about $1 million and spent nearly all of it. But Penzone got some significant help from Democratic billionaire George Soros, whose group Maricopa Strong, a group that's linked to him, a PAC, raised some $3 million and spent almost all of it supporting Paul Penzone. Reporting live in downtown Phoenix, I'm Andrew Hasbun, Fox 10 News.
Thanks, Andrew. Arizona State Treasurer Jeff DeWitt is under fire for an email sent to Trump supporters. A spokesman for the Secretary of State posted a screenshot on Twitter of an email appearing to be from DeWitt saying that the polls close at 9 p.m., but the polls actually close at 7. Now, remember, DeWitt is the chief operating officer for the Republican nominee's campaign, Donald Trump. He told the Associated Press this was an innocent mistake. There was a glitch, and the email somehow went out with the wrong time on it, and it was simply a mistake.
A lot of Arizona voters have already made up their minds about this election. More than 1.7 million ballots have been cast statewide. About 40% of the early ballots were from registered Republicans, 34% coming from Democrats, and 27% of those ballots coming from independents.
We've got a problem, though, brewing in Maricopa County. It may turn out tonight that 200,000 of these ballots that came in late may not be counted by tonight. Activity at the polls running high, typically as it does in a presidential election year.
And this year is definitely no exception. Fox 10's Ty Brennan live at the Maricopa County Recorder's Office with the Outlook. Ty.
Yeah, they're saying that this is some record-breaking early ballots that were mailed out. In fact, they tell us right now that they have estimated about 1 million of those early ballots that have been returned. As of right now, 831,000 of those early ballots have already been tabulated, but they said it's going to be tough to get to that the remainder of those. About 200,000 of those ballots probably won't be counted by tonight. I want to show you, these are all the early ballots that are here at the elections office, and we did speak to Maricopa County Helen Purcell, the recorder here, about some of these issues. She said no major issues today. They did have a few glitches earlier today. I want to show you some video from that earlier. She did say that they had some issues with their electronic tablets, their e-poll books, which hold voter info. Some of them that weren't booting up properly or not working. She says they've worked for most of the day to get those kinks out. This is what she had to say when I spoke to her just a few minutes ago.
We had some issues this morning with the e-poll books. We continue to work on that issue. There were some of them that didn't boot up, so we've been able to either, through our troubleshooters and through our hotlines that we have, walk the people through that, how they get those poll books up. If we've had to switch some out, all of the troubleshooters had an extra one with them. So they've been able to do that and then bring the other one in here. And with the technicians that we've had here, we've been able to bring those up.
Purcell says there's also about 7,000 early ballots that have not been counted yet because 5,000 of those had differing signatures and 2,000 of those didn't have any signatures at all. And in fact, we've been out here all afternoon. We've in fact seeing a trickle of people coming in to alleviate those problems, getting those ballots signed, and also confirming some voter information to make sure that those ballots do get counted. But they expect that at 8 o'clock they will have some preliminary results. We, of course, will be here and bring you the very latest. Reporting in Maricopa County, Ty Brennan, Fox 10 News.
Thanks, Ty. Carrie, this is a huge story developing. The 200,000 ballots in Maricopa County, the most populous county in Arizona, may not be counted by tonight. This could throw results into no man's land where we don't know tonight.
We may not know the presidential outcome.
That's exactly right.
The sheriff's outcome, the proposition outcome. This could end up being a national story.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on that, certainly. As we've been telling you, some voters have had to wait for hours over the past several days to vote early, and those long lines continued today.
Our Christy Siefken continues our coverage. She's live talking to voters in the West Valley. I guess the good news is it means there's a lot of interest in the election. The bad news is no one wants to wait in lines.
You said it perfectly, Carrie. People getting out to vote, but many of them unhappy with those long lines. We've been coming throughout the course of the day here to the Maryvale voting location. This is Church of the Nazarene at 51st and Osborne. This line has at least doubled in the past half an hour. This morning, the lines were extremely long, even longer than what we're looking at now. People were waiting 3 hours to get inside and vote. And we've been talking to people that have come out recently. They've waited anywhere from an hour to an hour and a half. And those are people that probably were waiting, I don't know, a third of the way down the line. So as it's grown, I imagine people will be waiting a whole lot longer. As we look back to earlier today, the lines were so long, some people drove by and said, hey, I don't want to deal with this. I'm going to go to work and try to come back later today. In fact, we ran into one man who did just that. And then we ran into another man who decided it's so important to come out and vote. He brought his daughter with him. Take a listen. What would you say to people who came by earlier, saw the long line, and said, I'm not going to come back?
Come back and vote. Every vote counts, so we need to come in and vote. Put your votes in.
Did you go in to help your dad vote today, Kimberly?
Yes.
Did you pick who he was voting for?
Yes.
Yes? Can you tell us who you voted for?
Hillary Clinton.
You did? For the most part, the voters we've talked to have been in a pretty good mood. Earlier today, a voter was a good Samaritan, brought out a whole bunch of boxes of pizza to help kind of keep people in a good mood as they were waiting in line. Though we did just talk to a couple that said they waited for over an hour. They got inside. There are about 14 booths that were available to vote in, but only a couple of them were being used because there aren't enough volunteers inside to oversee what's going on. So that was a frustration earlier this morning. We got a little bit of a break in the line around 2 o'clock. And looks like that problem could be happening yet again, guys. As people get off of work, they come after the rush hour commute. This line is only going to grow. So we'll be continuing to give you updates throughout the course of the evening on our live newscast and, of course, on Fox News Now. Reporting live in Phoenix, I'm Christy Siefken, Fox 10 News.
Thanks, Christy. And these scenes are being repeated across the country. Similar scenes to what we're seeing in Arizona, all over the nation. Battleground states like North Carolina, people are waiting in line, long lines. Obviously, in a presidential election, voter turnout jumps up about 25% from what you'd see in an off-year election. Some polls in other states have been experiencing some technical difficulties. That's created some wait times. Many locations predicting a record high turnout this year.
Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump spending their election day giving a series of radio interviews in the states that are still up for grabs. Leading into today, about 45 million Americans had already cast their ballots in the presidential election.
Hillary Clinton began the day with multiple paths to victory to get to 270 electoral votes. Donald Trump needs to win most of these hard-fought battleground states to hit that 270 mark and win it if he were to win it. Mark Martinez with a closer look at the battleground states. Mark?
Right, and this is what is going to tell the story of what happens tonight, which way this goes, the Electoral College map. And we know right now Indiana and Kentucky have been called for. Donald Trump giving him right now 19 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton has 3 with Vermont. Here are the states we're going to be keeping a very close eye on: Florida, North Carolina, Michigan, Iowa, Ohio, and even Arizona. That's right. We could be a toss-up state in this. We could go blue for the first time since 1996, so we're keeping a very close eye on those. We're expecting that these results will be coming in just a couple of hours when we get those early returns, the first returns coming in from the East Coast, and we're keeping an eye on this map. We'll be filling them in as the states are called for these candidates. Reporting live, Mark Martinez, Fox 10 News.
Thank you, Mark. Democratic presidential nominee Hillary Clinton casting her own ballot in her hometown of New York. Supporters greeting the former Secretary of State along with former President Bill Clinton outside of their polling station in Chappaqua, New York, the same polling station that they've been voting at for 16 years.
Well, New York is expected to go in the Clinton column over Donald Trump tonight.
The Empire State has voted Democrat in the last 7 presidential elections, even though both candidates are from New York.
Right.
Fox's Joel Waldman is following the Hillary Clinton campaign. He's live for us in New York. Joel?
Carrie and John, good afternoon out there. Good evening out here. Great to be with you. Fox News actually confirming a few of its returns just a few moments ago. Hillary Clinton winning Vermont. Donald Trump taking both Kentucky and Indiana. Hillary Clinton, meanwhile, hoping that voters today decide to make history, electing the first woman ever to the White House. Hillary Clinton casting her ballot back home in Chappaqua, New York, calling it a humbling experience.
So many people are counting on the outcome of this election, what it means for our country.
With a record-setting 46 million early votes and a surge in Latino turnout, Clinton supporters feel optimistic about their path to 270 electoral votes needed to win the White House.
All the early vote signs are very strong in terms of people's energy.
Could be a very long night, could be very short. Look at Florida.
All eyes are in states like Florida, Arizona, and North Carolina, where voters braved long lines.
Hillary Clinton. Why I voted for Hillary, I think we deserve a woman in this year.
And today, a final vote of confidence from the commander-in-chief.
As long as the American people vote, I think we'll do a good job.
And we are told Hillary Clinton has, in fact, prepared 2 different speeches for this evening, one for each possible outcome. She'll be addressing her supporters this evening beneath an actual glass ceiling. Carrie and John.
All right, Joel, thank you very much.
Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump voting in Manhattan alongside wife Melania. Trump says things so far are looking, quote, very good, and he's feeling optimistic about becoming the nation's 45th president.
There may be no home field advantage for the GOP nominee.
New York and its 29 electoral votes expected to go to Hillary Clinton.
Fox's Caroline Shively is following the Trump campaign. She's live in New York tonight. Caroline.
Hi there, John and Carrie. Polls closed less than 12 minutes ago, and things are looking good so far for the Trump campaign. Reince Priebus with the RNC is standing just a few feet to my left. I asked him, how do you feel about Trump's chances? He says cautiously optimistic. After a hard-fought campaign season, Election Day has finally arrived. Donald Trump casting his ballot in the morning near his home in New York City. The Republican nominee was accompanied by his wife Melania, his daughter Ivanka, and her husband and young daughter. Trump's running mate, Indiana Governor Mike Pence, casting his vote in his home state. Joined by his wife Karen and daughter Charlotte, Governor Pence was the final nominee on either ticket to cast a ballot.
A day like today is very humbling and very moving.
Trump's campaign also announced it filed a court challenge in Clark County, Nevada, alleging election violations. A judge later rejected the request for an immediate order to be issued over the concerns voting hours were extended to accommodate long lines.
They brought a lawsuit and it sounded like a good one to me, so I let them bring it. We have to keep the system honest.
And John and Carrie, Trump will be watching at least the early returns at Trump Tower. We are told Clinton will be watching returns just about a block away. Extraordinary to have these two candidates within the same city. John and Carrie, back to you.
Okay, Carolyn, thank you very much. Our You Decide coverage continues on Fox 10. Here's a look at where Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump will be holding their election night parties. The networks didn't have to go far. They're both in New York, just a couple of miles apart from each other. Donald Trump at a Midtown hotel a few blocks from the Trump Tower. This is the first time in 72 years at a major party nominee that they are both from the same state.
And a reminder, you can watch continuing live coverage on our Fox 10 Facebook page. Just head over to facebook.com/Fox10Phoenix.
As we head to break, a look at some of the early voting here and the national vote that don't put too much stock in this. This is so early. But with about 1% of the vote in, Trump 62%, Hillary Clinton 31%. The Electoral College is where the rubber meets the road, and right now Trump has won Kentucky and Indiana. Clinton takes Vermont, and he is leading right now in the Electoral College 19-3 over Clinton. It's early.
Hello everyone, Mike and I are back for more election 2016 coverage. Here in the newsroom, we're going to give you a break from the actual formal newscast and chat with you guys. If you guys have any thoughts you want to share regarding this election, feel free to leave a comment either on YouTube or Facebook.
Absolutely.
We'll be reading them. You can talk about the presidential race, obviously. You can talk about local races here, like the race for sheriff, the race for county attorney.
Prop 205, Prop 206.
Right. There's so many races. Senator McCain up for re-election as well. It is pretty crazy. Mike, what is the race you're looking forward to most? The issue you're looking forward to most?
Locally here in Arizona, I would think it would have to be Prop 205, just because I think it's just such a hot button issue.
So hot button.
And it's just not here in Arizona. There's a lot of other states like California up for it as well. So it'll be interesting to see what these voters as they headed the polls, what did they vote on?
Right, and I'm hearing that California will likely legalize it. I mean, I already feel like it's unofficially legal in Southern California, the amount of dispensaries that you drive by. But that is, I mean, it is a state that has medical marijuana already legal. Here in Arizona, medical marijuana is legal as well. So the question is, should people be able to smoke weed just for fun?
Yeah, that'll be. I mean, talk about a game changer. Think about, because they said if it did pass, it would take effect in about 2018, because all of next year would pretty much get all the infrastructure in line and get that all set up. But could you imagine?
Right. If it was legal?
If it was legal.
I guess, people in Colorado already experience it.
That's true. And you know what? It just seems like there's a lot of tourist things that popped up because of that.
I was actually just going to say, Arizona, I mean, already is a tourist destination. You have things like the Grand Canyon, all the resorts in Scottsdale, things like that. Maybe you want to go to a Cardinals game, but it could be another tourist destination for those people who choose to use marijuana legally.
Yeah, and then also Prop 206 about minimum wage.
Right.
I mean, that's a lot of people thinking about that, because think about how many people are on minimum wage right now. They're struggling to get by.
They are struggling to get by. So now what Prop 206 would do, if passed, it would increase the minimum wage to $12 an hour.
They would like 20.
Whoa, let's not get
That's another
crazy.
thing. Yep.
It's $12 an hour by 2020. That's why 20 was on my mind, guys.
There we go.
But you've already seen fast food workers across the country fight for $15. We've seen those protests here in Arizona, in your hometown of Chicago.
Yes.
A lot of people protesting at McDonald's. So I guess the $12 minimum wage increase here in Arizona would get them closer to that goal if it indeed passes. So it would basically increase incrementally until 2020, and it would get to $12 an hour by 2020 if it indeed passes. It also, not only does it mean a higher minimum wage, but it also requires that employers let employees accrue paid sick time.
Oh, there you go. That's big for them too.
Yeah,
because,
so that's definitely something to keep in mind as well.
Think about it. So many times people are sick and they're forced to go to work, because if they don't work, they don't get a paycheck.
Exactly, and if they're working in places like a fast food restaurant, for example, and they're sick, I mean, they're handling.
Yeah. Do you want them to handle your food?
Do you want your
kids' food?
Your McDouble or your Chick-fil-A sandwich? Who knows what you're ordering in the drive-thru?
Sure.
But we're just saying, it's better that the employees be healthy.
Sure. So it'll be interesting to see. But on the flip side of that, a lot of business owners and franchise owners would get scared about that.
Right. That's true. Increased costs could be a major concern. Actually, John McCain is one of the people that is very vocal against Prop 206. I believe the quote I read, I'm not going to quote him because I'm not going to say it correctly, but the gist of it was he spoke with, corporations like McDonald's, Taco Bell, things like that, and they basically said they have a certain price point that their customers already expect. So if they're going to have to increase the cost of employees, well, then the next time you go through a drive-thru, your food won't be handed to you by a person. It might just be pushed out through a slot.
Yeah, that's true. And I'm hearing a lot more of these fast food joints are soon going to be having just kiosks that you order from.
I know McDonald's is already testing that out.
So that could be interesting as well.
And I'm a big fast food fan, so these are things that I research. I'm like, wow, there are places that already have the automated kiosks set up. I do want to hear from the voters. We should check in. Not the voters, the viewers, but you guys are probably voters too.
We're both today. That's the great thing about our country. You could be both a viewer and a voter at the same time today. And, it's so interesting on Election Day, just because there's a feeling of, a lot of pride, too, for people, because in some countries, we all know that they're not allowed to vote.
They're not allowed to vote. They're just under a dictatorship. Let's check in with the viewers. Michael Griffith commenting on 205, the marijuana proposition, saying, no on 205, medical is fine. Bunch of drug addicts.
Yeah, a lot of people think, that marijuana would be then a gateway drug to harder drugs of cocaine,
Right.
heroin, and other drugs of that nature.
Linda Ray says, I voted no to both. No, no, no. Not fair or right for those that went to school or college. But it's, the thing is, there are some people who did go to school or college and they're still making minimum wage.
Yeah.
Especially if you have an entry-level job in an industry that's very competitive,
Mhm.
you might not even be making, you might be making $10 an hour.
Yeah.
Just a thought.
Then we have one there, Prop 205, one way for the left to come after your guns.
What does that mean? Andrew Mays.
That's from Andrew Mays.
What does he mean by that? How would Prop 205 affect your guns? Prop 205 has to do with legalizing marijuana. Mike, can you elaborate on that?
Maybe he's thinking if... I'm not sure. I'm not sure how Andrew is coming about that, but we would read if he elaborates a little.
Right. And if you guys want to talk to us directly, I know the questions in the comments are kind of crazy. You can tweet us. You can find me Samia Fox 10 or Mike Pache Fox 10. That's Pache Pache. That's Samia Samia. So you can always tweet us as well.
We make it really easy for you.
Yeah, because I know there's so many comments coming in, and your comment or question or concern may get
bumped down or
Yeah.
bumped up, and we can't see it. But let's show the map right now, because Indiana, we heard moments ago, Indiana and Kentucky went for Donald Trump, and Vermont went for Hillary Clinton. So we're going to show you the map right now. This is what we're looking at right now. You can see 3 electoral votes for Hillary Clinton, and Donald Trump has 19 there.
There we go. Oh, we're blocking Trump. Sorry, guys.
There we go. So that is what we are dealing with right now. And take a look at the popular vote, as Hillary Clinton is creeping up now on that popular vote.
Right, and again, these are only from the states of Indiana, Kentucky, and Vermont. It's very early, but if you'd like to take a screen grab now for you Donald Trump fans, the MAGA supporters, take a screen grab now. Popular vote, Trump leads by more than 300,000. I love watching this as it just keeps adding up. It is such a cool little visual. Thank you, Fox News. We appreciate this.
Now, Sami, what state are you looking forward to as far as the results coming in?
Florida, duh. If you're not looking forward to Florida, you haven't been following this election closely.
Yeah.
Florida is everything.
That's what it's going to be all about. And
I mean, also Pennsylvania, Hillary Clinton's team has spent a lot of time in Pennsylvania. Even though a lot of people think Pennsylvania is basically a blue state now, they're not taking any chance, or they weren't taking any chances.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
And Ohio, I'm looking at too. Got to look at Ohio always.
Right.
Because we all know that the governor, John Kasich, there did not give any support.
Yeah, John Kasich isn't a fan of Donald Trump,
At
and
all.
he never sold out. He sort of stuck to his own principles.
He really did.
Ted Cruz, had in the end sort of put his support behind
Trump. But
Trump.
still wouldn't halfway, because at times, even at the rallies, he wasn't even saying Donald Trump's name.
Right. So, I mean, John Kasich also ran for president. A lot of people felt like he would have been a better representative of the Republican Party, at least in its traditional form. But there are a lot of Donald Trump supporters out there. So many Donald Trump supporters out there. People who have spent their time and energy, their money to support the candidate, buying Make America Great Again hats. In fact, the guy that was voting right across from me at the polling place this morning wore his Make America Great Again hat. So it was like, I wonder who you're voting for.
Yeah. You know what I like about this night is, this is the culmination of what we saw for the past 18 months. Figure,
I know.
We pretty much saw every rally.
Single thing.
And it's interesting to see it all come together
For this moment.
way.
This moment right here on the screen.
Absolutely there.
Guys, this is a cool commercial. I just wanted to show you guys the cool promos that we have on air.
That was a great promo for tonight's coverage here as it keeps going on.
Right. So again, you guys are looking at a live look at Donald Trump's party setup in New York. I'm not going to call either candidate's party a victory party because that would be
We don't know yet.
of me.
We just don't know.
So I'm just going to call it a party or a gathering of sorts.
Yeah.
This party is too positive. If you lose, it's kind of...
That's true.
Yeah.
I've got some campaign 2016 news, some brand new news that just came down. Polling extended in parts of North Carolina. The North Carolina Board of Elections has extended polls in 2 counties amid reports of high turnout in that state. Now we know North Carolina was a true battleground.
Absolutely. So that's a pretty big deal.
So one precinct in Columbus County to stay open an extra 30 minutes. Meanwhile, 2 precincts in Durham County have been extended for 60 minutes. 6 more precincts in Durham extended to various times requested, varied from 30 to 45 minutes there. And then meanwhile in New Hampshire, polling extended till 8 p.m. Eastern time there.
Wow. Mike, all I can say is it could be a long night.
I know. And
Should I have brought my sleeping bag?
You may be, because if, just say if Florida goes for Trump, I think it's going to be a real long night.
All eyes are on Florida. That's what I'm saying. All eyes are on Florida. Okay, let's talk about another issue related to the presidential campaign. Mike, you and I have watched so many events. So many live events.
Sure.
Both Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump events, as well as other candidates who were in the mix before, the results of the primary season came out. I remember when there were 17 Republican candidates. Yes, even you, George Pataki. It's so interesting that we're finally here. It's the culmination of all of this hard work and sacrifice. All these candidates put in all this time and energy because they want to lead this country. They believe in this country. One candidate talks about how he wants to make America great again.
I'm sure.
Another candidate says she thinks America's already pretty great.
Yeah.
And the question is, who will the voters choose today?
45th President of the United States. Who will it be? It looks like we have Liz at a Valley school right now for a watch party. Let's
check in.
Let's take that.
For their election night watch party, and this was all they're doing. They organized everything, put up all the decorations, contacted State Senator Lupe Contreras for financial help, eventually got that financial help. So how did all of this start? Where does this all come from? Well, these students tell me they were motivated by the reading material in their English classes, specifically the book 1984. They drew comparisons between the book and this year's election, and it's made them so excited to watch everything that unfolds tonight, and their teachers have been just as inspired.
It is very important. Our kids come from an economically diverse and culturally diverse community, and so they need to know about the issues, not just so that they can go out and vote, but so that they know how to vote correctly and vote informed.
And it's so weird that we're going to see, or I guess interesting, who's going to be the president. So I want to be there for history. I want to see it right there.
It's important to be involved in politics, so you know who is going to run your country. Although you cannot vote at this time, it'll give you good practice for when you do vote, and you look for what's good in candidates and what's not so good, and to further develop your political opinion.
Predictions in this room are mixed, but everyone is in agreement that this is an election that has the potential to be eventful and unpredictable, and they're going to be following along right here on their own electoral map until about 9 o'clock tonight. In Phoenix, Liz Kodalik, Fox 10 News.
Liz, I know my kids are following it.
Oh, yeah.
My kids out there are.
We talked about it on the way to school today.
Arizona polls remain busy at this hour, around 90 minutes until the polls close, and our state.
Coming up next, we have a Senate race in Arizona. John McCain and Ann Kirkpatrick, one of the many races we're following tonight. Fox 10's coverage of the 2016 election continues in just a moment.
All right, guys, and now we have breaking news out of Southern California. In case you missed it, a shooting took place. Multiple people injured. I believe one person killed.
Passed away, yes.
Yeah, this is out in Azusa, California, Southern California, just near a polling place. Interestingly enough, as a result, 2 Southern California polling places on lockdown because of this. You guys are looking at live aerials from Southern California. It looks like SWAT is on hand. There's a situation there. We don't have a lot of information. This is still very preliminary.
Yeah, very fluid they're going to bring the robot here. And if we could just lower that helicopter, I'm looking at loud feed there. But Yeah, so SWAT is out. Definitely not what some people there in California were thinking when they were going to their polling places, but could you imagine this happening right around the corner from a polling place?
So
yeah,
crazy.
A lot of people would be on pins and needles right here.
Well, the issue here is that the shooter is on the loose.
See, that's
so
scary.
This is obviously a very
That's scary.
concerning issue. I can't help but think back to the San Bernardino shooting. Obviously, this is not related to that at all. We have no indication that it's terrorism or anything like that. But it is something that took place in Southern California, specifically the Inland Empire of California, and shooter on the loose, you have to be a bit concerned. So these are live aerials. The reason that we are including it in our election coverage is because polling places have shut down or are on lockdown as a result, and this shooting took place near a polling place in Southern California.
Yeah, so very, very sad news here.
Yeah.
And we just heard from a Fox News projection that West Virginia has been called, and if we want to throw up we still have our map there.
We will have our map in just a second.
I want to show everybody this as it's coming down and being projected.
Well, it's not on the map yet.
Not on the map there yet.
So do we want to show them?
Oh, show receiver 41 though.
Okay.
There we go.
Boom.
Okay, so that was called for Donald Trump, 24-3 right now.
Right, and we kind of knew West Virginia was going to Donald Trump anyways. This isn't really breaking news necessarily, but it is new information.
Yes, very new stuff, and as it comes down, we'll be updating you throughout the evening here. This is when it gets fun right now. Now when you're getting a little bit closer, these polls are starting to close, and then when you're hearing reports as well as North Carolina needs to extend some of their precincts because the voter turnout is so high and it's a total toss-up there. My voice is raising because I'm getting excited here, Sonia.
I know, it is. It's an exciting thing. Obviously, following the election closely, you can't help but look forward to the results of this race, this presidential race that we've been following nonstop. But another race I'm looking forward to hearing the results of the Senate race. Now, John McCain is leading in the polls. We're actually doing a story on our newscast live right now, so let's go ahead and check in with this story.
Total votes by day's end, which could leave the presidential race up in the air. This could become a national story and an embarrassment for Arizona.
There's about 200,000 ballots that they may not be able to get to tonight. Now, you can imagine election workers had counted roughly 800,000 early ballots. That means there are roughly another 200,000 that need to be counted. These came in late. They have to verify signatures, then they have to be counted. This takes time. It may not happen tonight. So any close races, they may not be decided tonight. Trump and Clinton have been neck and neck in Arizona, as you know. Other races could also be impacted by this as well.
We are going to stay on top of this story all night. Meantime, a steady flow of voters continuing to line up at our polls. Christy Siefkin is live with a look at how things are moving. Lines feel pretty long out there. Actually, I see them behind you.
The line has gotten even longer, Carrie, since I talked to you guys just about a half hour ago. Take a look at this orange pipe over my shoulder. We spoke to a woman that started in line at that pipe. She said it took her 2 hours to get inside and then get back out. Look how many people are lined up behind that orange pipe now. We've easily got a few dozen. This is the Church of the Nazarene in Maryvale. So all of these people in line, they are facing easily a 2 to 3 hour wait. Very reminiscent of what we saw just a few months ago when Arizona ended up in national news as a result of not having enough polling locations. And it sounds like that's the problem here as well. There's plenty of booths inside, but voters are telling us that there's only a few volunteers, and that's causing the backups. There's only a few people to monitor the voting that's happening. That, in fact, is what's causing the backup right now and what was causing the backup earlier this morning. We have those Skyfox pictures for you showing you that these long lines are nothing new. We got a little bit of a break in the afternoon, but the line growing once again. The good news in this is that a good Samaritan saw this long line and said, hey, how can I make this easier for people? Well, that person decided, I'm going to bring dozens of boxes of pizza and hand them out to people so that maybe it'll help distract them from those long lines. Take a listen to one gentleman who took a bite of that pizza earlier.
They said that a voter felt bad for the people in line, so he bought for everybody.
Oh my God.
And they said you can take a box if you want.
So just a reminder, if you are headed out to Maryvale Church of the Nazarene, pack a water bottle, pack your patience. You're going to be in line for potentially a couple of hours. Reporting live in Phoenix, I'm Christy Siefkin, Fox 10 News.
Thank you, Christy. One of the big battles that has been going on around the state for months is the fight over Arizona Senate between incumbent John McCain, our senior senator, and challenger Ann Kirkpatrick.
Let's first go live to Linda Williams. She's covering the McCain campaign. And Linda, McCain will not be with fellow Republicans tonight at the hotel. This is interesting.
Just another sign of what a strange and unusual campaign season this has been this year of 2016. I've been covering the senator for decades. Every year when he's running for Senate, he gathers with fellow Republicans down at the Hyatt, and they put on this show of solidarity. This year, that's not the case. The Republicans are down at the Hyatt, but take a look at where Senator McCain has decided to have his event. We are here at the Heard Museum. Earlier, the 80-year-old went to meet with supporters and thank them for all they've done, his volunteers. He also went to vote this morning. That's the video you're looking at. This is at the Mountain View Christian Church in the Biltmore area. He is comfortably ahead of Democrat Ann Kirkpatrick. We're told that she also voted this morning in Phoenix. The senator was all smiles, shaking hands, being friendly until reporters tried to ask him about Donald Trump.
I'm not going to talk about Donald Trump. Okay, I'm not. No, I am not, and have not, and will not. Okay, I will not.
So he was very abrupt. He did not want to talk about it at all. He has said all along that he would not be talking about Donald Trump. And maybe perhaps after all the returns have come in and everything's decided, we can actually get him to discuss the Republicans' nominee this year. So we are here. We do not expect to see the senator and Mrs. McCain until this race has been called. About 400 people will be gathering here at the Heard Museum. We are told that it is a full event. Everyone was invited and has RSVP'd. So we will be waiting to hear from the senator later tonight. But what an interesting season. Let's go to the other side of the aisle, as they say, and head over to Danielle Miller. She, of course, has been covering Democrat Ann Kirkpatrick.
Yeah, absolutely, Linda. Now, we're here at the Renaissance Hotel in downtown Phoenix, where we're told Ann Kirkpatrick will be here tonight at the Democratic Party here. Now, the three-term Congresswoman, she actually chose not to seek re-election in this, but rather go after this Senate race up against John McCain. Now, when this race was first announced here, the polls were pretty close. And then once we hit here in the summertime and even into the fall, this is when John McCain pulled ahead in the polls here. Now, some of the things that Kirkpatrick has rallied for are veterans issues, also helping veterans obtain their benefits. But now one of the big things here, Obamacare. This is something that McCain has come after her about because of her support for it. Obviously, this is a huge issue here in Arizona. Now, many people know, even with this presidential election, obviously Arizona has become a battleground state. We've had so many people here campaigning for their people here, Hillary Clinton, Michelle Obama, things like that. So just not sure at this time if any of that will matter with this Senate race, obviously because of the battleground state. That's just something that we're going to have to kind of wait and hear and see tonight. But we are expecting her to be here tonight, win or lose. So we're hoping to talk to her. Guys, back to you.
Okay, Danielle, thank you. Another race that's received a lot of attention both here and nationally, the battle for Arizona's 1st congressional district, a huge district.
This is a race between Paul Babu, the Republican, and Tom O'Halloran, the Democrat. Nicole Garcia has been following that race. She joins us now live. Nicole.
Well, Paul Babu and his campaign are in wait-and-see mode tonight. The sheriff spending the day rallying for votes in the far northern edge of the 1st Congressional District in Apache County, which is about a 5-hour drive from here in downtown Phoenix. So he's quite a ways away. He's not expected to be here until later tonight. Babu is up against Democratic former lawmaker Tom O'Halloran. Babu has been pummeled with a stream of negative ads. Democratic groups have spent $2.3 million on attack ads against Babu, mainly focusing on allegations of child abuse at a Massachusetts boarding school that Babu oversaw from 1999 to 2001. Now, recent polls have given O'Halloran almost a double-digit lead over Babu, so this is a very cautiously optimistic time for Babu. This is also his second run for Congress. He had to end his first bid back in 2012 after controversy over his gay boyfriend made headlines, so it remains to be seen whether Paul Babu's past is going to come back to haunt him at the polls today. Again, he is in the far northern part of the state. He's expected to come here to the Hyatt and watch returns come in a private room here, but we're told he may not come down and join the party here, depending on how the election results pan out. Reporting live in downtown Phoenix, I'm Nicole Garcia, Fox 10 News.
Thanks, Nicole. So the big number tonight for the presidential candidates is who can get to 270 electoral college votes needed to win the White House.
Mark Martinez is following that. This is the big prize, the White House, and this is where it is. Who has 270 votes at the end of the night?
That's right, and we're already getting some states that are now reporting that we can officially call. Donald Trump, as you can see on our map, officially takes Indiana, West Virginia, and Kentucky, and Vermont has gone for Hillary Clinton. Votes coming in right now as far as the numbers go, but as you can see, we do have 24 for Donald Trump and 3 for Hillary Clinton. The states we are keeping an eye on: Florida, North Carolina, Ohio, Michigan, and Iowa as well. And we are also keeping an eye on Arizona. We know that this could be a toss-up state for the first time in a long time. So these are the states that we're keeping an eye on. We'll be getting these numbers coming in throughout the evening. We'll be updating these for you on our Electoral College map as we get those official results coming in. Reporting live, Mark Martinez, Fox 10 News.
Thanks, Mark. Coming up, a closer look at the propositions on the ballot, 2 very important ones.
Plus, this U.S. territory has called every presidential election correctly since Ronald Reagan in 1980. Where this is and who they picked this year.
Just because of...
All right, guys, and we want to go ahead and show you guys the map once again. Look at that. We have 3 states for Donald Trump, 1 state for Hillary Clinton. It is early. Just want to go ahead and show you guys that.
And we got some news here that Fox is reporting that Hillary Clinton has a lead in North Carolina, although it's too early to declare a winner in that key swing state there. But wow.
Good to know, Mike. Good to know. And just another look at Donald Trump's gathering in New York City. Again, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton having each of their events in New York City.
In New York City. There we go. First time since 1944 that we're seeing that. So
crazy.
Another history marker there on this
And
campaign.
It happens to be the biggest city in the country. Both candidates.
Market number 1, we call it.
Yes. In the news business.
Yes.
In the news business.
What's interesting, though, did you hear about this on Friday? TMZ reported this about the Hillary Clinton campaign. You know, they had a fireworks permit to go over the Hudson River. Mm-hmm. And then last Friday, TMZ learned that the Clinton campaign canceled.
By the way, breaking news.
What do we got?
Sorry for interrupting you. We can get back to that topic in a second, but breaking news here.
Here we go.
The Arizona Democratic Party asking a judge to keep the polls in Maricopa County, that's Arizona's largest county, open for an extra 2 hours. The filing comes just hours before the planned 7 p.m. poll closing.
So that means the demand is high.
And this is apparently opposed by the county recorder. Democratic Party spokeswoman Barb Lubin says complication with voting early in the morning prompted the lawsuit. She says that e-poll books containing voter registration information were problematic and that there were long lines and a record number of voters in the county. Recorder spokeswoman Elizabeth Bartholomew says that county lawyers were in court arguing against the request at about 5:30, so just in the last 15 minutes. She says that state law requires a 7 p.m. closing and anyone already in line will be allowed to vote without court intervention. So the question is, will the court grant the Arizona Democratic Party's request?
It's going to be interesting. We'll see how that all unfolds there. That could be big too, you know, get more people in the lines and see what'll happen with that voting there in Arizona.
Right, and just to give you guys an update on the breaking news we had out of California, that shooting there, I want to go in and show you guys these live aerials right now. Out of Southern California.
Yeah, looks like we got the robot out now. What they do is when they bring on this robot, there's a camera attached to this robot and giving a kind of a perspective so the police don't have to get too close to the home if they think the suspect might be in there. So we're going to be watching that for you, and we're also going to be going back to our Fox 10 News at 5:30 right now.
You all know in this. And let's take a look at the Electoral College. 270 needed to win. Right now, Donald Trump is ahead with 24. Hillary Clinton has 3, but we have not gotten all the numbers counted in some of the big states. Of course, the Floridas, the Ohios, the North Carolinas. So we're awaiting that. It's still way too early to make much of a read on this.
We will be updating these numbers throughout the newscast.
Got a couple, are we going to take the breaking news here? No? Arizona voters also deciding a couple of controversial propositions on today's ballot, including Prop 205, the battle to legalize recreational marijuana.
Marcy Jones joins us live with more on that story tonight. Marcy.
That's right, guys. I'm here at Crescent Ballroom, downtown Phoenix. Not only are they having a Prop 205 party, but they're also having an overall election viewing party. They have a big brick wall, a projector. It's great. You won't miss a beat. Now, this Prop 205, very big in California, Massachusetts, Maine, Nevada. But let's talk about right here in Arizona. Now, the supporters of Prop 205 tell me that the most common argument they run into against Prop 205 is that people don't believe that this money will really go towards the schools. They say they've been promised school funding time and time again, but there's always a catch, maybe an asterisk that says if this, and this happen, then eventually the money will end up somewhere else. They also say edibles is a huge concern. They don't want their little kids running around with a gummy bear with some pot in it, thinking that it's just candy. They also say the hypocrisy of it. They grew up thinking that just say no to drugs, and now all of a sudden we're changing our minds on that. Now, supporters of Prop 205 tell me that their biggest reason for voting yes are natural rights to liberty, in which this country was founded. They don't want the government controlling a substance they deem harmless, adding that they'd rather have money go to public schools rather than drug cartels. Now, it'll be interesting to see what happens tonight. You know, people on both ends are saying that they think they had the advantage over the other, but here is the good news. If you're not into the Republican Party or the Democratic Party, but you're into a cocktail party, Crescent Ballroom and a lot of other places downtown are having specials tonight on drinks. So if you need to ease the pain a little bit, you can do that here or lots of other places downtown, but make sure you get out and vote. That is the main thing tonight. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Marcy.
Yeah, easing the pain is, that may be the operative word. Thank you, Marcy.
Thanks. Also on the ballot, a proposition that would raise the minimum wage here in Arizona. Prop 206 would bring the minimum wage from $8.05 an hour to $10 an hour next year, and then up to $12 by 2020. And it would also require businesses to pay sick time to their employees.
Well, as we head to break here, we've got some developing news involving the Democratic Party in Arizona, saying that they want to see the polls remain open for 2 more hours tonight.
They have gone to a judge with this request. They say they want them to not close until basically 9 o'clock now, and they're blaming it on some sort of complication with voting early in the morning that they're saying is now prompting a lawsuit. So the question is, are the polls going to close at 7 p.m.?
I don't think we have a decision yet.
We don't have a decision yet.
So don't think that they're going to remain open till 9 o'clock. Get out and vote if you can before 7 o'clock, because that is the kind of drop dead. If you're in line at 7 o'clock, you'll be able to cast your ballot. We don't know if they're going to extend it or not, so we'll keep you posted.
The other big question tonight is, will the votes all be counted? We have about 200,000, possibly more, that we're being told from Maricopa County Recorder's Office may not be counted tonight.
That could throw a lot of races into chaos. We may not have answers tonight on some of these races.
We will keep you posted, but in the meantime, it was must-see TV throughout the campaign season. We're talking about the presidential debates.
And coming up next, we're going to talk with Steve Kraft, who joined me at all 3 of the debates, well, at least 2 out of 3, and he reflects back on the war of words between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton right after this.
It's so awkward. Why don't I? You guys are watching us awkwardly sit around. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys the electoral map right now so you guys have a rough idea of exactly what the nationwide map looks like right now.
Perfect. So there we go. 24 electoral votes right now for Donald Trump. 3 for Hillary Clinton, still very early.
Yeah, and I like this better now that we're side by
Hey,
side.
there we go. Yeah, I
It was
look.
like
You know what? I kind of looked like the guy that didn't get invited to a party, but still showed up to see maybe if the door was open.
Right.
You know?
I felt like we were on the log ride at Disneyland, and
Yeah.
I was in front of you, and we were on like some theme park ride.
Okay,
was like,
now
this
I
is
feel part of
awkward.
the party. Yeah.
Yeah. So, guys, we just wanted to update our sidebar. So we want to give you guys a couple key things to keep in mind. Polls closing in Arizona at 7 o'clock tonight. That's an hour and 11 minutes as of right now. Now, we just did learn that the Democratic Party has asked for the polls, specifically in Maricopa County, the polling places to be open
This
for
would
an
be
extra
big.
2 hours.
This would be big.
Helen Purcell, the county recorder, is trying to fight this right now. The question is, will the judge decide?
Yeah,
will
we
the
don't
courts
know.
decide? Hey,
We
you
don't
know
know.
what? We are going to extend.
Oh, we got a
voting
new
here in
projection.
Arizona.
South Carolina going to Trump.
South Carolina going to Donald Trump, guys.
I heard it Carolina. I had to cut you off because I was like, uh-oh, is this big? Is this big? But it's South
It's
Carolina.
Carolina.
It is Carolina.
That
so,
means our map should be updating momentarily.
and we'll show that to you.
Yeah. But back to our great bullet points that we
There
have
you
right
go.
here. So the polls are closing tentatively right now at 7 o'clock, but it's possible that it could be extended to 9 o'clock
Wow.
if the Democrats get their wish granted. Now, state law says that the polls have to close at 7, so we'll see what happens. Also, something to keep in mind, some early Arizona voters may not have their votes counted today. This is pretty controversial. So we just got an update from the Associated Press in the last couple hours. Basically, as of right now, there's about 800,000 early votes that have been counted. 1.1 million people mailed in or sent in early votes. And they have about 200,000 that they still need to count, and also another 150,000 that were dropped off at polling sites today. You know, when you just dropped it off?
Yeah.
So this is pretty controversial. That it's a large chunk. I mean, if there's 1.1 million early votes and 300,000 of them aren't counted, this isn't like 10,000 or 15,000, some small percentage. This is like at least 20, 30%. This is a big number, guys. So, oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's big. Yeah, Sammy is.
That's my reaction.
Yeah,
like,
Sammy-
I just don't. I mean, it sucks because I feel like people who go out of their way to vote early are doing so because they really want to make sure their vote is counted.
Sure.
You know, you have gone out of your way. You want to vote early. You don't want to risk anything like election day is here and suddenly you get a flat tire or you're sick or something happens and then you don't get to vote at all.
Well, that's, a lot of people, myself included, don't like to early vote. Just because of something fishy and something screwy.
See,
Could happen.
and this is what I was talking about earlier. People who tend to lean more towards different sorts of conspiracies, or maybe people have trust
Oh, it's not a
issues.
conspiracy. It's just like, I think it's like,
You just
there's
never
too much
know.
time for your ballot to be somewhere.
Other than where it needs to be.
That's
if,
the case.
What if you don't trust your mailman?
I know.
You know.
Yeah.
There's that too. And I honestly, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I vote for this. I mean, I also vote because it's our civic duty, but getting that I voted sticker, it makes it seem so official.
You wait
Like-
4 years for it.
What did I say on Instagram, guys? Sticks or it didn't happen.
There it is.
Which, if you guys want to find me on
There it is.
Instagram, you can. Sami Khan. By the way, if you guys want to join the conversation, right now there are just so many comments coming in on YouTube and Facebook. It might actually be easier if you just tweet us. So we have our Twitter handle right there.
Absolutely.
You can tweet us.
We'd love to hear
Samia,
from you
Mike,
guys.
We are right there on the internet. Join us
Absolutely.
in the conversation about election 2016.
And, we like to thank everybody watching on fox10phoenix.com as well as Facebook Live. You guys have been with us for the last 18 months, covering it all, rally
I know,
after rally.
every single day.
Now
Day in, day out. Started from the bottom, now we hear. That line doesn't even make sense, but I wanted to say it.
There you go. You know what? For anyone that's playing at home, would we get a Drake reference in there? You won. There you go. You made it happen. You made someone happy there, Samia, for those playing at home.
I hope you guys are playing games at home when you're watching our broadcast.
There you go. That'd be nice.
How many times is Mike going to say beautiful?
No. I would do the over-under about 7.5. I hope everyone's picking over.
Well, we're going to chat some more in just a few minutes, read some of your comments that come in on Twitter. Make sure to tweet us in the next couple of minutes. In the meantime, we're going to take you to our currently scheduled local newscast. They're doing some election coverage right now.
Debate, but was more effective by the third debate. Trump asking Hillary Clinton what she'd accomplished over 30 years and pressing her on exactly why people should vote for her. So, these 3 debates gave people a glimpse into the characters of the candidates and also gave people some perspective on how they might actually operate were they to win the Oval Office. Back to you.
Thanks, Steve. It will be interesting to watch tonight how this all plays out. We are getting more numbers, more states. Their polls are closing in the next few minutes as the battle between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton nears its conclusion.
Our coverage of this historic 2016 election continues when we come right back.
Yeah, so you guys heard like the last couple seconds of that
That's all right.
newscast update, but it's okay because you have me and Mike. And just a heads up, those of you who have been watching us all afternoon, Facebook has a limit as to how long a live stream can go, so we're actually going to be wrapping up this Facebook live stream in just a couple minutes.
Come on, Mark.
But if you go to facebook.com/Fox10 Phoenix, at 6 o'clock exactly, a brand new broadcast will be launching.
There you go. And for those of you watching on fox10phoenix.com, don't worry. We're not going anywhere. We're keeping the stream going.
All night, guys. It's going to be a party. You guys, can I tell you something? Months ago, Mike would come up to me all the time. He's like, November 8th. We're going to be 24 hours. I would just like laugh at him. But if Arizona's having some election issues and we don't know
if
who
Florida
president
never
is,
gets called like 2000, well,
maybe we will be pulling an all-nighter.
We could be.
Oh my gosh. By the way, I love this camera. It's so much better than the other camera we were using, guys. Just a heads up again, I'm going to need to update this since Donald Trump has won another state. He has won South Carolina. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the Fox map that we have for you right there.
And there it is, 33 now electoral votes for Mr. Trump.
And just a few for Hillary Clinton. I actually prefer this map that we have here, only because it's a little more clear.
Sure.
And the other map, the blue sort of blends into the background.
And there you see that popular vote going up, up, up.
Isn't that an interesting thing to watch, right? Look at that.
And we love having that map right there.
It's so great. I love this map. The popular vote, it's getting very tight, but Donald Trump has had about a 300,000 vote lead for at least the last half hour, Mike?
Yeah, so it's...
But remember, it's not about the popular vote when it comes to president.
No, it's not. We saw Al Gore win it in 2000 with the popular vote, but did he get to the White House? No, he didn't.
He did not. He did not.
So we really appreciate you guys being with us here for our continuous coverage. This is election night 2016. We're here for you.
We are here for you. And I'm already getting different tweets in from viewers. Want to read a couple. Lennart Ghosh tweeting us from Germany.
There
oh my
it
gosh,
is.
Lennart saying, greetings
Wow.
to Arizona from Germany, watching you in the middle of the night. Well, I know how important this election is to people all around the world. There are people around the world that are diehard Donald Trump supporters and people around the world that really can't stand Donald Trump. So obviously all eyes are on America and what's happening here. So we appreciate you guys tuning in, whether you're here in Arizona or in South Carolina or like in Lennart's case, if you're in Germany.
There you go. And what we want to do now is get you set up for Fox 10 News at 6, right at the top of the hour here. And they're going into coverage in just a little bit, so you'll have the very latest information, including from all of our reporters out in the field. You know what I like about this day is when we get to look, you guys don't see it, but we have this setup here where we see all these different camera shots, and usually it's not all filled up, but when it's election night, you get all the reporters out there. It's kind of cool to see them all out and about.
It's team coverage. It's really a team effort. I want to also give a shout out to one of our other viewers, Minecraft Maker. I live in the UK. I'm 15 years old, and I'm worried if Trump becomes the president because I don't know what Trump will plan to do.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
And shout outs to Alejo Benitez, Ale, saying you two are doing a great job. Keep it up. Thanks for always being a loyal viewer, Ale. We appreciate you. Again, you guys, if you want to tweet us your comments on the election, whether it's Hillary versus Trump or Sheriff Arpaio versus Penzone or John McCain versus Ann Kirkpatrick or Prop 205 or Prop 206 or any of the other races that we don't maybe talk about as much but are still important.
Absolutely.
Tweet us. We will monitor Twitter. We want to incorporate you guys, the viewers. We know a lot of you guys are tuning in on YouTube and on Facebook, but sometimes there's just so many comments that come in that it's really hard for us to read each comment. And, there's some good comments just in the mix, but then there's some negative comments in the mix, so it's hard to filter through it all. So if you guys want to tweet us, it'll be a lot easier to get your name on air during our election 2016
There we
coverage.
go. And for those of you watching on Facebook Live right now, that video stream, is it up or down, Daisy?
We're best about to wrap up.
Okay, we're going to wrap that one up. And then, so don't go anywhere. You could go on fox10phoenix.com or wait for the news stream to begin on Facebook in just a little bit.
Right,
We got that 4-hour.
/Fox10 Just hit refresh on this page, and a new live stream will be starting in just a minute.
And
Share it with your friends.
Right now, we want to show you some fun tag board tweets that are coming through our station right now. I think that would be interesting to see there. We're at Receive 41 for us. Take a look at just, this is hashtag AZVotes, and this is what people have been sending in. You see, there's a sticker there.
Yeah,
Samia,
I mean, that's what I'm saying. A lot of people vote for the sticker. I'm not the only one, Mike. I'm not the only one. That's all I'm saying.
Yes.
I obviously didn't vote just for the sticker, but the sticker is my motivation to vote on election day and not vote early. That's all I'm saying.
There you go.
I was going to vote either way. You know, I'm going to exercise my right as a U.S. citizen. But I made a choice to exercise it today for that sticker. That's all I'm saying. They just made a really big announcement.
District of Columbia, Delaware, Illinois, Massachusetts, Maryland, New Jersey, and Rhode Island. On the Senate side, Fox News did a handicap or will win the seat in Illinois. This is a flip of Democrats. It will take so far a net win in the Senate of one seat at this time.
All right, Mike, so they're making a lot of announcements right now. They just announced a handful of states that went to Donald Trump and a handful that went to Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, we're gonna see that map flip really right now. Though Hillary Clinton, as expected, won Illinois, so that's
your home state.
That was my home state. So once again, Illinois covering for the blue right now, but the map is generating right now, and let's go to it right now. The latest electoral map right here.
Polls have closed in Florida, New Hampshire, and Pennsylvania, but all three states are still too close to call.
And Florida, New Hampshire, and Pennsylvania, all polls have closed, but too close to call right now.
And those are the states those are the states that everyone is watching, Mike.
Yeah, this is it.
Florida, New Hampshire, and Pennsylvania, polls have closed, and it's too close to call. That is huge because, especially with Pennsylvania and Florida, the amount of electoral votes they have up for grabs. New Hampshire is a smaller state, obviously, less electoral votes, but still, this is just, it's starting to get crazy, Mike. I'm sensing that it's going to be getting crazy.
Well, it's going to be a long night, everyone.
A long night, indeed. And I did see that many of you guys started tweeting us, so we do want to let you guys know that we are reading your tweets and that we will read some of them on air. I want to go ahead and show you guys that map once again. Look at that. And we're going to take you now to our newscast coverage of the election.
Even very long. Around 7, 8 o'clock, 3-hour waits were being reported. Easily 3-hour waits this evening as well. Many different voters coming out and theorizing why it's taking so long. Several voters have told us that there are very few volunteers inside, that it's taking a very long time to check people in, and that many of the booths, in fact, that are inside, that they're open, that they're not being used. We've heard that multiple times from voters that are coming out. In fact, we talked to a couple earlier who observed that problem. Take a listen.
There are only 2 people that are checking people in to vote. There's a total of about 20 booths inside of there where people can sit and physically vote. However, only 2 or 3 are occupied at a time because the registration process is just so slow.
We were standing there and I was like, I don't even think I want to vote anymore. I don't even think this is that important.
But the stakes are high with Arpaio and 205 on the ballot this year.
Yeah.
So it was important for us to vote.
Well, just now we're starting to hear some chants outside. Hey, hey, ho, ho, Joe Arpaio must go. So obviously some vocal voters on that account. And also tonight what we're dealing with are people that came to the voting place and they've just decided to leave. Voters coming in this morning, they saw the long lines. They looked out the window and said, I'm not going to wait for 3 hours. I'm going to go and head into work. We just spoke to another gentleman who waited in line for 2 hours, found out he was at the wrong polling location, and he just is too tired to go to his correct polling location now. So unfortunately, Mark, it's seems like this might be a repeat performance, or at least similar to some of the problems that we saw a few months ago in the primaries. Reporting live from Phoenix, I'm Christy Siefkin, Fox 10 News.
All right, Christy, let's hope we don't see that again, but we'll keep on top of it tonight. Here's what some of you are saying tonight on our Facebook page. Bill writes, I've been voting at the same polling place for over 25 years and never had to stand in line. Today I waited in line for an hour and 20 minutes. Nice to see good turnout. So he had a good experience even though he had to wait. Joe Lynn says, was at a polling station at 6 a.m. in Mesa. I waited 2 hours because they only had one operational computer to check people in. Again, that's what the Arizona Democratic Party is talking about as far as delaying maybe the voting tonight by a couple of hours. And Jolie writes, do not use a Sharpie pen. The ink bleeds through and your vote will not be counted. I wonder how many mail-in ballots were tossed out. So log on to our Facebook page and send us your feedback and what your voting experience has been like. We do have some new states to call now, too, as far as the electoral map goes. Donald Trump has just taken Oklahoma, and Hillary Clinton has won Delaware, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey, and the District of Columbia. We've got a few others here as well for Donald Trump. We've got Alabama, Mississippi, Missouri, Oklahoma, Tennessee. And for Hillary Clinton, again, Connecticut, D.C., Delaware, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, New Jersey, and Rhode Island. So a big voter turnout all across the country and here in Arizona. And there have also been some issues, though. The Maricopa County Recorder says some poll workers' tablets that verify people's voter registration didn't work, and that thousands of signatures on early ballots did not match. Fox 10's Ty Brennan has more.
Here in Maricopa County, they have received a record number of early ballots. They're estimating right now to have received about 1 million of those. So far, 831 of those have been tabulated, but that means there's upwards of 200,000 of those ballots that they're telling us right now probably won't be counted until tomorrow. Take a look behind me. You can see these are all of the counted ballots. Now, Helen Purcell, the Maricopa County Recorder, says so far today, they haven't seen too many issues out at the polls despite the huge turnout. Now, early this morning, they did have issues with their e-poll books, which verify voter info, but they have worked to fix that.
There were some of them that didn't boot up, so we've been able to either, through our troubleshooters and through our hotlines that we have, walk the people through that, how they get those poll books up. If we've had to switch some out, all of the troubleshooters had an extra one with them. So they've been able to do that and then bring the other one in here. And with the technicians that we've had here, we've been able to bring those up.
They do expect to start releasing those early ballot numbers right around 8 o'clock. And we, of course, will continue to monitor the situation. In Maricopa County, Ty Brennan, Fox 10 News.
And security at polling sites is always important, but even more so with this year's contentious election season. The Arizona Commission for Election Accountability formed its own coalition after those long lines from the presidential preference election earlier this year. The groups who are part of that commission deployed monitors to dozens of polling places in Phoenix and Tucson, all to make sure that voters are safe and well informed. Nearly 105 people volunteered to monitor some 120 sites in Maricopa and Pima counties. Arizona State Treasurer Jeff DeWitt, who is the chief operating officer of Donald Trump's campaign in our state, well, he sent out the wrong hours for voting today in the tweet. Actually, it was an email he sent to Trump supporters informing them that the polls close at 9 o'clock tonight, but the polls close at 7. DeWitt told the Associated Press a system glitch led him to sending that email and that it somehow went out with the wrong time. On Twitter, the spokesman for Secretary of State Michelle Reagan said he was deeply concerned and troubled. Another race here in Arizona that has a lot of people watching, John McCain. He's hoping to keep his Senate seat for a 6th term. He and his wife, Cindy McCain, cast their ballots at Mountain View Christian Church in Phoenix this morning. And after voting, he met with supporters outside of the church. But when he was asked by reporters about Donald Trump, well, this is what he had to say.
I'm not going to talk about Donald Trump. Okay, I'm not. No, I am not, and have not, and will not. Okay, I will not.
Yeah, he wasn't happy for that question. But McCain is running against Democratic Congresswoman Ann Kirkpatrick. And again, we will have those numbers for you tonight as they come in. Longtime Maricopa County Sheriff Joe Arpaio, he is facing a tough challenge by Democrat Paul Pinzone in tonight's election. Earlier today, hundreds of high school students walked out of class. They were protesting Arpaio, saying it is time for him to go. Fox 10's Andrew Hasman is live with more now. Andrew.
Mark, we are at Republican headquarters where we are expecting Sheriff Joe Arpaio to be later tonight, whether he wins or loses this race. And the polling on this race has been all over. We really cannot predict any kind of outcome at this time. Sheriff Joe Arpaio had the money. He had $12 million that he raised and spent over the period of this campaign. But is that enough to counter the groundswell of Latinos that came out, registered to vote, and hit the streets all the way up until Election Day? And many of those groups rallied high school students today to come out and protest against Sheriff Joe Arpaio. They gathered at a polling place near 51st Avenue in Osborne just after school. Some actually walked out of class, and others came right after school to protest against Sheriff Joe Arpaio and urged voters headed to that polling place to support retired Phoenix Police Sergeant Paul Penzone. The sheriff in Penzone, this is their second matchup. They ran against each other in 2012, and the sheriff won by just 6 points. This time around, those students and many others are hoping for a different outcome.
We decided to organize a group of students to walk out, and we got all this, which is awesome because it just shows how much power we have as young students.
We all want people to have their families together, no more separations.
Sheriff Joe Arpaio, as we all know, has had plenty of legal problems over the past 4 years. Will that affect the outcome of this race? The polls close in just a matter of minutes. Reporting live at Republican headquarters, I'm Andrew Hasbun, Fox 10 News.
All right, Andrew, yeah, thank you. The Arizona voters also deciding the fate of Prop 205 tonight, that measure to regulate marijuana like alcohol in Arizona. If approved, adults 21 and older could possess up to an ounce of marijuana and also grow up to 6 plants for personal use. The other big proposition on the ballot is Prop 206. If this one passes, it would raise the minimum wage in our state from $8.05 an hour to eventually $12 an hour by 2020. It also requires businesses to pay employees sick time.
Greetings from Fox News election headquarters in New York City, where we're watching the races and the returns. Several states have already reported record-breaking turnout among early voters, and we're waiting to see whether that trend continues into the late afternoon and into the night. Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump each cast their ballots this morning, presumably for themselves. And by the time this is all over, we should know whether our next president will be a billionaire businessman who changed everything, or the first woman ever to hold the title of commander-in-chief. And of course, who will control the 2 houses of Congress and help set the course for our country over the next 4 years. It is a defining day for our democracy, and we hope you'll join us for coverage tonight, right here on this Fox station. I'm Shepard Smith in New York.
And stay with Fox 10 for live team coverage of the election throughout the evening, on air and online. We will be streaming reports on our Facebook page and our website, and we'll bring you up-to-the-minute results on the air. We have a Fox 10 News alert now. A police officer has been shot at this Days Inn in Show Low, Arizona.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of the newscast since they have cut from their election coverage. We want to go ahead and show you guys a live look at Hillary Clinton's stage. The setup is there. We've been showing you the Donald Trump stage as well. I want to go ahead and show you that so you guys can get a look at both of them. And we want to give you guys an update as to what is happening as far as the states are concerned, as far as the electoral votes are concerned. We have some of this information in the sidebar portion of your screen, but we want to go ahead and show you guys this anyways. There's the map in case you need a visual. Also wanted to show you this tweet coming in from Fox News. This is breaking news. This is a major news announcement, I think. Looking at that right now, Florida results with 75% of precincts in. Hillary Clinton leading Donald Trump by 1.7%, 49.4% to 47.7%. 75% of votes are in Florida. Again, Donald Trump needs Florida.
Needs it to win, or
Donald Trump needs Florida to become the next president of the United States.
And here's the thing, folks. It looks like it's going to be a long night for Florida, as the Sunshine State is very tight right now.
It's a very tight race, guys. All eyes on Florida. And we also have an update regarding local election coverage here in Arizona. We did tell you about how the Democratic Party had petitioned asking the court to extend voting to 9 o'clock here in Arizona. They wanted to extend it 2 hours because of some technical issues this morning. Well, according to sources, that request was denied. So, as of right now, the polls are still closing in Arizona at 7 o'clock. Now, another update we do want to tell you, obviously, it has upset a lot of our viewers. We've told them about this already, but you guys may be new to our stream. Want to give you this update. Election officials in Arizona's most populous county, that's right here, Maricopa County, may not be able to calculate all the vote totals by the end of the day, which could possibly leave the presidential race up in the air. Now, Maricopa County includes the city of Phoenix, expects to have more than 350,000 votes uncounted.
Wow. So
by the time that polls close on Tuesday. That's right. These are early ballots. About 1.1 million voters had returned early votes as of today.
Yeah, like we were saying, but it doesn't matter if Florida goes for Clinton.
You're right. If Clinton ends up winning Florida, then it really doesn't matter whether all of our votes are counted, at least when it comes to the presidential race. Obviously, there are races that the nation is still following, even though it's only an Arizona thing. Obviously, the sheriff, Maricopa County Sheriff Joe Arpaio, famous, infamous, however you want to describe him, he is up for re-election in his toughest race to date against Paul Penzone. And the early polls showed that Sheriff Joe might actually be losing that race.
But the best poll, I always say, is the vote returns.
Right.
That's the ultimate poll right there, because you just don't know what people are saying during these polls.
That's right. And viewers, if you want to comment on the presidential election or the sheriff re-election or any other issue related to election 2016, you can tweet us. Our Twitter handle is right there on the screen. I know we have the YouTube chat box and the Facebook chat box, but sometimes there's just so many comments, it's hard to go through it all. It's a lot easier for me to just check my phone and see what tweets are coming in. So if you guys want to join in the conversation with Mike and I, you know where to find us.
Absolutely.
On our phones.
Continuing campaign 2016 coverage here. Let's take now back at Fox 10 News at 6. Mark Martinez covering the race there for us as it's tightening. U.S. presidential race underway.
Right, and I know I have a viewer, Trump's tax return, tweeting me, is there a way to watch your stream from the Trump party? We will be going to the Trump party live. We can go ahead and show you guys what the Trump party looks like right now. There is another look at the setup there. You can already see the crowd in attendance. People gathered waiting in New York City. New York, it is 8:16 p.m. We also have a view of the Hillary Clinton event. You can see, I just wanted to move our graphics from the screen. You can see in the crowd, people are already gathered, sitting at the event. I want to go ahead and put our graphics back on the scene. Again, Hillary Clinton event and Donald Trump event. All right, now back to our newscast.
People get really upset. In fact, Daniel here is saying, if you don't actually get the sticker and get a picture out, does it count? And I think technically it does, but you know, on the spiritual side of it, I think you do lose something.
Yeah, I agree.
Here we've got out of Maryvale, where they know there's some long lines, a lot of people who didn't get to vote early, and they're bringing out pizza and they're trying to keep people happy out there.
It's a nice gesture.
Yeah, I thought so too. And people are encouraging, with the long lines, stay out there, stay in line, make sure that your vote counts.
Yeah, you know, if you're in line by 7 o'clock, you get to vote. Now, social media, again, we're talking about people posting things. If people want to do that on our Facebook page or Instagram and just do a hashtag on there, Fox 10 Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, on Twitter, they can hit us with hashtag Fox10Phoenix. You know, AZ Votes is a popular hashtag locally. We want to hear from you. And if you want to keep up to date on what's going on our Facebook page, we're streaming live. We've got absolutely up to the minute if you're not in front of a television and you want to keep up to date on what's going on.
And on News Now, too, when we're off the air here, we've got live stuff going on over there with the latest results coming in. And also, if people are out in line right now or seeing long lines, still share those with us, because that can sometimes help tell the story. We can't be everywhere all at once, and these pictures that people send in can really help us see what's going on out there.
There's a lot of stories. Some people are getting in quick, and some people are waiting for hours.
Yeah, it's kind of all over the map. All right, Jeff, thanks for being with us. You're going to be with us all night long. And, of course, if you'd like to share that, use that hashtag Fox10Phoenix.
All right, guys, another look at the Donald Trump event in New York City. Again, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton both having events just a couple miles away from each other in Manhattan. We also have results on the bottom of your screen, so make sure to stay with us for our nonstop coverage here on News Now, whether you're watching on Facebook or on YouTube or on fox10phoenix.com or the Fox 10 Phoenix app. We appreciate every single person tuning in to our extensive election 2016 coverage.
And folks, if you haven't already done so, now would be the perfect time to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know when we are covering breaking news for you. And I have a feeling tonight we're going to have a couple of breaking news moments. Don't you think, Sammy?
Oh, yeah. Actually, we do have an update right now. Mike, we just heard, well, I just saw on Twitter, actually, Marco Rubio confirmed re-elected to the Senate. Marco Rubio, as you may remember.
He was in, he was out, he's in, he's out.
Yeah, so Marco Rubio ran for president. He was one of the final 4 Republican contenders.
Sure.
Candidates for president. Marco Rubio, Donald Trump coined the term Little Marco when referencing him. Well, Marco Rubio re-elected to the Senate. Jeb Bush tweeting out, congratulations. In fact, this is what Jeb Bush specifically tweeted, if I can find it. I just have so many tweets coming in. Where's that Jeb tweet?
While you look for that, Tommy, I just want to, another Senate race that happened in Illinois. Duckworth is unseating the incumbent Senator Mark Kirk. So there's
what does that mean?
There's going to be 2 Democrats now in the Senate for Illinois.
Interesting. I did find that tweet. Jeb Bush tweeting 3 minutes ago, congratulations on the great victory, Marco Rubio. Florida is critical to keeping the Senate. Meanwhile, I believe that John Kasich also tweeted, Senator Marco Rubio with a big victory down in Florida. Senator, you earned this win. Congrats. Hashtag election day. John Kasich tweeting that about 9 minutes ago. So Marco Rubio keeping his Senate seat, but like you mentioned, Illinois
now. So really,
the Democrats gaining a Senate seat.
Yeah, see, the Democrats just need 4 or 5 pickups, depending on who is elected president. Now, if Hillary Clinton is elected, they're only going to need 4 pickups, so 3 more pickups there to take control of the Senate.
Wow, it's good. I'm going to put you in charge of watching the Senate and House race.
Okay.
How about that?
How about that? Huh?
That'll be Mike's beat. I do want to read a tweet that we got in from DJ6. DJ Nizo Radio saying, I feel Prop 206, this is raising minimum wage to $12 an hour by 2020, is a wonderful idea. I do not fall into the ones who make minimum wage, but I do see credit and income selling cars, and I see all the young kids with repossessions and a lot of debt.
There we go.
So, yeah, I guess if it will help improve the economy, then DJ6 is all for it.
It's really going to be something how this all wraps up tonight. You know, we got so many races that we're watching all over the country, even here in Arizona, obviously, with all the different ballot issues and prop issues.
Right.
Wow.
And also, Ken Wong, one of our newest web producers here at Fox 10, just sent me a message. FYI, it should be noted that only 65% of precincts have been reported in Florida, per the Secretary of State's office. But there is a link. Florida voting results based on the 60% of precincts voting. Wow, and it looks like it's a different update, a more accurate update, showing Trump in the lead.
Let's show that. Let's show that, Sammy, because that's real big breaking news, everyone.
This is. Look at that.
Here we go. Let's take a look at it. But
and again
Trump, it's very close.
It's so close, and you look at the numbers, and if Trump wins Florida, remember, it's
the
going to be a long night. It's going to be a long night.
The night goes on. You know, this is almost like a game show where, like, if Trump's trying to get to the next round, right? This is trying to get Trump into the next round and go a little bit more west onto the map there.
Right, it is kind of like a game show.
There you go.
You're
so
right.
Can Trump get a little bit more and extend his evening here?
Right.
Because if Trump wins Florida, folks, we're in it for a long haul tonight.
And we're going to be with you all night, guys, so make sure to stay with us. If you want to join in the conversation, you can find Mike and I on Twitter. You can tweet us, and you can have your opinion on the presidential race, the Senate race, all these propositions. We want your voice to be heard, too. We know that you guys are chatting with each other on YouTube and on Facebook.
Sure.
But chat with us. We want to talk to you guys, too.
Yeah, we want to know what you're thinking. What do you think? How do you think Florida's going to go? That's another one. You know?
I mean, it's crazy because we just looked at this update, and it's so much closer than it was when Fox News sent out this tweet just a couple minutes ago. Look at this tweet. You have 49 to 47 with 75% of precincts reporting. But this map right here shows 60% of precincts reporting. So 65%, excuse me. So
you don't know.
We'll
Maybe Fox News had a wrong info on there too. You don't know.
Or insider info.
Yep.
We don't know. We don't know. Speaking of the election, I want to go ahead and give you guys another live look. I know many of our viewers eager to see the live look inside that Donald Trump event. There it is, guys. Inside the Donald Trump event. Right here, Fox 10 News Now, nonstop coverage. Don't go anywhere.
And we just want to pop in with some breaking news just being brought down right now. The Indiana Republican for U.S. Senator Todd Young has taken that. So that is very interesting there as we're continuing our live coverage here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We always appreciate when you guys are watching with us here. And you can see there that popular vote continues to go up for both candidates there. Popular vote for Donald Trump, 10.5 million, with Hillary Clinton, 9.6. You guys are continuing coverage here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com.
All right, guys, I want to go ahead and show you guys what the Clinton event looks like. You can see lots of people have gathered for this event in New York. Many people gathered in New York for the Donald Trump event as well. Also, a crowd gathering in Florida because of Marco Rubio's victory. I want to go ahead and show you guys that live look there out of Florida. Marco Rubio re-elected to the Senate. You may remember the Rubio name during primary season. He was once believed to be the likely GOP nominee.
And then he couldn't win his own home state of Florida, and that really put the monkey wrench in the final takedown of Rubio there.
Right, so he didn't win Florida in the primary, but he won Florida when it came to a Senate race.
Yeah, so he's still a U.S. Senator there representing Florida. So we're covering a bunch of stuff for you, as well as also happening right now. We are just waiting though for Florida as well.
Mm-hmm. All eyes on Florida.
It's going to be interesting to see how this one pulls out.
What a night. We do appreciate everyone tuning in. I'm going to go ahead and check Twitter once again. I haven't checked my tweets lately to see what viewers who are watching us are saying. Mark Wolf tweeting me saying, Hillary being anti-gun was enough for me to vote Trump. Also, double your mic volume to match the rest of the stream. Thank you. I should have read that before I read it on air. Blake Price asking, who do you want to win? Blake, I wish I could answer that, but I want to keep my job. So let's leave it at that. Young Dice saying, this election is deciding who we want to lead us into World War III, a woman or a man. Hashtag season finale of America.
There we go.
Oh, guys, some of your tweets are hilarious.
So we're continuing to follow here. Oh, we got a projection.
Another projection.
Arkansas is too close to call.
Arkansas too close to call. Now, what do they typically expect Arkansas to go?
They typically go for red.
Right, but Hillary Clinton does have an Arkansas connection.
That's true. That is true. They were, Bill Clinton was governor there of Arkansas, but you got to remember here with Arkansas and the Hillary Clinton connection, she wasn't liked in Arkansas because, she wasn't from there. She didn't look like them. She didn't try to really warm up to the
so they don't
want
to claim her.
So
but maybe they really like Bill Clinton, and maybe they like the idea of having him back in the White House.
That could be. We'll see how that.
Well, I mean, if it's too close to call, that's surprising in and of itself, right?
That is very surprising here, and let's continue to look at that electoral map there. 76 to 68, and now in favor of Donald Trump there.
All right, guys, so we are going to bring things back to some local election coverage.
Yes.
We've been talking about a lot of national issues. The reason we're going to go to local issues is because Fox 10's Ty Brennan is ready to chat with us. Ty, you are live on News Now.
Hey, good evening, you guys. Yeah, we're here at the Maricopa County Recorder's Office. This is where all the election results will be coming in for Maricopa County. And as we've been reporting all evening long, they have a record 1 million early ballots. But there are some, some questions and some confusion and maybe some worry tonight because so far 831,000 of those votes have been tabulated. But they're a little concerned that those 200,000 ballots probably won't be counted until tomorrow. So to bring this all kind of together for us and answer some questions that we all been having is Elizabeth Bartholomew. She is the public information officer here at the elections office. Walk me through obviously this is a record number of early ballots you guys have received. Some folks are a little concerned with those 200,000 ballots that probably won't be counted until tomorrow. If a race is pretty close, this could be kind of a deciding factor. We probably won't know till tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely. And this happens every election. We always have a large number of early ballots that we're not able to tabulate by election night. It takes a couple days afterwards to do so. We had our logic and accuracy test on October 28th, and we couldn't start counting early ballots until then.
That was going to be my next question. Can you kind of walk us through what exactly is that? Because a lot of folks have been tweeting about this and Facebooking, and they're like, well, why couldn't they have started a little bit earlier, getting those early ballots kind of taken care of earlier?
Right. Well, by law, we cannot start tabulating any kind of early ballots before we have that logic and accuracy test on our machines. The Secretary of State comes in, does that test with us, and then they certify our machines to allow us to tabulate early ballots. So we started shortly after that on November 1st. We have been tabulating nonstop until then. So of that 1 million we've received, we've already tabulated 831,000.
And obviously, Helen Purcell, the county recorder, is here. Is she concerned at all with these 200 votes that we probably won't know about until tomorrow?
No, absolutely not. And like I said, this happens in every election. We're estimating maybe about 200,000 dropped off at the polls of early ballots. So there's still going to be a lot of early ballots out there that we will need to process and tabulate throughout the next couple days. So I don't think we'll be done with early ballots until well into next week.
Until next week. So that's going to be quite a while before we have final numbers then.
Right. We can tabulate about 100,000 a day. And then, if we have already about maybe 200,000 in-house that still need to be tabulated, and then if we pick up about 200,000 at the polls, it takes several days to get all these tabulated.
And we've been talking today, too, because you guys have to verify every signature on there. And there was also about 7,000 ballots earlier today. I know that number's probably a little askew right now just because things have changed. But can you walk me through about those 7,000 ballots earlier today that were kind of in question, so to speak?
Right. So we had about 5,000 early ballots that the signatures were just questionable. They didn't match. The early ballot signature did not match what we have for them on our file through their voter registration. Then we had about 2,000 early ballots that nobody signed the ballot. So we have been calling voters, emailing them, sending them mail for the last several weeks, telling them either your signature was questionable, they can verbally confirm to us that, yes, I signed that ballot, I'm sorry, I broke my arm, or whatever the case is, or they can come into our office, sign their early ballot, or they could have gone to the polls today and just voted.
And just to talk about the verification process, because that's going to bring up some questions as well with this, you asked them questions that only they would know, correct? So such as social security numbers, things like that.
Right. We'll probably confirm their identity to make sure we have on the phone who is the voter. And after that, we're just going to verify their signature. Just let them know, hey, your signature on your early ballot did not match your voter registration signature. What's the deal? And a lot of them just say they didn't know we even checked those, so they just kind of scribbled their name. And so we're able to rectify that.
And we've also seen a lot of folks come in today also. I've heard a couple come to the window and actually sign their ballot.
Right. I've seen at least a dozen or so come in and say, I got a call from you guys. I need to come in and sign my ballot, which is so great because now their votes can count.
Okay, so just to recap here, these early ballots, there's about 200,000, probably won't get counted until probably maybe as late as next week. So we're probably not going to have finalized election results here in Arizona until next week.
Absolutely. Some of the races may not be that close, so there may be some called tonight. There may not be some called till next week.
Just all kind of have to wait and see. And of course, those numbers will start coming up. Those 831 early ballots that we were talking about, that information will be dumped down here right around 8 o'clock. Again, the polls here in Arizona will be closing in about another 30 minutes or so. So we, of course, will keep you updated on all of this all night long here at the Maricopa County Elections Office.
All right, thank you, Ty. So much election headaches right now going on. So we'll check back with you in a little bit to see if anything has been resolved. Thank you so much, Ty.
You bet.
And everybody taking a look live right here. We are under Florida watch right now, and you can see this is the latest right now. 49% for Donald Trump, 47% for Hillary Clinton, with 8.7 million votes cast so far. We're continuing to watch this here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, and take a look here. And right now we're going to go to New York City, where the mayor is speaking right now.
Us, not just those at the top. A president devoted to building the middle class again, because she understands America grows when our middle class grows. And this is important. A president dedicated to restoring basic fairness when it comes to taxes, making sure the wealthy pay their fair share. We believe in an America where those who are well off and the corporations and Wall Street don't get to pay a lower tax rate than the rest of us. And a president who will make sure we end tax breaks for companies that ship our jobs overseas. The president understands that the crush of college debt must be lifted from our children and our families. President who fights for the things that we've been fighting for in New York City and in cities all over America, the fairness we all deserve. President Hillary Clinton will raise the minimum wage across this nation, just as we did for our city workforce here in New York City. She will establish something that may have waited a long time, but it's about to finally change. She will establish equal pay for equal work for the women of the United States of America, just as we did in reforming our hiring practices here in New York City. She will fight for universal pre-kindergarten for every child in America, just as we did when we provided kindergarten for 70,000 children in New York City. Every one of them went to school yesterday and got kindergarten for free. Shouldn't every American child get that pre-kindergarten for free all over this country? She will work to guarantee that someone who has a sick loved one in their family will not have to choose between the needs of their loved one and their paycheck. She will fight for paid sick leave for all Americans. These are the kind of changes that will lift up working families all over this country. These are the kinds of changes we've needed for years. And it's going to take a tough leader, a resolute leader, a leader who understands our lives. And that leader, in just a few hours, will be declared the victor of this election. Now, to all of you here tonight from New York City, and to all of you who come from great cities all over this country, Hillary Clinton's agenda recognizes the fact that more and more Americans are living in cities. And this is a wonderful thing for our nation. And it's time for our federal government to invest in our cities again, to help us do the things that make our cities work. Affordable housing, mass transit, repairing our roads and bridges, policing reform that keeps our people safe and respects the dignity of all, and immigration reform that leaves none of our neighbors in the shadows. These are the things that Hillary Clinton will fight for. These are the changes she will achieve. Finally, with the election of Hillary Rodham Clinton as our 45th president, America will send a message to the whole world about who we are. We will say very clearly, no to hatred, no to division, no to intolerance. And we'll say yes to some things. Yes to unity. Yes to inclusion. Yes to love. Yes to respect. Yes to diversity. Yes to hope. We accept that too. I want to finish by telling you that 16 years ago tonight, I was a young campaign manager.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of this because we're going to take you live to Marco Rubio's
site.
victory party and speech.
And I was...
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me first start by saying this is a lot better than the last time I did one of these in Miami. Let me begin by telling you, a few moments ago, I got off the phone with Congressman Murphy, and I congratulated him on a good race. Congressman Murphy's a young man with a bright future, and I thanked him for his willingness to step forward in public service. Guys, running for office is hard. Putting your name on the ballot is hard. And I congratulate him and his family, and I look forward to seeing the ways he is going to serve our country in the future. I want to begin by acknowledging what I always do, and that is, absolutely, you should, Patrick ran a great race. All the glory and the praise belongs to my Creator, to God, from my personal faith, my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. He has carried us in every moment of our life, in the good times and the difficult ones and the twists and turns, and there's been a number of twists and turns this year, and so I always acknowledge God, and I thank God because the greatest blessing He's given me after the opportunity to be a citizen of the greatest nation on earth is an extraordinary woman to share my life with, my wife Jeanette, and my 4 children. I'm so grateful for them. We had a great campaign team, and I wish I could mention all of their names. There's so many great people, but I do want to acknowledge someone who came here and helped us run this campaign and did a phenomenal job. There is no one better in the country right now, in my opinion, at running these things than the person who ran mine. His name is Clint Reed, and I want to thank him for his work. He did fantastic work. I want to thank the staff in my Senate office. I can't tell you how many people came up to me and said, you know, I'm not a Republican, but I'm going to vote for you because you guys helped me. You helped me with a Social Security claim. You helped me with an issue at the VA. And that's the work we do. We are honored to do it. And that is the people that work in my offices in Washington and all across Florida. We have the best Senate staff in America, and I'm grateful to them. And, of course, I want to thank the people of this extraordinary state for giving me another opportunity to continue to serve them in the United States Senate. This is an extraordinary place, Florida. It is the collection of all the things that make us the greatest nation on earth, of people who have lived here for decades, of the descendants of slaves, of the children of immigrants. Florida is America, and it's such an honor to be able to represent this extraordinary state. I want to say a few words in Spanish because I know people get their news in Spanish. A lot of people that vote for me learned about me in Spanish. Y quiero empezar por reconocer, si no se están aquí, pero quiero empezar por reconocer a nuestra población de puertorriqueños, los boricuas que nos ayudaron, y a nuestras amistades en la isla de Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico está aquí hoy. También el pueblo de Venezuela, estamos con ustedes y le doy las gracias a los venezolanos aquí viviendo en esta comunidad. A los colombianos que también, porque mi esposa y su familia son de Colombia, así que le doy. Y obviamente los cubanos de la Florida, los cubanos. Le doy las gracias. We have been through an interesting year as a nation, and we await the results of tonight's election. But here's what I know for sure. Here's what I know. There is still no nation on earth that I would rather be. Despite all of our challenges, there is no country and there is no people on this planet that I would trade places with. I am glad that I'm an American in the 21st century. America's going to be okay. We will turn this country around. I have faith. I know God is not done with America yet. He has great plans for our people. In the days and weeks to come, I hope that we as a people here in Florida, I hope we will set the example in this great state that while we can disagree on issues, we cannot share a country where people hate each other because of their political affiliations. We cannot move forward as a nation if we cannot have enlightened debates about tough issues. You can disagree with someone without hating them, and you can disagree with them without delegitimizing their point of view. That doesn't mean that our diversity will not continue to divide us on critical issues. It does mean that there is no way for this nation to move forward if we leave anyone behind. And so I hope that I and my colleagues, as we return to work in Washington, D.C., can set a better example of how political discourse should exist in this country. And I know people feel betrayed, and you have a right to. Every major institution in our society has failed us. The media, the government, big business, Wall Street, academia, they've all failed us. And so people are so frustrated and angry. But we must channel that anger and frustration into something positive. Let it move us forward as energy to confront and solve our challenges and our problems. America has never had an easy era. Florida has never had an easy era. Our state has always confronted great challenges, and so too has our people. And yet in each generation, Americans have stepped forward to confront their challenges and embrace their opportunities. And now the time has come for us to do the same. I believe with all my heart that if we do what needs to be done in the years to come, that my children and yours will be the freest and the most prosperous Americans that have ever lived. But we must start now. For while we still have time to get this right, we do not have forever. I will close by saying that while I have the belief that the decisions we make in government are important, I know that in the end, America will not be saved by politicians. I hope that we as a nation will return to our roots as a people and as a nation, respecting our diversity, but understanding that ultimately what unites us as a people is the common dream and the common hope of a better life, and that we can only achieve that if we all achieve that. And I hope that God gives me the opportunity and the voice to move forward. And I'll close with this. I hope this nation tonight, irrespective of the outcome for president, that we will all say a prayer for our great country. Because as the ancient words of Scripture tell us, unless the Lord build the house, they labor in vain who build. And unless the Lord guard the city, in vain does the guard keep watch. Let us work together. God bless this great nation. Thank you for the opportunity to continue to serve. God bless all of you, and God bless Florida. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hear a knock on the door and the night begins.
Okay, guys, you just heard from Marco Rubio, former presidential candidate winning his re-election for Senate, representing the state of Florida. We want to bring things back locally now. We're going to cut out of this Marco Rubio event and show you guys the insane lines that people are waiting in to vote. Again, these lines are coming in from 51st Avenue and Osborne. 51st Avenue and Osborne in Phoenix. This is insane. Now, we were live at this polling place earlier in the day. This is the same polling place that Christy Siefkin was at earlier, where a voter felt bad for the people waiting in line and actually ordered pizzas for them. Look at the number of people in line waiting to cast their ballot. It is absolutely crazy to look at these live images. You can see so many people. The line backed up very far. Keep in mind, the polls close at 7, but if you are in line, you will be able to vote as long as you're in line by 7 o'clock. Again, guys, live images of an insanely long line of people waiting to cast their ballot in Phoenix, 51st Avenue and Osborne. I just want to drop our lower third for just a moment so you can see just how far back that line goes. This is crazy. At least 100 people in line, 51st Avenue and Osborne. It is going to be a late night there. You really feel for the people who are stuck waiting in this line. You would hope that the situation would be better, that the lines would move faster, but obviously large voter turnout, not enough poll workers, all of this factors in to a line like this. And while we wait to do our next update from the anchors in the studio, I want to go ahead and show you guys our sidebar of information. Some early Arizona voters may not have their vote counted by the time the polls close. Again, polls close in Arizona at 7 o'clock. We're just 5 minutes away from the polls closing. Look at that massive line again. This is 51st Avenue and Osborne in Phoenix. Now, speaking of people who voted in Phoenix, or in Arizona at least, Alejo Benitez tweeting me saying, "I voted for Trump to protect the Constitution. Trump will respect the Constitution just like the Founding Fathers did." If you guys want to share your opinion, just like Ale did, tweet me at SamiaFox10. Let's go to this cut-in now.
Everyone, on this election night, the Arizona Democratic Party wanted to keep the polls open in Maricopa County for an extra 2 hours. They asked a judge for that.
But that request was denied. The polls will now be closing at 7 o'clock, which is just in a few minutes, as scheduled. If you're in line at 7, you will be allowed to vote. This is just a few minutes away that the polls will close.
And there are lines out there. Take a look at this. Live pictures from Sky Fox, lines at the polls. A Democratic Party spokeswoman says complications with voting earlier in the morning, trying to make sure that ballots that were coming in were valid. That prompted this lawsuit. They were also dealing with long lines this morning, then it quieted down mid-afternoon, and then the long lines resurfaced again tonight. Steve Kraft live with the latest on the Democrats and what they were asking for in this suit.
I was talking to some of the leaders of the state Democratic Party here. What they told me was there were some problems this morning, they said, with the e-poll sort of voter registration electronic system to basically verify that voters are registered to vote when they go to their polling place. And this technology was not working in some places. Therefore, their contention was people were essentially being disenfranchised. They were unable to vote. And because of that, the party said it would only be fair to extend the voting a couple hours until 9 o'clock tonight. But the judge rejected that, said, look, sometimes there are problems with votes, but still there's plenty of time for people to vote during the day. If they get there by 7 o'clock, they can vote. And basically denied that lawsuit. So the polls are not going to stay open 2 hours longer. If you're in line at 7 o'clock, you will be able to vote. That's the status quo, and that's what's going to happen tonight. Back to you.
Okay, Steve, thank you. Another big story, the outcome of the presidential race in Arizona may not be resolved tonight, and other issues as well.
This could become a national story. Maricopa County expects to have more than 350,000 uncounted early ballots by the time the polls close tonight. Fox 10's Ty Brennan live at the county recorder's office. This means we may not know the results of a lot of elections, potentially even the presidential election.
Yeah, it's all up in the air right now, Carrie. The Maricopa County Elections Office, they mailed a record 1 million early ballots. Right now, they have tabulated 831,000 of those, but that means that there's still about 200,000 ballots that may not be counted tonight. Many of those ballots coming from voters who drop them off at polling places and here to the election office. Now, these are all the early ballots that have already been counted here at the office. And just a few minutes ago, I spoke to Elizabeth Bartholomew with the Maricopa County Elections Office, and she told me it could be a week before all those early ballots are counted. So the big question out here tonight, what will happen if we have a close race here in Maricopa County? This is what she said.
I understand if the races are close, that these early ballots will definitely make an impact. However, we still have to process them. We have to verify the signatures, so it's still quite the process before we can tabulate.
And of course, all of those lines end here at 7 o'clock. They will begin having some of those results here at 8 o'clock. And we, of course, will continue to cover this. Back to you guys.
This is a huge deal because how many of these races tonight? Maricopa County Sheriff on down the line.
The propositions.
Prop 205. If you're within 300,000 votes, you may not get an answer tonight.
Exactly. This could be a really big problem. And the polls close in 30 seconds, folks. So if you're not in line in 30 seconds, you're not going to vote. But hopefully you're in line if you need to be or you have already. Our local coverage continues on Fox 10 Facebook page. Head to facebook.com/Fox10 Phoenix and you'll find the link.
We are back in a half an hour. We rejoin Fox's election coverage live from New York.
All right, guys, so that was our cut-in, our local cut-in, hosted by John Hook and Carrie Lake. I want to go ahead and show you guys these lines again. It is officially 7 o'clock. The polls have now officially closed. If you are in line, maybe you're watching this on your phone, waiting to vote, maybe you're in this line right now at 51st Avenue in Osborne, you still will get to vote if you are in line by 7. But just want to reiterate that the polls have now officially closed in Arizona.
Yeah, so and what they do is they have those voter marshals and those line marshals right there, so they are holding that line there. And anyone that's in line right now, well, they're going to be able to wait and get through that line. So very, very interesting stuff here as we continue on our coverage here. And
non-stop coverage here on News Now.
You know what's funny? We were talking earlier, and for those of you maybe just joining us, we want to retell this story here. When we were first getting on, we sort of joked with each other saying, this could be a long night. And it's shaping up right now to be a long night. Well, one, because Florida's too close to call still.
Florida is too close to call.
And then it seems like Arizona is going to be having some issues with counting their own ballots. So if it gets to Arizona, we might not know.
It's a late night. It's going to be a late night, guys. We appreciate everyone tuning in. We are going to check in with Fox 10's Linda Williams in just a second. As soon as I see her in the shot, we'll be able to go to her live. Linda Williams covering the race for Senate, specifically at John McCain's party. Let's go live now to Linda Williams, who has an update. Linda, you're live.
Hi, guys. Hi, you guys. I am live at the Heard Museum, and this is where Senator John McCain is holding his election night party. And I swear, 10 minutes ago, this courtyard at the Heard Museum was empty, and then it's like a busload of young, beautiful people pulled up. And here they are. Hi, you guys. Hey. So, interesting event here. I am so used to being downtown with the Republicans at the Hyatt every year. This year, we're here at the Heard Museum. Things have changed. This is Mackenzie, my new friend, his friend Alyssa. They are both McCain interns. Tell me why you volunteered, first of all. Why, what pushed you to do this for free?
Well, what first leaned me is, obviously I'm a Republican, so that was just kind of my opening. But once I first met McCain, he was just the most genuine guy. I first came up to him, he cracked a joke. He made a joke with me. He thanked me for helping him, and just right there, I was really hooked. He's a very genuine, even his wife, they're a whole genuine family, and you can really tell that he cares about his interns. So it just kind of pulled me like a leader, like a real leader.
You guys are nervous tonight? I noticed you have your phone. Everyone has their phone. Everyone's phone, and you've been checking, obviously, the senator is up 12 points over Kirkpatrick. I think he's comfortable. Everyone's not too jittery about that. You keep checking for Trump. What do you say?
Right now, Trump's leading by about 1.6 million in the popular vote. In a lot of states that are leaning blue, he's winning more counties, so I don't know why it's reported that way. But yeah, I'm very nervous. It's going to be a very tight election in the presidential race, but I have no doubt McCain's going to win. Not at all.
So you don't have to. Where do all these young people come from? I mean,
GCU, ASU. I mean, she's even from high school, so just anyone, local volunteers. We even have people like not even in school that are just 20 years old that just want to intern and volunteer and just support.
you guys are so fresh-faced and optimistic compared to the tone that I've seen of this race, especially on social media. What do you think about that, and where do you think that came from? I mean, it was deep, dark, divisive stuff.
To be honest with you, I just think a lot of people on social media listen to other people on social media, and it just spreads that way. And a lot of the mainstream media is just very negative, and I feel if you go into your own sources and you stop listening to Twitter and your Twitter feed, and you just do your own research and make your own opinions, and especially like unbiased people, like I go to like the Independent Co a lot for UK, like they have a very unbiased, and so I just think a lot of people. It's like fire. It just catches and it just burns, and people just roll with it. They don't really have, I feel like, their own opinions, like I saw it on Twitter, kind of thing. Or I only read the headline, kind of like that.
Right. Didn't take that deep dive. Hi, Alyssa. And you're a high school student.
Yeah, I'm a high school senior.
And it's good to see all of you young people out here getting involved in the process and being upbeat with it. But why did you do that? Why commit?
I've always been interested in politics, and I think it is really important for young people to get out and be involved because it is our generation that we're dealing with, and all of this that's happening, the presidential and the Senate and all of the local elections, it does affect us. So I think it's really important to get involved in any way possible, and that's why I joined the McCain campaign.
Is it fair for me to assume that pretty much everyone here is a Trump supporter, everyone?
Actually, I think the interesting thing about the McCain supporters is that they are diverse. I think the majority of them probably are Trump supporters, but from what I've encountered, it has been diverse, and there has been people with different opinions that just kind of band together.
And show respect for one another in those opinions.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. All right, we'll be checking back with you guys. Thanks so much. I like talking to people who bother to get involved. They're not getting paid. They come here tonight because the senator will come, a man they respect and genuinely like, from what I can hear from them, and say thank you to them. Thank you for working for free for me, for knocking on doors, for manning the phone banks, for bringing my Trump signs to different events and putting my name up and balloons up. Just thanks for all of that. And as I said, the tone of these parties has changed. It's kind of young, whereas before, when it was down at the Hyatt with the other Republicans, it was definitely kind of an older, moneyed establishment crowd. This is not what I was expecting. So what a night it has been. Everyone certainly keeping an eye on their phones, watching Trump, because they are very confident that Senator McCain is going to very comfortably beat Ann Kirkpatrick.
Hi there, Linda. It's Mike, and this just came down from Fox.
Hi, Mike.
Fox News channel is projecting that
John McCain won.
That John McCain did, in fact, win.
Okay. Do you mind if I just shout it? Because I can.
Shout it.
Okay.
Attribute it to Fox News.
Okay. I have a Fox News update that John McCain has indeed officially beat Ann Kirkpatrick. Let's go. So, thanks, you guys. So we broke some news here for them. They don't have to worry about their phones. I hope you're right. But they're sweet kids, so a lot of enthusiasm. That's what they're like. We won. So thanks for the update, Mike. We certainly appreciate it, and they appreciate it as well. And now they're going to start biting their nails, worrying about Donald Trump.
There we go. Well, we'll all be watching. Thank you so much, Linda, for your updates.
Sure.
All right, folks, we're just taking you now back out live to New York City. This is the site of Hillary Clinton's rally site, where her supporters are there watching these returns come in live, just like how we are projecting to you. Now let's show you the map right now. and gives you a clear look right now. 139 to 97 in favor of Donald Trump right now. Still too close to call. Florida and North Carolina, those big states, still up for grabs as we continue here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. You're watching the election 2016 coverage.
All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and show you the Trump event as well. We showed you the Hillary Clinton event. This is the huge crowd gathered. How would Donald Trump say that?
Huge.
Exactly, a huge crowd at the Trump party in New York City. A big gathering at both Trump and the Clinton events. There's another look at the Hillary Clinton event, and here is a live feed from the Trump party.
And you see why where Donald Trump supporters are really happy right now. You figure Florida still too close to call. Virginia, a place where you would have thought that Hillary Clinton would have had, still up for grabs right now. And Pennsylvania, you thought she was going to run away with it, but that's too close to call too. So you could see why those supporters there are extra excited right now.
There's another look at our map, the electoral vote total, and here a live look at the Hillary Clinton event and the Donald Trump event.
Once again, folks, you're looking at a live look right now at Donald Trump's viewing party right now, watching those live returns coming in. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Welcome to the election 2016 coverage here. And you can hear the crowd as they are looking and watching these returns come in right now. There is a big crowd. And
increase the volume so viewers can really hear it.
Yeah, and now show the Hillary Clinton viewing party. It is very quiet in there.
You think they're nervous? Wow, they're chanting USA.
Now they're chanting USA.
At the Donald Trump event, and here is the Hillary Clinton event.
And it's very much somber mood.
Yeah, I think they just cut away from a shot that would give a better view.
Yeah, we just had that shot. But wow, we are watching it all unfold here right now, the Fox 10 News Now stream. We appreciate everybody watching live right now.
So let's go back over to John King. Johnny's taking the lead of the Electoral College count, which is significant right now. There's still plenty of other states states.
I was just doing some experimenting while you were over there, just trying to do some math. As you look at this map right now, as you look at the map fill in, and I want to again caution our viewers that
And there you go. There is a live look right now at the Electoral College right now. The popular vote, 18.4 million in favor of Donald Trump. He has 139 electoral votes.
And we want to obviously hear from you guys, the viewers, as well. One thing that makes the news now so unique is that it's interactive. We
Absolutely.
include viewer comments as we broadcast live. So if you guys want to join in the conversation, you can just tweet me or Mike. Our Twitter handles are on the screen right there. We have also updated this information. Fox News projecting a John McCain win. Our senator here in Arizona will be reelected. According to Fox News, he will defeat Ann Kirkpatrick here in Arizona. The polls here in Arizona closed about 14 minutes ago. Interestingly enough, some Arizona voters, some early votes will not be counted in time tonight.
Wow, so interesting.
Yeah, there's about 300,000 votes apparently that may not be counted by the end of the day. Lots of early voters, about 1.1 million people voted early.
There we go.
As far as the electoral vote count is concerned, Donald Trump, we have 140, but then Fox News has 139.
Well, they shaved one off there, it seems.
So I guess we're going to have to update that. So it's 139 to 97. And the polls have closed in Florida, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, as well as a whole bunch of other places.
North Carolina.
Those states specifically, too close to call. Isn't that scary? You saw the Donald Trump crowd.
Well, it's not scary. It's exciting.
It's
exciting because we don't know what's going to happen. That's
you're right. It isn't scary. It's exciting.
Oh, it's very exciting.
I'm kind of well, it's scary that it's nervous. I'm nervous because I don't know why. I just think that people are going to be pissed off either way, and they're going to be protests or riots.
Here's what I hope. Regardless of who wins, I just hope it's peaceful tonight.
Right. That's, I guess, my concern.
Yes.
That's my concern. It's like, oh, God.
So I'm hoping for that. And but I'd be scared if I was the candidates. I don't know how the candidates are like able to watch these numbers come in and be like, oh, my God, we are like, I mean, because it's so close. When you're looking at Florida numbers, you're looking at North Carolina. Let's show you the latest for Florida here. Just want to bring this up to you guys so you could take a look there. Yeah, look how close Florida is there. With almost 9 million votes cast already. 49% in favor of Donald Trump. Remember, this is a must-win state for Donald Trump to continue on and fight through the rest of the states here as we are continuing coverage here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. But yeah, it is a interesting night here that we are covering it live for you. And like we were saying earlier, I don't think...
Well, I'm just reading what's happening on Twitter right now. It's just crazy, some of the things coming in. Clinton's odds are plunging on betting markets, down to 81% on PredictWise, 70% on Betfair. I see a tweet looking good out there if you're a Trump supporter. A comedian who I think is a Hillary Clinton supporter just tweeted, "I'm terrified. This is effing scary.
Wow.
I feel
so many
sick."
views. So many views. And
here's the thing. I think there are a lot of people that are who live in more liberal areas that didn't think that Donald Trump had a chance. So I went to a wedding in Southern California over the weekend, and a lot of people asked me, like, wait, Trump actually has a chance? And I had to communicate with them, like, yes, I live in Arizona, and I cover these events on a daily basis, and I know how many people out there are all about making America great again, on Team MAGA, on the Trump train. And I think that there are a lot of people on social media and maybe some of these metro areas like New York and LA and San Francisco that aren't aware of how a lot of the country feels.
Well, here's why I think the polls do not match up to what we are seeing right now. Remember, the last couple of weeks we've been hearing all sorts of different polls being percentage points. So up for Clinton, so up for Trump. Here's why I don't think it really matched up. We're getting just another live shot here, but here's why I don't think it matches up. Because there are so many people that maybe were going for Trump, but didn't want to say it. Maybe to their friends, maybe to their family. They said, I'm undecided. Or maybe they even said, I'm going for Clinton. But when they got in that ballot box, maybe they went for Trump.
Right,
That's what we could be seeing right now.
What's also interesting is that the exit polls, right? The Fox News exit poll showed that the number one issue that people were voting on, 52% of people voting on the economy, and they might just think that Donald Trump, because he's a businessman, is better for the economy.
Yeah.
Now, one would argue, though, that Donald Trump has dealt with, debt, bankruptcy, things like that, so he's not necessarily the best businessman. That's what some people on the other side may say. But it is interesting to watch this all unfold and to start reading some of the reactions on Twitter, especially from just, all these different people, entertainers especially, entertainers that tend to lean Democrat.
What are they saying? What are some saying right now?
I'm legit stunned this man can be disrespectful to so many people, and yet he's still actually in this race.
Yeah,
Some people saying that this is all because of a third-party voter. Bella Vita saying third-party voters are literally going to be the reason Trump wins. Hope your faux morals were worth sacrificing your future, morons. I'm just reading tweets, guys. Just reading tweets.
This is catching, right now, I think a lot of the Hillary Clinton supporters thought this would have been wrapped up by now.
Oh, yeah.
Don't you think?
Here you go. You have Upshot downgrades Clinton's chances of winning presidency to 68%. She started off the night with 84%.
Wow.
That tweet coming in from journalist Oliver Darcy with Business Insider.
That just goes to show you, everyone watching on Fox 10 Phoenix.com or Fox 10 Facebook page, you're going to be with us all evening.
It's going to be
and
a
that's
late
all right.
night. And
that's all right.
let's go back to that Hillary Clinton event. The crowd is very quiet.
Oh, look at that. I mean, they are, you know what that sound, look at, they are just listening to whatever channel that is on right there. Seems like it's CNN. But they are very silent there right now. We'll continue to monitor these for you here on the Fox 10 News Now stream.
57. Trump is running stronger. It's the blue-collar area. We've talked about this all along. Lorraine, Ohio, you're talking about your trade message. You're talking about your immigration message. Trump running stronger there. As you pull it back out, let's come back to 2016, so make sure we stay there. This is fun. I mean, this is, but it's starting to inch out a little bit. I want to just pull this over and make sure we have the full count of the vote. And you look at it through. He's starting to pull away. I mean, in Ohio, pulling away.
Almost 200,000 vote lead right now.
Yeah, 200,000 vote lead, and that's significant. You're getting the 300,000 vote lead, and then you're coming to here and you say, okay, what have I got left? She might have 100,000 there, maybe a little bit more, but you have 200,000. That's the math you're doing now in these war rooms when you're going to call all your people and say, in this Democratic area, what's still missing? How much am I going to get? Athens is relatively small, so there's some there for Clinton.
Clearly, Trump is looking at Ohio. I want to go to New Hampshire right now because look at how close it is in New Hampshire. It's only, Hillary Clinton is only 72 votes ahead of Donald Trump in the state of New Hampshire. Look at this, 47.5%, 47.4%, 19% of the vote is in.
You're noticing a trend?
Yes.
Florida, North Carolina, Ohio, now New Hampshire. And these are the states that are going to decide who the next president of the United States is. Ohio. These are the states. You go Florida, Virginia, North Carolina, Ohio. Now New Hampshire. It's only 4. It's the smallest. We just went through. We haven't gotten to Pennsylvania yet, which is 20. It's only 4, but it's key. It's key to the Trump math, and it's a place that we very much wants to win. We don't know much about New Hampshire yet, to be perfectly honest, because if you look, it's 19% of the vote. It's come down to Concord. This is a liberal area. That's 100% reporting already. So in a sense, I say we know nothing. In a sense, that is something. If that's 100%, there's not more votes to be gained for Hillary Clinton in one place where she would get them. It's not a giant population center. New Hampshire's many small towns than it is any one big population center. But you come down to Nashua, this is a place Secretary Clinton's going to have to run it up. You come over here.
Again, as you're looking at a live look at the Hillary Clinton event, a very quiet crowd there in New York. Obviously, everyone a bit nervous. They thought they might have had this in the bag, but right now it is anyone's race. We're going to cut away from national coverage to bring you guys back to a local election. We're talking about the race for U.S. Senate. Senator McCain versus Ann Kirkpatrick. We spoke with Linda, who was at the McCain party. Danielle Miller is live at the event that Ann Kirkpatrick and her team are holding. Danielle?
Hey guys, can you hear me? Everything okay back there? Okay, awesome. Yeah, we're at the Renaissance Hotel where the Democratic Party here is gathering. Now, obviously, with this close, what we're talking about here with Ann Kirkpatrick. Now, she's a 3-term Congresswoman. She chose not to seek re-election to pursue this Senate seat, which she's up against John McCain. When this race was first announced, there was a pretty tight polling there, but as we went into the summer and even into the fall, that's when things started to pull ahead there for John McCain. Now, we're hearing from Fox News that they're projecting John McCain to win. Just not sure right now, but as we have seen over this entire election process, that Arizona has become a battleground state. We've seen so many people coming here to the Valley to campaign for their candidates. Not sure if that played out well for Ann Kirkpatrick, obviously, to see if those votes, with Hillary Clinton coming to the Valley, Michelle Obama coming to the Valley, just not sure if any of that went over there for Ann Kirkpatrick herself. Now, some of the things that she has rallied for are veterans issues. She's also helping veterans to obtain their benefits. Now, a big thing here in this race was Obamacare. John McCain, that was one of his biggest things that he talked about, Ann Kirkpatrick, her support of Obamacare, obviously a huge issue here in the state of Arizona. Now, she obviously supported that, and she does support that. That's just one of the major things that John McCain has been talking about on her end of that. Guys?
All right, thank you so much, Danielle Miller, for that update, and we'll check back with you a little bit later. Thank you so much, Danielle Miller.
And now another look at that Hillary Clinton event out of New York. And another look at our map of electoral college votes.
There we go, 139 to 104 right now. And you're looking at also a popular vote of 20 million to 19 million, but that gap is closing. Hillary Clinton gaining some ground there. But you can take a look at the map as she has Illinois, she has New York, and Donald Trump with Texas and a lot of the southern states as expected here. But we're all waiting for Florida, we're waiting for North Carolina, we're waiting for Ohio as well. So it's could be shaping up to be a long evening, but that's all right. We'll be with you every step of the way here. All right now, everybody, and we're also now getting word that our very own Arizona Governor Doug Ducey is speaking right now.
Governorship of Arizona. And it just wasn't the governor's race. Let's remember that we won all 5 of our statewide elected races. Secretary of State, Attorney General, State Treasurer, and Superintendent of Public Instruction. We know how to win Republican races in this state, and tonight we are going to welcome a new president and elect and re-elect some great Republicans back to office. And I want to give a special recognition and shout out, because you don't have a gathering like this or the success that we've had over the past 2 years without the leadership of someone like Chairman Robert Graham and his wife Julia, along with his talented and committed family that has been such a help to what we're doing in this state. I also want to say how grateful I am to everyone in this room. You know, this just doesn't happen without you. All of you that have volunteered your time, donated your dollars, knocked on doors, made the phone calls, are the reason that we enjoy a majority in this state. It's the reason that we're going to enjoy victory tonight. It's the reason that we've been successful in the past, and it's the reason that we are going to keep Arizona red. We're off to a good start. We've got some good news in the returns. We're going to see a lot more tonight. I want you to keep the faith. Stay positive and keep pressing. Look forward to the positive results and then what we have to do tomorrow. Thanks for what you do. Enjoy the night.
All right, guys, we just heard from Governor Ducey. We're now going to hear from Fox 10's Liz Kodalik, who is live. Let's check in with Liz out in the field. Not doing the morning show yet.
Yeah, I've had a couple Red Bulls, so I'll be fine out here. So we're at the Hyatt Regency in downtown. This is the GOP watch party here. We just heard Governor Doug Ducey come up here and speak. I know you guys took that live, his message. We're going to keep Arizona red, keep the faith, stay positive. We have about a couple hundred people here in this room right now, in this big ballroom at the Hyatt Regency, and there's a lot going on. We've been hearing them cheering every time that Donald Trump wins a state. The states that have been called so far have been, red states that everyone predicted were going to go red. So no swing states yet. But it's something kind of interesting going on in this corner of the ballroom. Where did my friend Tyler go? Tyler is not here. Hey, Tyler. Hey, hi. Explain to our viewers here what's going on this screen.
Yeah, so what's going on the screen over here is we have our social media war room where we're monitoring the election results as they're coming in, and then we're also monitoring the things that are being said about our candidate. So as you can see here, we have several different bubbles on the screen. The green ones represent positive sentiment, and the red ones represent negative sentiment. So we're literally tracking what people are saying and what is the perception of our candidates online. As you know, social media has changed the landscape, and we're instituting that here at the AZ GOP.
Sure. So the green you were saying is positive, and the red is negative. So we're seeing a lot of positive right now?
Yeah, because for Senator John McCain, yeah.
Oh, for John McCain. Okay, cool. So what are we seeing about Trump?
So what we're seeing for Trump right now, he's in a huge lead, and so we're monitoring what's being said online. He's winning several different states. A lot of news agencies are tweeting out about that. On the campaign trail, we are literally getting in the conversation online and changing it in the direction that we want for our candidates, and making sure that we're tracking all of that in real time.
All right, Tyler, thank you so much. I'll let you get back to work. How cool is that? So this is on this side of the ballroom here, and if we're going to kind of make our way this way, you can see everyone's been watching Fox News here, the Fox News channel, and their election results, and again, cheering every time that Donald Trump wins his state. You know, this has been quite the race, specifically here in Arizona. Of course, we're not sure what the results of this election is going to be. Oh, if you can see here at the podium, we have Republican Party Chairman of the Arizona state here, with Robert Graham. He's introduced Governor Doug Ducey, and looks like he's about to introduce someone else. So anyway, I think we're going to pitch it to the podium here and listen to what he had to say.
All right, thanks so much. Let's move on.
Republican and governing values. With that being said, we've invited various groups to participate today while we're watching the results come in. They know that you might be applauding loudly if we see good results here. So with that being said, I'd like to introduce our first performers, God Bless USA Dancers.
Just my children and my wife.
Please welcome the School of Indian Classical Dance.
Over what's going on in Arizona. I can't control what goes on in the rest of the country, but I think I've proven by example that I can work with anyone.
Okay, and you did a lot of work anti-205. You did some talking on 206, but nobody seemed to be willing to campaign against that. Was that a mistake not to fund the campaign?
Well, there's only so many available dollars out there. We brought a lot of resources to stop Proposition 205. The people are going to have their say on that, and I think people understand some of what's going on with 206. I wish we would have been able to better educate voters on how this would hurt people that are climbing the economic ladder, who need a job, who want to stay in a job. But we'll see what they say tonight. We should have the results sometime tonight or early tomorrow morning, I'm hopeful.
And what about the possibility of working with the Senate that might be 15-15 or maybe even 16-14 the wrong way from your perspective?
Well, like I've said, Howie, I think the ideas in our administration of having the economy move in the right direction, of improving our K-12 education system and Arizona's reputation around the country. These aren't partisan ideas. I can work with anyone, but I've done my duty as a leader here and tried to get Republicans elected across the board.
Okay, and the fact that your senator up the block decided not to endorse the party's nominee, what do you think?
That's a question for the senator up the block. Now, are there other folks here that have questions?
What do you think of the turnout here in Arizona today, the voting turnout?
Well, I heard that the turnout was terrific, but I haven't seen final numbers. I mean, it's just a little over 7. They just closed the polls. But I think that there's going to be a good turnout. I think that's great. The more people that are voting, the better. What I also want to see positive results.
what would a Trump presidency mean for Arizona and the policies you want?
Well, I think that I would hope this is going to be a change election. And what I want to see is Washington, D.C., which I believe is the problem. I think it's our federal government. I think we've got a lot of competent governors across the country that could do a better job. They're closer to the people. They're closer to the leaders. They're closer to the decision making. I want to see those dollars and those programs pushed back to the states. That's why I wanted to support someone other than Hillary Clinton, and that's what I think Donald Trump would do, is turn Washington, D.C. upside down.
Governor, I'm sure you've been asked this. What's the reaction to several 100,000 votes in Maricopa County might not get counted tonight?
Well, whatever votes don't get counted tonight will get counted tomorrow. I mean, we're happy that a lot of people have voted. You know, we've got thousands of people that mailed in early ballots, that participated in early ballots, and then, you know, tens of thousands there today. We've been voting as a state for nearly a month. If it takes us all night to count them, I think that's good for democracy. I wish we'd have them all counted by 10 o'clock tonight, but we want to make sure that we're accurate and thorough, and that every vote that was turned in today, like mine, is counted.
Every vote will get counted, right?
Pardon me?
Every vote will get counted.
Oh yeah, every vote counts, and every vote is going to get counted. You got it, guys. Thanks. Appreciate it. You got it. Thank you. Good luck.
Media that covered the Arizona victories today, so thanks for being here. Hey, I want to say, first and foremost, thank you to everybody in this room. There's been electrifying.
All right, folks, and we are just learning of new states going for the candidates. New Mexico is going to Hillary Clinton, and Louisiana goes to Donald Trump.
Dancing. They're doing the traditional Indian classical dance known as Bharatanatyam at the GOP event. We just heard Doug Ducey speak live from there not too long ago. We are going to be checking in at the Democrat Party as well in just a couple minutes. And speaking of the Republicans, here's a live look at the Paul Ryan event in Wisconsin. We'll take you there live when we see some activity out there. And many of you guys are here because you want to just watch the map. So let's pull that up for you.
Let's show that map there. So you did see that blue just went to New Mexico for Hillary Clinton. Right now, Trump's still up 147 to 109.
All right, guys, so we did hear from the Republican Party festivities just a few minutes ago. Stefania Okoli is live at Democratic headquarters, the Democrat Party. Stefania, you are live on News Now.
Wage, like many of my fellow small business
Hello.
owners.
So yes, we are here at the Democratic watch party here at the Renaissance Hotel in downtown Phoenix. Right now we're hearing from some of the Democratic Party leaders. We just heard from Frank Camacho, who's pretty much a leader for this Democratic Party here in Arizona. Everyone is standing by, really watching as these numbers are coming in. Everything's still very, very fluid. We're seeing things go up and we're seeing things go down. But at this moment, when last checked, Donald Trump was still leading in a couple of key states, such as Ohio and Florida, which was actually pretty close to finishing up the race count. This crowd here, however, anytime they see a number where Hillary Clinton is leading, they start cheering. Anytime they start clapping, you know to look at the screen because it's showing some sort of race there that Hillary is leading at this moment. But again, a lot of people on edge, all kinds of people in here, pretty much everyone with a beer in their hand, because I think to a lot of them this race is much, much, much closer than what they thought it would be. We've seen Hillary, she had her surrogates in the Valley quite a lot during this campaign. She only was in the Valley 2 times as opposed to Trump, who visited Arizona as a whole 7 times. But you really saw the Latinos. As you guys know, they have a record number of Latinos who registered to vote. Of course, what the party needs is these Latinos to have actually showed up today to cast their votes.
And Stefania, what are you sensing from the crowd there as they are watching the returns come? Is it a little? Is the enthusiasm not there as much as it was maybe earlier in the night?
You know, the enthusiasm is still here, as you can tell, especially now. I think a lot of people were getting extremely nervous, which is why they kind of shut the screen off for a moment, and they got Frank Camacho and some other key speakers up here really speaking to the party, letting them know, hey, we're going to get Arpaio out of office. Hillary's going to be the new president. You know that the demographics here in Arizona are shifting. We're trying to get more Democrats in the office. They appear to be keeping their energy, but I mean, I'm looking at a lot of people and their faces when they're seeing these numbers. It's just really a state of shock, and just hoping that, you know, this 13% is coming from the suburbs, the areas that would have had people in these states voting for Donald Trump. They're still waiting on those numbers to come in for Hillary Clinton.
All right, well, you know what this is shaping up to be. It seems like it's going to be a long, long night, so we'll check in with you a little bit.
Very long night.
Yes, election night, nothing like it ever. Okay, thanks so much, Stefania. We'll check in with you a little bit later. All right, now, everybody, thank you so much for joining us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are looking at these live look right now. 147 electoral votes to Donald Trump, 109 to Hillary Clinton, and we are still waiting for the all-important Florida, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. Who are they going to go to?
We will see, Mike. We will see. Hello, guys. Mike and Tommy are back with you on camera. We've been with you guys throughout the evening.
We never left you.
We've never left you. We are covering this election extensively. We're bringing you nonstop coverage, not only coverage here of the Arizona races, but also the nationwide races. So much happening.
And you, Tommy, you've been scouring
I'm
Twitter.
on my phone.
What?
It's insane. Not only just reactions from viewers that are tweeting me. You can tweet me. Our Twitter handles are on the screen there. But I'm also just reading reactions from a lot of entertainers that I follow. And people
What's the consensus
just
right now?
I mean,
shock, right? It's shock.
Yeah, Baratunde, you know Baratunde?
Yep.
Saying, okay, worst case scenario, Trump becomes president. But that's like the worst case. Every other scenario is better. Robin Thede, she tweeted, I'm ready to project the state of my stomach. 52.8% queasy. 46% vomity. Like,
you know what's interesting?
Andy Lassner, who's the executive producer, I believe, of Ellen, tweeting, I'm on hold with Air Canada. I got a tweet from one of our viewers who said, thank God I'm Canadian. Brian Peter tweeting me that. Mr. Dave tweeting us.
I can't believe that the Hillary supporters would be so like getting
shocked.
I understand why they're shocked right now, but I feel like they're giving up too quickly.
Well,
I mean,
I
a
think
state hasn't been called yet.
Right, there are a lot of states out there that haven't been called. I think that everyone was just waiting.
Did they think they had it wrapped up by now?
They just thought that they'd get one of the swing states early and then that would be it.
Yeah.
But these swing states are called swing states for a reason, battleground states, It's anyone's game right now. What's interesting is following along on Twitter, seeing that the betting sites online started the night with 84% chance Hillary Clinton winning. Now,
Think
Hillary
about that,
Clinton,
84% chance that Hillary would win
and
it.
now has Trump winning 51%. So this is just
That's a huge swing.
anybody's game right now. Again, it's the internet, cable news. Maybe everyone's just trying to be a little dramatic or stretching this out as long as possible. We really don't know until we actually get the results.
Here's the thing, though. We've been seeing, both the Hillary Clinton rallies and the Donald Trump rallies all this past year.
Oh, yeah.
And Donald Trump did say, though, at most of his rallies, he said, guys, this is a movement. And I don't even think that the mainstream media picked up on that whole movement.
We knew.
Well, no, we knew. We knew because we were seeing these
Watching
rallies.
it day in and day out.
We were seeing them raw and from beginning to end. But I don't think a lot of the rest of the country found, if you were not a Trump supporter, I don't think you knew about this Trump storm that was coming on election night.
Well, and that's the thing. Like I was telling you before, I was telling the people that I was chatting with at the wedding
That's
I was
true.
at
This is a good
weekend,
story, yeah.
A lot of people from California, the Bay Area, LA, very liberal places, like, wait, Donald Trump actually has a chance. I'm like, yes. I had to explain to them what I had witnessed over the last year and a half watching this campaign, watching the number of people there, attending Donald Trump events myself, seeing the number of people that really do believe in him and his message. Now, I'm reading a tweet. This comes from a friend of mine. I went to college with him. He's a reporter out in LA. Alex Michelson tweeting, shock, silence, and tension. He's at the Hillary Clinton party in New York, the one that we've been showing you guys periodically, this one right here. His tweet says, shock, silence, and tension. The Hillary Clinton election night watch party can't believe Donald Trump has a path to win the presidency. You can tell, though, just looking at this. I mean, it looks like the crowd itself very calm, very quiet at the Hillary Clinton event.
It is very significantly different.
Mm-hmm. So I'm glued to my phone just reading the Twitter reaction right now. I can't help it. There's just so many people sharing their reaction to the news. And again, I feel like it might be a little premature, Mike. I think you've hit it.
Yeah, we don't know yet.
I mean, too close to call. I think some people, Hillary Clinton supporters, just nervous.
I think a lot of people are thinking of 2000 right now and Florida, where it's very close right now.
But who knows? Maybe it will come down to a state like Arizona, Nevada, California. We still haven't even seen all the results from the East Coast states. Let's go ahead and look at that map once again.
There you go.
We're still waiting on a lot of results from states that typically
even Georgia.
vote
Look at
blue.
Georgia. Still up for grabs, Georgia.
Right. It's anyone's game right now.
And so we are following this here live for you, and we've been with you all evening. Can
I read this tweet?
Absolutely.
It's from Dan Rather. That's why I laugh. Because I expect to read this tweet from a comedian.
Okay.
This comes from Dan Rather, highly respected newsman.
Yes.
The difference between too close to call and too early to call is the difference between looking for a Xanax and looking for a beer.
There it is. There it is, Dan Rather, with that one. We've been with you not only this whole evening, but we've been with you all campaign long. So if you haven't already done so, maybe you're watching this. This is very likely there are people out there that are watching this for the first time.
Right.
Welcome to News Now.
Welcome.
We stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. and, of course, bring you breaking news when that happens. But if you haven't already done so, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way you'll be in the know of, well, of course, when we say who the next president is and breaking news from around the country as well.
Right. Now, this tweet comes from Nikki Fink. She was the person who started Deadline, the founder of Deadline Hollywood, a very prominent person in Southern California. How many more of the early votes would have been Hillary's without 9 days of FBI damage to her closing campaign by Comey, Giuliani, Trump? Some people are starting to blame that. I've just seen different people blaming different reasons as to why Hillary Clinton doesn't have a clear advantage right now. Some people blaming disgruntled Bernie Sanders supporters who decided to vote third party or not at all. Other people blaming the FBI for even making these emails a big deal.
Now, do you think they'll eventually come to grips and maybe blame the candidate as well? Because, you know, she's the face of that of the party there, and it could be interesting.
Who knows who's to blame? I think it's too early to blame. We don't even have results.
We don't have results.
We don't
yet.
even have a president, new president yet.
Let's show you the map really quick again, because I want to. While I'm showing you the map, I do want to bring up this great photo that Ivanka Trump tweeted out, and it's the family at the headquarters watching the returns come in, just like, you know, how we are right now. But, you know, they're together obviously as a family. They're a very tight group, as you can imagine here, but I do want to show you that picture.
And I also want to read this tweet from Nate Silver,
Do it.
the pollster. This doesn't seem like an election in which one candidate had a 99% chance of winning, to be honest.
And take a look at this great photo, Samia. Look at that shot captured. This is Donald Trump and his family and supporters. They're watching these returns come in. Very tense moment for them.
Who tweeted that?
Ivanka.
Oh, wow. It's a great photo. Thanks, Ivanka.
So that is a little look inside right now. And it looks like, you know what, we could possibly be getting some more live shots here from our very own Fox 10 reporters out in the field covering local races here as well.
Andrew is doing what? All right, guys, and that was a look at the Trump family. The Trump family watching the results. Let's bring things back to a local election that really has garnered national attention. We're talking about Sheriff Joe Arpaio and the race for Sheriff of Maricopa County. It's Arpaio versus Penzone. And our very own Andrew Hasbin is on this story. He is live. Andrew, you're live on News Now. Andrew, it looks like we're having some issues with your audio. We can't hear you at all.
We'll try to get that squared away and come back to Andrew in just a little bit here.
Across this city and across this state. And we owe a huge thank you.
We're working on it. Hey, can you guys hear me now? All right, we are back in business here at Republican headquarters. Sheriff Joe Arpaio is expected here tonight. We don't know when he's going to come, but we can assume that we'll have a better idea of when he's going to arrive any minute when the first numbers come in at 8 o'clock here in Arizona. A couple of things to look for, you know, as we're seeing across the country, kind of a swell of Donald Trump's support. If the same thing happens here in Arizona, there is no doubt that helps Sheriff Joe Arpaio. Sheriff Joe Arpaio was an early endorser of Donald Trump and helped campaign with Donald Trump all over this state and in other parts of the country. So if we see a lot of support for Donald Trump, that bodes well for Sheriff Joe Arpaio. Now, will that counter the massive increase in Latino voters that we've seen registered during this cycle? That is kind of the mystery here. We are talking about Maricopa County voters only in this election. It's the local county sheriff's race. So we just have to kind of see how many Latinos turn out, these new voters turn out to vote against Sheriff Joe Arpaio. There have been rallies today. There have been rallies every day and get out the vote efforts leading up to Election Day. And it's just not unclear right now how many people are going to actually show up and vote against Sheriff Joe Arpaio and for Paul Penzone. There's another aspect of this race too, and that's Republicans who may be voting for Donald Trump and against Sheriff Joe Arpaio. We've talked to many Republicans throughout this race who have said that they are done supporting Sheriff Joe Arpaio and they've turned and are now going to support former Phoenix Police Sergeant Paul Penzone. Will it be enough to counter all those people showing up to vote for Donald Trump who may still be supporting Joe Arpaio?
There has not been a lot of polling in this race. There have been some polls that showed Paul Penzone with a significant lead, others showing Sheriff Joe Arpaio with a lead. Really, it's anyone's guess at this point what's going to happen in this race. If you want to talk about the money aspect too, anyone who's watched any TV in the Phoenix area knows that, you can't turn on any show without seeing a Sheriff Joe Arpaio ad. He spent $12.5 million on this race, and that's all around, from the primaries all the way up till now. And Paul Penzone only raised and spent about $1 million, not even close to what Sheriff Joe has. But he got some big help from mega donors in the form of a political action committee, a PAC called Maricopa Strong. That PAC was funded by George Soros, who dropped $2.3 million. Other very wealthy Democrats, including the widow of Apple founder Steve Jobs and a Texas hedge fund billionaire, all of them putting in hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy TV ads and mailers and other campaign materials over the past month or so to the tune of $3 million. Will it be enough? We'll know very soon when the results are posted at 8 o'clock. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Andrew, for that live update. We do appreciate it. Taking now back out to the electoral vote map, we see a 162 for Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton 122 as the evening continues to roll on here.
To say otherwise is just, well, it doesn't make sense.
Okay, doesn't make sense. Now, I do have to ask you, I know obviously you're very optimistic tonight about Prop 205 passing, but if it doesn't, what are the next steps for you and your supporters?
Look, prohibition nationally has been an abject failure in every single regard. The end of prohibition is inevitable at this point in time. It's simply the fact. So whether it's now or whether it's someday in the future,
saying just not if, but when.
Exactly. This is done. All right, put a fork in prohibition. It's over.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, JP. A lot still going on. A lot of ballots still to be counted. Back to you guys.
Yeah, we got to get some numbers before we know that prohibition is over in Arizona.
We will have much more numbers throughout the night. We're back in a half an hour. We'll see you then. Back to Fox News.
All right, everybody, and we're just taking a live look inside Hillary Clinton's headquarters for watching right now as her supporters watching the returns come in right now. All right, everybody, now we're going to be going to our very own Steve Kraft out in the field covering locally here in Arizona. Steve, how are you doing today?
How's it going, Mike? I'm here in Democratic headquarters, and there's a good-sized crowd here behind me. As you can see, this place is really filled up. We're in the Renaissance Hotel, downtown Phoenix, and there are a lot of excited Democrats here. And I really think it's fair to say there are a lot of worried Democrats here. They were optimistic coming in here tonight that maybe this might be over relatively quickly if Hillary Clinton were able to knock out Donald Trump in Florida, North Carolina, and with the states pretty much in her column, she'd win. But it doesn't look like that's happening. It looks like Donald Trump is ahead, obviously, in Florida. He's hanging out to a lead in North Carolina. Virginia's very competitive. It looks like Mr. Trump's going to win in Ohio if current trends hold. And given all those things, this has taken on the aspect of a nail-biter. This is a very competitive race. And the Democrats are kind of looking a little bit anxiously at all the latest returns as they come out. We are still waiting for Paul Penzone, who's due down here probably in about an hour. And we're looking forward to talking to him. There's a lot of energy, a lot of talk about turning Arizona blue. Of course, we'll see tonight if that happens. And of course, people are talking quite a bit about the propositions. Prop 205 on legalizing recreational marijuana. A lot of people in this room are for that. And also Prop 206, $12 by 2020 minimum wage. That has widespread support among Democrats as well. It's a crowded ballroom here, as you can see. And that always happens on election nights. Just lots and lots of these are party activists. You know, these are the core of the party. The true blue Democrats, no matter what, they're here. And they are hoping right now that Hillary Clinton is going to pull through and be the next president. And that's fair to say, we don't know. We don't know what's going to happen. It's a very suspenseful night. Back to you.
All right, yeah, Steve, it looks like a very tense crowd, but you know what? Anything can happen. We've seen that throughout this campaign. We'll be checking back with you in a little bit. Thanks so much, Steve, for that live update.
You got it, man.
Taking a live look right now, electoral votes right now, 150 to 122. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Joined here by Steve Barnes, a political...
Stan
Barnes.
Come on, I have a brother named
There
Steve,
we go.
so-
See, Stan Barnes, political consultant. Thanks for joining us here.
Good to be here. Really good to be here.
What are your reactions right now that as we are looking at, Florida still up for grabs, very tight right now, North Carolina still tight as well. Tell me what you're thinking.
I think what's playing out in real time for all of us is the grand theory that's not only my theory, a lot of people had this theory, that Trump has underpolled this entire election.
Sure.
He underpolled in the primary, and then he won all the primary.
Yes.
He underpolls in the general. He's winning states, or he's competitive in states that have not been called, that he should not have been competitive in, if you believe the polls. And he's winning a number of them, even though they're not called yet. As someone said, even if for some reason he loses the election tonight, he has already changed the dynamic because he's outperforming and surprising all the supposed smart people
Yes.
about what is and what is not in politics.
And do you think it's because people just didn't want to say they were voting for Trump, or do you think they just wanted to kind of, wait until election day to really show what they were all about?
I think it's mainly that, unlike people like myself and yourself and some of your viewers, the average person does not eat politics for breakfast the way we eat politics for breakfast.
That's true.
And so they hold their vote very close. It's like talking about how much money you make or something. You just don't talk about those sort of things. So when someone calls on a telephone and says, I'm polling, they don't trust who's on the other end, and they don't want to give an answer of which will be somehow used against them. And they don't want to have to defend Trump in his moment of embarrassment. Trump embarrassed himself a lot, right? And people want to say, I want to vote for change. I don't like Hillary. I want to be for this Trump guy. But they don't want to have to explain they're not a racist, or they don't treat women poorly. They don't want to own those portions of Trump.
Yes.
But they want to send a message about Washington being broken. And so when you traditionally poll, you get a certain answer, but it's in an election like this, it's not necessarily a believable answer, given this is a historic election.
Sure.
It's a wave election.
Absolutely.
It is a nation-changing election. We're either going to get the first female or the first man who's never been in the military, never been in elective office, and has defied all convention to get here. So that's my long answer about why he's underpolled.
There we go.
He's underpolled. And so in these states like Florida, Michigan, and even Ohio that he's winning by 10 points, all the polls were closer or had him losing, but he's not. So this is going to be one of those big nights for us.
And what do you think the Clinton camp is thinking right now?
Well, I think I'm sure they're thinking this is not over, and it's not over.
No.
I mean, there's a lot of votes to be cast, and they are doing calculations, not on the back of a napkin, but on a computer screen, about how this is still going to play out, what their path is. They cite a giant sigh of relief with Virginia evidently tipping toward Hillary to win. And if Virginia would have fallen, it would have been perhaps lights out for her. And so I'm sure that they are relaxed about the fact that Virginia has come in. But look at all the states on the map. Most of them are not yet called. And you got the big swings like Florida and like North Carolina and Michigan and Ohio and Wisconsin, states that Trump was supposed to lose. But he's right there, even winning right now. And so I think the theme already for tonight is that Trump is overperforming, doing better than the polls, and this grand theory of people just not wanting to level with pollsters is playing itself out as true.
Wow. And now we know the Democrats are tense right now, but there's some Republicans who are sweating it out right now as well, because they really didn't endorse Trump and now might be thinking, oh my.
Yeah,
this could get awkward.
Exactly. If you're Senator Jeff Flake in Arizona, I mean, to bring it back home to Arizona, if you're Senator Jeff Flake, if you're Senator John McCain, who's winning tonight, who I'm sure is going to win re-election tonight, he deserves it. Those guys are thinking, now what? If Trump is president, they've got to work with him, and they've got to make peace with not only the president, but the electorate in Arizona that put Trump in. That's the problem for Senator Flake, for instance, because he has to run for re-election 2 years from now.
Sure.
And he's got to make peace. Getting along with the new president, that's one thing, but getting along with Republican voters and independents and Democrats that are voting for Trump in Arizona, that's the challenge for some of these guys. I'm sure there are senators and congressmen all over the country tonight that they've got two speeches written. Yes. One is that I didn't support the nominee, but he's president, and the other is I didn't support the nominee and he lost, and we, the Republicans, need to rebuild. No matter what happens, Trump wins or loses, the Republican Party has got a lot of soul searching and rebuilding or changing or evolving to go through. But already at this early point in the night, the ground is moved underneath the political establishment because Trump is doing far better than he's supposed to do.
Totally shaken.
Yes,
Totally.
it has.
Now here locally, what race are you particularly keeping a tight eye on right now?
Well, I assuming John McCain is going to coast to victory, which I think he is. We have a couple congressional seats that will help make up the balance, and I think those are important. Just for pure prurient interest's sake, I'm really interested in the Arpaio Pinzone race in Maricopa County. Joe Arpaio is an international figure.
That's
international.
True.
And if he ends up losing his fifth re-elect or something like that, it's going to be a bit of an earthquake here in Arizona to have a Democratic sheriff in a very Republican county. It'll be a repudiation of Sheriff Joe. I mean, it's not really about Paul Penzone, who seems to be a very credible candidate, but it's a repudiation of Sheriff Joe, or he's winning. I really don't know how he's doing already early. I mean, the numbers are just barely coming in.
Yeah, they're barely coming
in
right now.
That's the one I'm watching.
And wouldn't that be something if Trump wins, Arpaio loses? I mean,
I know. Well, these guys are evaluated in their own silo.
That's true.
Even
That's
though
true.
Arpaio was backing Trump and they're kind of tied at the hip, it's really possible that Trump's going to win and Arpaio's going to lose. And that's because voters do them one at a time.
Yeah.
They don't pull one lever. We don't even have that option on our ballot. You can't just vote the Republicans all the way down to one click like other states.
Yes,
you can.
yes.
And so it's these guys run in their own silos, and especially when you're Arpaio, or for that matter, Trump, running for president. These guys have their own identity, and voters know who they are. They have 100% name identification.
Absolutely. And we've been watching these campaigns and these rallies for the last really 18 months, if you want to go back. And really, Donald Trump, the theme of all his rallies always was there's a movement going on, talking about his crowd and the support he was getting. And it's showing right now that he's in the race, and at some states he's actually leading the states he shouldn't even be leading.
Yeah, it's too early, but if he wins, history will have to say that despite not getting out of his own way with all of these stylistic things, he ended up tapping into something the American people wanted. And man, if that's what happens, I mean, this is going to go down as one of the seminal elections in U.S. history, really.
Oh, absolutely. And as we take a look still here at the map right now, how late do you think we'll have to wait for Florida?
Well, Florida has proven to be, that state that can hold us up, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
think about it, 2000.
Right, it was 547 people back then that decided who was going to, that and the Supreme Court. But I don't, he's ahead enough in Florida that it might not be that late, because he's got a pretty good spread on it right now. And it's, if it ends up being that spread holding, then one of these networks and others are going to call Florida, because he's in the driver's seat. Trump's in the driver's seat in Florida right now, and there may not be enough votes to make it up.
And the last I saw, even in North Carolina, there was a report that Trump was up by 60,000 votes in North Carolina. So
well, he was supposed to lose North Carolina, if you believe the polling.
Yep.
And he's on the road to winning it. He's supposed to squeak it out in Ohio, and he's winning Ohio by 9 or 10 points.
Wow.
That might be the poster child. There are counties in Ohio that are coal, steel, blue collar counties that voted for Obama both times in 60% numbers or above, that right now Trump is winning.
Wow.
That is where the election is. That if Obama can win a county in Ohio twice and Trump win it this time, the message of...
It's a clear message.
It's a clear message that his message resonated with voters who feel like they've been left out by the coastal elites, by the left and the right coast, by the east and the west coast, and the governing class in Washington, who don't think about rural America very often, or working America. So there's going to be a lot of dissection of this election, no matter who wins, by now, Trump's already proven the point.
Yeah.
Trump's proven the point that this is something to be known by Republican politicians and Democratic politicians. I think you can safely say in the next big race, there's going to be a lot more Trump-style attention.
That's true.
On the populist side of this argument.
That is
and
true.
The average working man and woman. Don't forget that on this in this argument. So it's happening. It's happening right now.
Absolutely. And final prediction. If you, I know you probably don't like to guess, but
heck no, I've been wrong all year. Everybody's been wrong all year. I think we're, when it comes to Arizona, I'm excited that we're going to have a lot of information in the next hour or two.
Yes.
And we'll know perhaps the Maricopa County Sheriff, and we'll know these congressional races. I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to be sitting right here in the newsroom looking forward to it.
that's the best spot. I always say the newsroom is the best spot really to...
Yeah, your viewers can't see this, but this place is like a beehive of people working. And all the monitors, it's crazy.
Yeah, the energy, the buzz, there's nothing like it on election night. So Stan Barnes, thank you so much for coming by, and we'll chat with you maybe a little bit later as the night goes on.
Cool, thanks.
And let's take you now back out to the map right now so you can take a live look.
Again, guys, you are looking at our electoral vote map. I want to go ahead and give you guys a live look at the Donald Trump event. There is the crowd. Let's listen in, see if they're chanting. I know before they were chanting USA. Let's see if they're saying anything now. All right, no chanting there, but still a lot of commotion at that Donald Trump event in New York. Just a couple miles away is the Hillary Clinton event. Very quiet at the Hillary Clinton event. And it looks like we went to the Hillary Clinton event just in time for Fight Song. If you've been following our political coverage over the last year and a half, every single Hillary Clinton event, it seemed, they played Fight Song. In recent weeks and months, they started playing Fight Song less, but nonetheless, every time I hear the song, I think of the Hillary Clinton campaign.
But I can make an explosion. This is our fight song. Take back my life song.
play a clip for you, an interview from earlier today. Christy Siefkin speaking with a couple at the polls earlier today. Let's go ahead and watch this now.
Side, you saw something a little unusual. Describe it for us.
Well, there are only 2 people that are checking people in to vote. There's a total of about 20 booths inside of there where people can sit and physically vote. However, only 2 or 3 are occupied at a time because the registration process is just so slow.
Because there's too few volunteers?
Yeah. There's only 2 volunteers in there that are checking people in all together.
That have supposedly been here since 5:30 this morning. No break. What is the mood like in the line because people are sitting and waiting so long?
Hot, agitated, sweating,
Yeah.
irritated. You know, you see all these empty booths and you're just standing there. And
Yeah, we
not
weren't the
able
only
to vote.
people that asked. Of course, we were sitting there kind of griping, and we're like, why is there nobody standing here? You know, and we're all in line. And then a few people behind us were asking the same thing, and they're very nice. You know, wow, that line's definitely gone far. But what did they say in response?
Well, they said that it's... There's 2 people here. They've been here since 5:30 a.m. They're tired, and they're going as fast as they can.
And it's the system. They said they had to change out the system earlier or something like that? Okay.
Which had nothing to do with right now. I mean, the system is running fine right now, but there's only 2 people checking people in.
How long did you 2 have to wait to vote?
An hour.
At least.
At least an hour.
And I hear you're first-time voters. Did you think about leaving the line? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we actually talked about it a couple times, but we already waited like 30 minutes, so we were like, why leave? We've already waited this long. So.
Yeah, we could have voted 2 elections ago, but we went through a similar situation and walked out. And so this time we were staying there, and I was like, I don't even think I want to vote anymore. I don't even think this is that important.
But the stakes are high with Arpaio and 205 on the ballot this year, so it was important for us to vote.
And speaking of Arpaio, students at Central High protesting Sheriff Arpaio earlier today. Look at this walkout. Mustangs against Arpaio. Look at this video from earlier. We carried it live here on News Now. Skyfox aerials of students protesting Sheriff Arpaio, protesting Trump. A massive group marching in Central Phoenix earlier today. And I just want to give you guys a heads up. We have breaking news. Colorado has gone to Hillary Clinton, so just wanted to give you guys that update. Fox News did project John McCain the winner of the Senate race here in Arizona. Just FYI, bullet point number 2, some early Arizona votes may not be counted by the end of the day. That is of a great concern. 1.1 million people submitted early ballots. However, just a few hours ago, only 800,000 of those had been counted. I want to go back and show you guys the video from earlier, the Sheriff Arpaio protest. Again, video from earlier in the day, the protest taking place in Central Phoenix. And we have some more breaking news. We're going to actually have to update this electoral vote count in just a second, but we have the results from Ohio.
And
Mike?
It is big. Ohio is going Trump.
That's right. Ohio going Trump, Colorado going Hillary Clinton. I think it's time that we check in with our map.
Yeah, let's show our map here. And folks, this is getting very interesting now that Ohio has turned red, even despite the help of, well, no help from the governor, John Kasich, really. No
Right.
support.
And despite the fact that the king of Ohio, I'm talking about LeBron James, highly campaigned for Hillary Clinton, publicly endorsed her. I guess people aren't swayed by LeBron James.
No, and think about the concert that they had there as well, Jay-Z and Beyonce.
Right.
Think about that as well, that it was not enough to get Clinton to hit blue for Ohio. So we're still waiting for Florida and North Carolina, even though we know that right now, there's 95% precincts reported in Florida, and Trump does have an edge there as well. So, we
haven't heard from Pennsylvania or New Hampshire.
I really want to know North Carolina, too.
Georgia, too.
Yeah, I thought
Still a toss-up.
Georgia's like the one that's like, really? We don't know?
Well, I guess it's one of those things where it's a rural state. You kind of think it might go Trump. However, there's a huge African-American population in and around Atlanta that is sort of changing the dynamic in Georgia. So that's the breaking news. We wanted to give you guys that update.
Do we still have the Hillary? Can we show?
I was just going to show.
Let's show Hillary.
You read my mind, Mike. You read my mind. Look at the crowd.
It's wow.
Let's go ahead and move that lower third right there. It is just still.
It's emptied out, too.
You think it's empty? I don't think it's emptied out. I think it's just a different angle.
Yeah, but it
because
doesn't.
that area on the left-hand side never was filled, but a lot of the area on the right that the video isn't showing.
That's true. And just think about it, guys. We told you this earlier in the newscast that they were supposed to have a firework display over the Hudson. That got canceled by the campaign last Friday. Did they send something? Did they, from their own internal poll numbers? They couldn't have expected this. No way.
I don't know. Maybe they just didn't want to spend the money on the fireworks, Mike. And then a quick look at the Donald Trump event, just so you guys get a view of both events happening now. And now we have another update. We just heard from Fox News that the Republicans will retain the majority in the House.
Yeah, so that was big news just announced right now over our newsroom intercom there. So we are keeping tight race for you, folks. It's, wow, coming down to this.
We're giving you guys all the updates. If you guys want your thoughts heard, feel free to tweet us, and we will read your comments live here on air. In the meantime, let's get back to some Arizona voting. So even though the polls closed at 7 o'clock, people are still voting. The rule is basically if you're in line by 7, you are allowed to vote. Your vote will be counted. I know we have a reporter out in the field, don't we?
Yeah, we have our very own Matt Rodewald, who is live right outside a polling place right now.
In Maryville. Matt, you're live on News Now.
Hi guys, yeah, 51st and Osborne is where we are. This is the Maryvale Baptist Church. Let me step out of the way because you can't see anything, which is good. This is the first time we haven't seen a line all night. The last voter is just inside the door and she is ready to go. And she's about to cast her ballot. Karen was the last one. She got in line at 6:58, and here we are 90 minutes later, and she's going to cast her ballot. And yes, all of the votes that come in before 7 o'clock, as long as you're registered and everything else, you get a chance to vote and your vote will count. Now, we know there have been issues in terms of early voters, the 200,000 that could be up for grabs in terms of being able to count those. It could take days, more than 200,000 votes here in Maricopa County. But the folks that were here tonight, there's a sense of community, a sense of calm. Everyone is being peaceful. Everyone is being orderly. We've had folks bringing food by all day long. There's more food here than, say, in our newsroom for covering this. So a lot of people are really going the extra mile to make sure everybody was comfortable, and they really needed to be. A lot of people with kids here today, they have no child care to take their kids to, so they had to bring them here at the polling place and wait 90 minutes. If you have kids, you know how long that is to sit in a line. That's hard to do. Also, a lot of elderly, a lot of the folks who are handicapped, forced to sit in a wheelchair. And we also talked to a woman who came right after 7 o'clock and her experience, and it wasn't a good one for her. Take a listen.
They tried to keep me in the hospital, refusing to allow me to come and vote. Okay? So I told them yesterday when they informed me that I would not be able to come and vote if I was still not released on discharge. Well, I guess I'm AMA now, as I've been told, and now all of a sudden there's a discharge waiting for me, but they haven't resolved my issue as to why I'm in the hospital.
So are you going back to the hospital?
So I'm going back to the hospital. They're telling me I have to be readmitted back to the hospital, so I have to go through all the process that I was. Actually,
Wow, that is a huge commitment there.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is. I mean, that was one of those situations where you feel bad at the same time, and awkward circumstances nonetheless. But hey, 701, they really shut the door, and they had an inspector out here, and this gentleman's kind of walking up and down. He's not out here right now, but he's been making sure everyone has been not disturbed within 75 feet of a polling place. In fact, right where we are right now here in the parking lot, they've measured it out 75 feet away from that door just to make sure. And also they've been very, very helpful for us to make sure we knew where the end of the line was or not. And the woman who was at the end of the line, Karen, came in at 6:58. She was very nice, talked to us for a little bit, but she also kind of knew she made it in the nick of time. And guess what? She went the wrong way and got here in time still. And this is just one or two voter stories that you have on the evening. It's been a wild night across the state of Arizona, and these are just two reasons as why.
That is awesome, Matt. Well, I guess when it's meant to be, it's meant to be. Thank you so much for
making sure. We'll keep watching.
There you go. Awesome. Thanks so much, Matt.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, guys, and we want to go ahead and show you guys this live look at a feed we're getting in. It looks like this is where we're going to hear from Senator McCain, who was indeed reelected for Senate. We just saw a tight shot of Senator Jeff Flake. McCain is taking the stage right now. There he is. Perfect timing.
We'll listen in live.
Thank you, Arizona. Thank you so much. I stand before you tonight with our family at our side here and so many elected officials that have been so helpful. And I'm so humbled and I'm so honored, and quite frankly, I'm a little teary tonight. For your belief in my husband and your strength and your honor in him. In your honor in giving him your vote and believing in what he does for this state. I cannot thank you enough. I can't thank you enough. You guys are great. You have given us the greatest honor of all. You have decided to give my husband your vote. He'll get it straight. I'm sorry, I'm rattled. You've decided to give him your vote and send him back to the United States Senate. Thank you. In John, you have a true hero. You have a warrior. Someone who has the experience, the leadership, and the dignity to serve the way he serves. And most importantly, he is a cut above everyone. He believes in what is... He lives by the code of conduct: duty, honor, country. By allowing me to stand here with him and giving me the humble honor of being a very, very microscopic part of Arizona history, I can't thank you enough. This beautiful state of mine has meant so much to me, and in giving my husband the opportunity to join me in the state 36 years ago, we have loved and lived here with all of our hearts. So please welcome your maverick, your friend, and then next U.S. Senator John McCain.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. And here we are together on another election night, my friends. And I'm humbled again by the privilege extended me, and so grateful. I have so many people to thank, so many debts to acknowledge. Let me begin by saying thank you to my employers, the people of Arizona, those of you who voted for me and those who voted for my opponent. I've never been more honored by anything than the privilege of representing you in the United States Senate. I've never taken it for granted, and I never will. I'm as grateful to you tonight as I was when you first elected me. Every life has its ups and downs, and I've had a few of my own. But no setback has ever mattered anywhere near as much in the balance of my life as the public trust that you've granted me. So thank you, Arizona, again, from the bottom of my heart. I want to thank, too, Congresswoman Ann Kirkpatrick for running a spirited and honorable campaign. This office is worth a good fight, and she sure gave me one. I commend her and wish her well. And I commend her supporters for investing their hope and labor in her campaign. I've been on the losing side of elections before, and it's no fun. But you gave yourselves to a cause greater than yourselves, and that brings a satisfaction that outlasts temporary disappointments. I want to assure you that while we may not agree on all the issues, you have my respect and my service. You're my bosses too, and your interests are my responsibility to represent. To my supporters, those who have stood with me in all my campaigns and those who did so for the first time in this campaign, all Arizonans who gave me their encouragement, their trust, their efforts, and their most powerful civic possession, their vote, so that I would have another opportunity to be the best senator I can be for you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will get up every day, determined to work harder for you than the day before to deserve your trust. This has been a difficult national election and not always an uplifting one. But Americans have done their duty as citizens and chosen a new president. For too long, Washington has schemed and fought and maneuvered to gain political advantage at the cost of delivering for the American people. We've made too little, if any, progress meeting the great challenges of our time, which are many and difficult. The one message that came through loud and clear in this election is that Americans want progress now. They want progress now to secure their families and America's interests from the dangerous threats we face overseas. They want progress now on solving national problems that threaten their ability to prosper and make a better life for their families. They want progress now on growing the economy and increasing their opportunities to live purposeful and satisfying lives. They want progress now on making sure we do what every previous American generation has done, and that is to ensure America's future is even better than our storied past. I promise you, I will work as hard as I ever have, use all my knowledge and experience and relationships, and extend an open hand to our new president and my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to solve our problems together as fellow Americans who have more in common than we have differences. Most of all, we have our citizenship in common, and that is a blessing we should honor by treating each other with respect. I want to thank my amazing campaign team who have done such a fantastic job. And even taught an old dog like me a few new campaign tricks. All our incredible interns who are here, please. All of our interns and volunteers who sacrificed so much and made so many calls. And there's so many people here I'd like to thank, but there is also a very, very special group, and that is our Iranian American friends who are here. If you happen to have seen a horse-drawn carriage around the valley, that's our guys over here who did that, so thank you. And a special shout out to our Vietnamese American friends who are here tonight. Thank you. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you. These are the people, or the children of the people who came to this country from a war-torn land that had been taken over by the communists with very little besides the shirt on their backs, and made the shirts on their backs, and made this a greater and better nation for their presence. So I thank you for your support, and God bless. All of them did so much. Your belief in me and your labor honors me, and I thank you for it. And thank you, of course, to all my long-time trusted friends and advisors and my Senate staff in Washington and Arizona. There they are. As always, I wouldn't have gotten anywhere in this business without your trusted counsel and generous support and your friendship. Thank you to everyone who committed any amount of money to this campaign. From the smallest to the largest donation, it fueled our campaign, and I thank you. I especially want to recognize two people who have been incredibly helpful throughout this journey: Governor Doug Ducey and my good friend and colleague, Senator Jeff Flake. There's also a couple of people I'd like to recognize tonight. As you know, it was Harry Truman that said, if you want a friend in Washington, go out and buy a dog. Well, I have many special friends who are here tonight, but two of them I'd like to point out. That it was about 10 years ago, we were in Kabul, Afghanistan, and General David Petraeus named us, gave us the name of the Three Amigos, because we always traveled together and spent time together in Iraq and Afghanistan with the men and women who are serving our nation in uniform. The most uplifting and honorable experiences of my life was the ability to be in the company of heroes. And that's my dear friend, Senator Joe Lieberman and Senator Lindsey Graham. I'd also like to thank a fellow who's been with me since we were together in the Coolidge administration, my dear friend Rick Davis, who has done so much along with our team to make our campaign so well. You know, one of the great experiences to go to Prescott, Arizona on the night before the election, as Barry Goldwater started that tradition back in 1952. And it's always been really one of the great and wonderful experiences that I had in my political life. And I mentioned last night I never had, as you know, a hometown growing up. The Navy was my home and my parents' home until I got married and I got Arizona. This magnificent place I love so much as a home. My family and children, it's the greatest gift I've ever received. Campaigns are harder on the campaign's family than the candidate. And I put my family through quite a few. I think this might be the last. Thank you for your love and support. Thank you for everything. And that, my friends, with a full heart and ready to get back to work for you, I'll say good night and thank you one last time for making me the luckiest guy I know. God bless.
How about that, Clay? But as always, looking for the Senator Grant.
Story career right there.
Oh, he's a great American, and he's a hero. And he didn't take this race for granted. This was going to be a tough race, but he worked so hard. He worked like a kid, and he's not a kid anymore. But it's a very satisfying win for him. Very proud of John.
How do we bring the Republican Party back together now?
Well, I don't know. You know, it's both parties are divided. Obviously, whoever wins the presidency will have a lot to say about that party. But John McCain is going to do what he's always done. He's going to be a straight talker, and America needs that now.
Thank you so much.
Again, we're hoping to get a one-on-one interview with Senator McCain. Right now, he is shaking hands with the crowd, meeting and greeting the supporters that were there in attendance at this McCain event. Senator McCain making his way through the crowd. Once again, we will wait to see whether we get that one-on-one interview.
My pleasure.
Kay Temple. Hey, Kay, how are you, darling? Wonderful to see you, Kay. Wonderful to see you. Congratulations. Congratulations, Senator. How are you feeling tonight?
Oh, feeling great, and it's a nice win. And the young people and others who helped so much in this campaign, I'm very grateful for.
That's what I was going to bring up. Your young people, your interns.
Yeah, we had like 200 students who were with
and
us.
They think the world of you.
Thank you.
And they didn't say it in a grandpa kind of way either. They think you're a cool old dude.
I must have fooled them. Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you.
So glad you're here. Thank you. Oh my God, you sweetheart. Thank you. Oh my gosh, how nice to see you. Thank you for all your leadership. Well, my pleasure. Hey, how are you? Another election.
Congratulations, I know. The emotion, you got me going a little bit.
I know.
Why? Because it's the last time, or I mean, what
no,
was it?
I just think for me it's how much he means to Arizona, and every time I'm here for one of these events, I see what Arizona sees for him, and it just really makes me very proud. Thank you.
Senator McCain, congratulations. Good to see you.
Welcome.
What does this mean for you, your husband, to represent Arizona 6 more
I'm
years?
so proud of him. I really am, and I get teary because seeing people react to him and re-electing him time and time again, it just makes me very proud. It makes me teary. I can't help it. Thank you very much.
All right, everybody, here is some live breaking news for you. North Carolina has gone to Donald Trump right now, 183 to 131. Donald Trump in the lead right now. Just 87 more electoral votes for Donald Trump to clinch the presidency of the United States. Now we're going to go back out locally here to check in with our very own Marcy Jones. She's handling Proposition 205 and 206. Marcy, how is it going right now?
You know what? It's going well, Mike. I'm going to step out of the way so you can see what's happening here at Crescent Ballroom. Lots of people piling in. Not only is this a Prop 205 kind of supporter party, but this is also just an overall election viewing party. So lots of people excited to kind of see what's going on their big screen projector. Now, I did just talk to some 205 supporters who are a little bit disappointed in these preliminary numbers that are coming up on the Arizona Secretary of State website. Right now, they are projecting that yes is at 46.66% on Prop 205 and no is at 53.34%. So we are seeing no kind of edging out yes on that right now, but they say, hey, it ain't over until it's over. And I was talking to some of them earlier who are actually I was talking to J.P. Holyoke, who's the chair on Prop 205, and he says some of the biggest challenges they've met is that the anti-Prop 205 campaign totally outfunded them. He says that they are spreading, in his words, mistruths and misinformation. One of the biggest challenges they've been running into is that people don't trust that this money is going to be going to Arizona schools. They say that they've been told this before, that there's always a catch, that they don't believe it actually went to schools in Colorado. We've heard both sides on that. And also, you know, they're worried about the hypocrisy of it all. We grew up kind of in a generation where it was just say no to drugs, and they believe that if, you know, a child comes across an edible that looks like a gummy bear, that could be more bad than good. So what we're hearing from kind of the supporters of Prop 205 is that they'd rather have this natural right to liberty, to have the government kind of stay out of their business. If they deem this harmless, they want to be able to make this choice themselves. I also talked to an Army vet who said he claims that this actually saved his life. He said he was going through chemotherapy, was on tons and tons of pills, handfuls of pills every day. He said he had stage 3 prostate cancer. He switched over to medical marijuana, and he said that actually saved his life. He said in 90 days he was cancer free. So we do have some people who very strongly believe in this, and we have some people that are strongly against it. Right now we are seeing the state lean towards no, but again, it ain't over until it's over. And I did ask the chair, Mr. Holyoke of Prop 205, I asked him, what's the next steps? If this doesn't pass tonight or tomorrow, as we've heard a lot of those ballots won't be counted, what are the next steps for you and your supporters of Prop 205? He said, if not, it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. He says this will pass within the next 10 years. Those are his words, not mine. And we're seeing this all across the country right now, in California, in Maine, in Nevada, in Massachusetts. Prop 205 is a very big deal. This is something that the country has been divided on for a long time. So all eyes are on this, and of course, the presidential election. But this is and has been a very hot topic issue. Mike?
Thank you so much, Marcy. We will be checking to see how this race all develops. But we have some breaking news, Marcy, that just came down. Florida has gone Trump.
That's right. Florida has gone Trump.
Yeah, so that is the big breaking news. That was a state that was a must-win state for Donald Trump, and he has taken not only Florida, but North Carolina as well. Thank you so much, Marcy Jones, for that update as well. But yeah, this is something big.
This is huge. Donald Trump needed to win North Carolina, he needed to win Ohio, and he needed to win Florida to stay in this race. And it looks like he has won all 3 of those. So, you know, right now we are hearing things such as the New York Times prediction, Donald Trump, a 91% chance of becoming the 45th president of the United States.
And let's show the map right now, Samia, while we can. And we'll also get you back out to a live update happening right now from our very own Fox 10 News.
Clinton, but AP, I believe, just called Florida for Donald Trump.
They did, yep.
So Donald Trump had won that. He needed that. He won North Carolina. He needed that. He won Ohio. He needed that. And he almost won Virginia. It was called for Hillary Clinton. Tonight, the Clinton folks have to be extremely nervous at the way this map is shaping up.
Well, someone else who has to be a little bit ambivalent about these results so far tonight is Arizona Senator John McCain. Let's take a look at these numbers in Arizona. John McCain, it is called for John McCain, 53% over Ann Kirkpatrick, 42%. He wins it easily, but remember, McCain distanced himself from Donald Trump at the end of this campaign, and tonight during his speech, he was very reticent to even talk about Donald Trump because he may have to be working with him come January.
He did say he would work with whoever became president, so that was a step in the right direction.
Yeah, but it was not exactly a full-throated endorsement.
Take a look at this. This is a big shocker tonight. We don't have all of the numbers reporting, but right now, Maricopa County Sheriff Joe Arpaio, 84-year-old Arpaio, is down by 10 points. He may lose this election to Paul Penzone, the former police sergeant. Paul Penzone lost last time around. This time around, he had an infusion of money, millions of dollars in support from George Soros, and the ads were relentless against Sheriff Arpaio.
The person counting your votes in Maricopa County tonight, Helen Purcell, is in a dogfight with Adrian Fontes. He's a former Marine. He's a guy who says he wants to clean up this office. There have been too many mistakes, harkening back to the presidential preference election back in March with the long lines of 5-hour waits. Helen Purcell is in a dogfight tonight, and again, we're early on, about 40% of the precincts reporting, but this will go right down to the wire.
And let's take a look at Maricopa County Attorney Bill Montgomery, our incumbent, is winning right now. This has been a nerve-wracking race for Bill Montgomery. He's in second term. He's going for his third term. And Diego Rodriguez had a lot of money coming in from that Maricopa Strong PAC, the George Soros PAC, which actually put this guy, Diego Rodriguez, on the map. A lot of people had never heard of him.
No, and
they didn't know a thing about him. And all of a sudden, he's got slick ads out there, and it looks like right now he is not winning, but again, it's early in the night.
Let's take a look. Prop 205, recreational marijuana legalized in Arizona. Voters say not so fast. We're not sure we want to go the way of Colorado or District of Columbia or Washington State. Right now it's going down. Healthy margin, 6 percentage points saying no, we're just not sure we want to go there yet.
Should we increase minimum wage? This is passing quite handily. 855,000 of you have said yes. Let's increase minimum wage from $8.05 to $10 by next year, $12 by 2020, and make employers give paid sick time, a 50% increase basically in wages for workers. This is expensive for employers. They'll pay $8,200 more each year for a full-time minimum wage employee, but it looks like that is winning tonight.
Paul Babu, the popular sheriff in Pinal County, losing tonight to Tom O'Halloran in Arizona's massive District 1. It is the 10th largest congressional district in America, a huge district, very much a centrist district. Voters there may have felt that Babu is a little too conservative for their blood. Tom O'Halloran, who used to be a Republican, turned independent, now Democrat. He is winning tonight with a pretty comfortable margin.
But everyone talking about this presidential race, and they have been really for 18 months. Donald Trump has made things very interesting, and tonight in the electoral vote, he is doing much better than anyone expected, and Mark Martinez is taking a look at some of those numbers. Mark, shocker tonight for a lot of people,
Sure.
A lot of the pundits. I think a lot of small town America, rural counties, think this could happen, but a lot of people didn't think it would happen.
Yeah, a lot of people were thinking this was going to be an early night. It turns out it is not an early night at all. In fact, Donald Trump getting those states that he needed tonight. We're talking about those battleground states. Let's take a look at the map. Florida, which we just called a little while ago for Donald Trump here. Getting Florida, getting North Carolina, getting Ohio. Still waiting to hear about Iowa, but as you can see, the numbers over here, 216 right now to 190 for Hillary Clinton. She just took California, so that can be called safe blue. And as you saw right now, light up Washington State as well. So now we're getting to 202 and 216, getting to that magic number of 270, which we are going to find out probably shortly who the next president of the United States will be. At least we're hoping so. We're keeping an eye on this map as those polls close out in California. We're getting those numbers in. So we'll be updating this map live throughout the evening and giving you guys the latest numbers as they come in.
Let's take a live look right now at the Hyatt in downtown Phoenix. And I believe that is that the...
Andy Biggs?
Yeah, it is Andy Biggs. Yes.
Andy Biggs, who is pretty much a shoo-in tonight. I'm sure he's been called by now. I'm not sure if we've actually called that one, but he's a shoo-in for District 5. And this is the seat that Matt Salmon vacated and basically retired from.
One of the safest Republican districts in Arizona.
There's got to be a big sense of relief the way things are going tonight in this room.
By the way, the balance of power right now in Arizona, We've got 5 Republicans, 4 Democrats, and that will probably hold. This is in Congress right now as we take a look.
Now we're going to the Democrats over at the Renaissance Hotel.
Democrats downtown.
And I don't know, can we listen in for just a second on this room? I wonder what the mood is in this room. There's got to be a few nerves.
And it was my privilege to serve as the campaign chair for this man who I got to know covering the state legislature and who I really got to know in the past several months.
Well, we're not going to learn a lot from that speech, but let's take a live shot in New York because tonight both candidates for president, Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, they will assemble here tonight, only 2 miles apart from one another in the Big Apple. One of them will be victorious.
Let's talk a little bit about this venue. Hillary Clinton, I think everyone thought that Hillary Clinton would be victorious. She still may be. This is a very large room. It was chosen because this venue is made of glass, and so much of her campaign has been about hitting the glass ceiling, breaking through the glass ceiling. They thought this was the perfect venue. We don't know how this race is going to end, but it's certainly not going the way I think the Clinton campaign thought it was going to go. And it's going to be an interesting juxtaposition to be in this large room.
That was pins and needles where Hillary Clinton's gathering was. This is Donald Trump's gathering, and I think they are feeling very, very excited about what may happen tonight. This is a whole different feeling in that room, but this thing is still not over. And we've got a long way to go tonight with a lot of very tight battleground states still to come in.
And the Trump people, I think, chose the Hilton Hotel. It was more just a mellower spot. They weren't sure how things were going to go.
Right.
And it would hold a large crowd, but I think there were a lot of people thinking a concession speech would be held there, and that still may be the case.
One of the biggest issues tonight we've been talking about, there are 300,000 votes that will not be counted in Maricopa County, Arizona's largest county by far, because the votes came in late. They could not be verified today. These are people with mail-in ballots. They came in late, couldn't verify them this quickly, and they will not be counted. Ty Brennan is on that story right now. Ty, what have you learned about trying to count these ballots? Because this could affect every race in Maricopa County.
Yeah, that's right, John. Right now, there's been a record number of early ballots here in Maricopa County. We're talking anywhere around 1.1 million ballots that were sent out. So far, 831,000 of those have been tabulated. But as you mentioned, there's about 170 to 200,000 ballots that have yet to be counted, and it could be upwards of a week before we actually get some results on that. So I want to bring in Helen Purcell, the Maricopa County recorder. Kind of walk me through these 200,000 or so early votes that have not been counted yet.
Okay, we have about 170,000 that are left in the House that we received either yesterday or over the weekend that have not been processed yet. They have to be processed before they can be counted. That includes a signature check and so forth. So that's 170,000. Then whatever we pick up at the polling places today, which we estimate could be 150, 200,000. So you have to add that onto that. So we're looking at an awful lot of early ballots left to count.
Was this poor planning on someone's part that we weren't able to get these early ballots counted in time?
No, we always knew that there would be some that we had not had time to process. We have a certain time when we can start counting ballots. After the Secretary of State does their logic and accuracy test, then we begin our counting.
With some of these races that we're seeing that are very close, including your own here in Maricopa County, does this cause any type of delay or any type of unnerving with some of these candidates that are watching these?
Well, I'm sure any close race it's going to cause that. But we are usually always in Maricopa County, just because of our size, we are normally always about 10 days after the election, general election, before we finish up the election.
So it's going to be upwards of a week before we get final numbers then?
Oh, it'll be more than a week. Yes.
More than a week?
More than a week, yes.
All right. Well, Helen Purcell, we appreciate the insight. We, of course, will continue to monitor the situation here from the Maricopa County Elections Office. Back into you guys.
Thank you,
Definitely another black eye.
It is, and I think I wonder.
And she's down right now. She barely won in the primary. She's down by, it's 50-50, but she's down in votes right now to her competitor. So we'll see what happens.
Well, you have to wonder if people were heading out to this story started to break this afternoon about 3:30 that these votes were going to be uncounted, more than 200,000. People in the lines to vote, and this was one of the things on their ballot. Maricopa County Recorder, you got to wonder if that may have affected this race down the home stretch.
They're still voting right now.
And they're still voting, that's right.
As we speak. We're going to go to
Steve
Kraft, who's covering Paul Penzone, and it looks like Paul Penzone is doing really well tonight. We haven't had a winner declared, but Steve, what's the mood down there? The Paul Penzone folks have to be pretty pleased with what they're seeing.
Well, Mr. Penzone has not yet come up to speak here, but the mood here in this room and the Renaissance Hotel is jubilant. Democrats are overjoyed that it looks like Sheriff Joe Arpaio is going to be defeated by Paul Penzone, of course, well known from the Phoenix Police Department for many years. Guy went to Cortez High School, and everybody remembers him as a face of silent witness for quite a while as well. He ran unsuccessfully before against Joe Arpaio. He's trying it again this election, and it looks like he's going to win. He's up by double digits. We have not yet heard from him, but I do have to tell you that that's the sole, pretty much, bit of good news here, that and the possible loss for Helen Purcell, because a lot of these people are in, I think, sort of a state of shock, deeply concerned about the prospects for Hillary Clinton. They have been watching state after state fall into Donald Trump's column, and they're looking for any sliver of good news that they can cling to, but they're very worried. They're hanging on the latest bits of information coming in from Wisconsin and from Michigan and from Pennsylvania, and they're very worried that Donald Trump may actually win the presidency. So the bit of good news in all of this is, of course, Paul Penzone winning, and of course victory for the Democrats in Congressional District 1, O'Halloran. But aside from that, a lot of folks here are very concerned. As for us, we're waiting for Paul Penzone to come up and talk to this crowd. He went out earlier to dinner with his family. He voted early, so we didn't see him at all today. And he's probably going to make a triumphant entrance here not too long from now. That's the situation here at Democratic headquarters of the Renaissance Hotel in downtown Phoenix.
All right. Well, it looks like Sheriff Joe Arpaio has served his last term.
That is a huge, huge story in Maricopa County, and Paul Penzone instantly will become the darling of the left because he unseated a sheriff who's been a thorn in the side of a lot of folks on the left.
If Donald Trump were to win tonight, and Sheriff Arpaio having been one of his early supporters, how will Penzone work? And now
it's an odd situation. Andrew Hasbin is at the Republican headquarters. Arpaio, we expect, will be there tonight. I talked to him earlier today. He was feeling confident that he would win a 7th term. He thought it would be close. This isn't even close, Andrew.
It's not even close, John. The last I checked, it was a 10-point lead. A 10-point lead at this point translates to almost 90,000 votes. And I've just been told by some people here that the race, the AP has called the race for for Paul Penzone, and that Sheriff Joe Arpaio has lost. That's what I'm being told right now by people here at Republican headquarters. It's been a long time for the sheriff to be in office. These last 4 years have been very rough. We've had a federal investigation. We've had federal contempt of court charges. He's been charged with criminal contempt of court. And then on top of that, we've had a huge groundswell of Latino voters that have been coming out and canvassing neighborhoods to get people to vote against Sheriff Joe Arpaio. And, I can't say that this is unexpected, but we did expect to hear from the sheriff tonight. Unfortunately, it does not look like we are going to hear from Sheriff Joe Arpaio. We have yet to get any word from his campaign as to whether or not he's going to make a showing here at Republican headquarters. Even the people who are in charge of the Republican Party here tell me that they're not sure he's going to show up at this point. I'm waiting to get word from his aides and from his campaign as to whether or not he's going to come down here and at least thank his supporters who have been with him for many, many years. But at this point, we just don't know. Back to you guys.
Andrew, it's remarkable. You think Sheriff Joe Arpaio used to win these races by 67 to 70% of the vote, and it trickled down since 2000 to where last time he barely got over 50% in a 3-way race. Head-to-head with Penzone tonight, he loses.
I also think we can't discount the Republicans who turned on Sheriff Joe Arpaio. I spoke to many Republicans who will most likely be supporting Donald Trump, but yet are going to be voting against Sheriff Joe Arpaio. The race against Penzone in 2012 was only won by Arpaio by 6 points. Yes, there was a third candidate in the race, but it was only a 6-point spread against Paul Penzone. And now we see today that groundswell of Latino voters, plus all of the baggage that has happened over the past couple of years with Sheriff Joe Arpaio has had this kind of effect. And frankly, I've covered the sheriff now for the 10 years that I've been in the Valley, This is a stunning defeat for someone who has enjoyed such popularity over the past 20-plus years, John.
Been elected, been the sheriff since 1993 when he took office. I can't help but think about all the money that went into this race. I mean, millions from Sheriff Joe's side and millions this time around from Paul Penzone's side that he didn't have last time around.
George Soros, a big factor.
That is very true. So Sheriff Joe Arpaio, as we've been reporting, raised over $12 million over the course of this campaign. That includes the primaries and all the time leading up to this day, and he spent almost all of it. Paul Penzone was only able to raise about $1 million, and he spent almost all of it too. But over the past month, a group called Maricopa Strong entered the race. At first, it was kind of a mystery. Who are these people sending out mailers? Well, it turns out that they were funded by Democratic billionaire George Soros, who dropped $2.3 million to fund that political action committee. He was helped out by the widow of Apple founder Steve Jobs, a couple people in Arizona who donated tens of thousands of dollars, and also a hedge fund billionaire out of Texas that all combined donated $3.2, I believe, million to this group Maricopa Strong, and they blanketed the airwaves with pro-Paul Penzone material. That certainly helped, but we can't discount how many Republicans voted against Sheriff Joe Arpaio in this race.
Andrew, there is a point where you can stay too long, and Sheriff Arpaio at 84 years old, even people who've loved him for years, may have felt it's time for a change, and obviously did tonight.
There is no question about it, John, and before we leave, we should mention that Sheriff Joe Arpaio has never been one to shy away from the cameras, as we all know, but here we are on election night with a Donald Trump victory. He is a major Donald Trump surrogate, and we don't know if he's going to come out here and talk to anybody here at Republican headquarters tonight.
Well, we could see those numbers tighten, and we could see them the margin go bigger, but the sheriff is being forced into retirement by the voters of Maricopa County. His wife, Ava's been battling cancer. He'll probably be spending a lot more time with her, but I don't think this is the way he wanted to go out.
I mean, for 2 decades, 3 decades, we've known nothing different than Sheriff Joe Arpaio in Maricopa County. Matt Rodewald is with voters on the West Valley who are still just wrapping up voting at 9:14 tonight. Wow, 2 hours late.
Yeah, this is going to be one unique footnote on an unprecedented night of politics here in the state of Arizona. A wild scene, a long line down the block for hours and hours, starting well before 6 a.m. and finally empty as of 20 minutes ago. The last voter leaving the booth and casting their vote, and all of those voters will get a chance to make sure those votes have a chance to count. Now, take a look at the scene throughout the day from both the air and on the ground as voters waited in line patiently for hours and hours, some lines stretching at least 3 hours at times. And when the polls closed at 7 o'clock tonight, guys, 100 people or so were in line at 7 o'clock. Karen was the last in line at 6:58. In fact, she ended up taking the wrong way to get to the polls, got here in the nick of time. She kind of liked the fact that she was the last in line when we talked to her, and she said it was her way of saying that she had the last word on all the voters here in the state of Arizona, and she was able to cast her vote at 8:44 is when she left the booth, and the last voter was in before her but came out just a couple of minutes after that. Now, we did talk to one woman who left the hospital against the hospital's orders to come and vote, but she arrived at 7:01.
I was crying on my way here. I was screaming at him because I felt like it was his fault I wasn't here. But it wasn't his fault. It was the people at the hospital. They told him to leave, and I didn't know he had left. Other than that, I would have been here on time, in line with the rest of them, and I probably wouldn't have been you probably wouldn't be interviewing me right now because I'd have been at the end of the line.
Right. And just a couple of unique stories out here. at the 51st and Osborne here in the West Valley. The one thing that you were able to take away from all the voters waiting in line and the volunteers and the election workers, food all day long. Everyone was well fed, well nourished. You have to keep in mind that some voters out here had their children with them waiting for 90 minutes at times. They weren't able to go to child care, so they're thinking of the kids in mind. There were elderly. There were folks that were just not able to stand for that long, so there were chairs out here for folks that had a chance to wait. But everyone that was here before 7 o'clock was able to cast their vote and do so legally. Now let's see how long it takes to get those votes counted. Reporting live for the West Valley, Matt Rodewald, Fox 10 News. Gianna Carey will send it back to you.
Well, there was that effort to extend the voting by 2 hours
That's
tonight.
right. Democratic
the Dems
Party
had pushed, but the judge at the last minute said no, it'll close at 7. Let's take a look at some of the numbers. U.S. Senate, our senior Senator John McCain winning tonight. John McCain will continue to represent Arizona in Washington, D.C., and this has been an interesting race for him, trying to distance himself from Trump, then cozying up a little bit, then distancing himself, and in the end, didn't matter. He won tonight with 53% of the vote.
Easily, an 11-point victory. Linda Williams is live at the Heard Museum, where McCain has been meeting with supporters. And Linda, I'm thinking about the octogenarians tonight, the over 80 candidates. McCain is the only one who's winning, 1 out of 3. McCain, who's 80, Helen Purcell, 81, who's the Maricopa County recorder, she's losing, and Joe Arpaio at 84, he has lost tonight.
I've been talking to the young people here who gathered to celebrate a McCain victory tonight, and there's just a certain relationship that he has somehow managed to.
All right, guys, we're having some technical difficulties. I'm going to go ahead and figure that out. In the meantime, I want to go ahead and show you our electoral map. I'm not sure what just happened with our feed. Stand by. Again, we are having technical difficulties getting you guys that feedback, but I do want to show you the electoral map and a quick look at the Clinton party. Not much of a party. It looks like very
somber
quiet.
right now. Yeah,
very quiet there.
Very
look at that.
somber look here, and you know, this is something that the Hillary supporters did not see coming.
They did not expect that. The pollsters did not expect it.
It'll be something to see how this all just unfolds tonight. We are looking still at Michigan. We're looking at Wisconsin. Arizona still yet to be called yet.
And it looks like we have our feedback from the newscast, so let's go back to Linda Williams.
He was able to keep relationship with Trump without ever saying his name, did not alienate too many Trump voters, and has forged a very special relationship with a lot of young people. I've talked to a lot of young people here tonight. They were his interns, they were volunteers, and they are young, they are engaged, and they don't even view him as a grandpa. They kind of said they view him as a cool old dude. They said he treats them with respect, and that's what they like about him. Now, the room is slowly emptying out. A lot of people keeping an eye, of course, on the Trump-Clinton battle. But as the numbers come in and continue to look very good for Trump, it's so funny because the young people here, they can't believe it either. They're like, when Florida went, they were like, no way, because they are as shocked as I think a lot of people are that Donald Trump appears to be running away with this thing. They are jittery, they are excited, and they were able to cheer on one win tonight, their candidate John McCain. Many of them, most of them, would love to see another in President Donald Trump.
Linda, I find it so interesting that Senator McCain chose to be there at the Heard rather than with the other Republicans down at the Hyatt, and I just can't help but think there's this rift in the Republican Party tonight.
There is.
His group is really not with Trump, and the folks down at the Hyatt are more so with Trump, led by Jeff DeWitt, who is running Trump's campaign here in Arizona.
Exactly, and it would have been capital A awkward if he had gone down there when he virtually said he could not support Trump following the revelation of those tapes from Access Hollywood. He said he could not support him, and so they kind of had to make that break. The McCain campaign felt they had to. He was, however, here tonight with Joe Lieberman. He was here with Lindsey Graham. Grant Woods was here. There were several Governor Doug Ducey was here, all gathering around him. So it was a different coalition of the Republican Party, not one that we're used to seeing on those traditional election nights when they all raise their hands together on a stage. Jan Brewer wasn't here, so you didn't see that coalition. No. You saw a newer and different coalition, and then, of course, they're surrounded by all these young people.
Yeah, those are the moderates. I mean, Lindsey Graham is the guy that John McCain really wanted. That was choice number one. to be his VP in 2008.
And to steal,
That's who we
to
wanted.
steal Linda's phrase there, they've got a capital C come together. Or they're in capital T trouble.
Got to figure something out.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We've been talking about the propositions. Will pot become legalized recreationally in Arizona? That's not doing well tonight. We'll talk about that coming up.
As well as Paul Babiou, who right now is losing in Congressional District 1. We will check in on what's happening in that congressional race. This is a very interesting night in Arizona politics and nationally. Donald Trump shocking the world so far. Back in a minute.
Speaking of Donald Trump shocking the world, there is a live look again at the Donald Trump party in New York City. Now, I do want to reiterate to some of our viewers that may not watch News Now regularly, they may not be aware of some of the things that we're aware of here on News Now. For example, you may not know that Donald Trump has referred to himself at many rallies as Mr. Brexit. No one thought Brexit would happen. We're talking about Great Britain, the UK leaving the EU, but it's happened. So, was Donald Trump surprised by the results we're seeing? I don't think so. I don't think so. Mike?
This is something today. Wow, we are looking at a map right.
Something just went to Hillary Clinton, and I'm not sure
Something
what they said.
just went.
Oregon
went
just went to Hillary Clinton. So we have our map updated.
Let's continue to look at that map when it does get updated here.
Oregon with 7 electoral votes, increasing Hillary Clinton's count to 209. Donald Trump still with 222 electoral votes.
And this, Sammy, is a race to 270.
It really is. It is anyone's election right now, though a lot of people out there now predicting in the last half hour that Donald Trump is highly likely going to be our next president.
Well, he has the momentum right now.
But anything is possible.
Anything's possible. I mean, we still got to worry about and look at Michigan. You know, you still got Pennsylvania. You know, Pennsylvania hasn't been called.
That's right.
What she has to do, though, is run the table. And a lot of people thought that's what Donald Trump had to do, but he is flipping things around here, and it's really interesting.
Well, truthfully, I don't know if they'll be able to cover Arizona, though. Keep in mind there were so many early votes that didn't get counted.
Yes.
It might be a situation where every other state's vote is in, except ours. Who knows, guys? Anything's possible. And if that's the case, we'll be live streaming. And your prediction of us having a 24-hour live stream, something that Mike joked about months ago, may actually be a reality.
Look at that. Sometimes you know what they say. If you say it, it might come back around.
It's like the secret. Let's go back to the newscast now.
Yeah.
Speech he won early in the night, beating Ann Kirkpatrick, the former District 1 Congresswoman, losing in her run for the Senate. She is out of a job. She's not going to be going back to Congress either. Paul
Penzone in the shocker of the night in terms of locally, ousting Joe Arpaio, the wildly popular national figure, tough on immigration, toughest sheriff in America. You know the story. Penzone beats him easily by 10 percentage points. Arpaio, who's 84 years old, goes out with a losing effort tonight in his final election.
And considering that some people are just finishing voting and we're going to have 300,000 votes that won't be counted tonight, most likely, this may not be a shocker. Helen Purcell, Maricopa County Recorder, she's been doing this job for 27 years, and she may lose tonight to Democrat Adrian Fontes. He's a former Marine. He's an attorney. He wants to turn this position into a nonpartisan position.
Right.
And right now, he's beating Helen Purcell, a name we've all seen and known for many, many years here in the Valley and in Maricopa County.
Now, George Soros poured in a ton of money into this race as well to try to oust Bill Montgomery, a very conservative, hardline prosecutor. Montgomery beating Diego Rodriguez tonight. This has not been called yet, but he's got a comfortable 6 percentage point lead. But that was a race that was on no one's radar until a couple of months ago.
And in every race that George Soros backed a county attorney across the country, that county attorney won except once, and it looks like tonight he may take another loss there with Diego Rodriguez losing right now to County Attorney Bill
This
Montgomery.
is going down. Proposition 205 to legalize recreational marijuana in Arizona. Voters in Arizona, although they passed it in California and other states tonight, voters here are a little more reticent and concerned about the ill effects potentially and not quite ready to go there. It's losing by 6 percentage points.
And Proposition 206 is winning. You will get a raise if you make minimum wage right now. It's looking like that has won tonight. You will get a raise. It's $8.05 right now. Starting next year, it goes up to $10, and then it's up to $12 in 2020. And you'll also get paid time off, depending on how many hours you work. So that's a lot of people out there probably feeling pretty good, although small business owners may be a little nervous about that.
You know, this was a race that 2 years ago was one of the most high-profile races in the country, the battle for Arizona District 1. This one has kind of flown under the radar because both sides, Democrats and Republicans, felt that there would be no change. This is Ann Kirkpatrick's old seat. Tom O'Halloran appears to be winning it easily tonight over Pinal County Sheriff Paul Badbieu.
And he's a former Republican turned Democrat,
That's right.
so a pretty moderate guy representing
And not
that
a lot of
district.
money went into this race, surprisingly. Both parties kind of pulled out, sensing that this is exactly what was going to happen, that O'Halloran would be positioned to win it, and he has.
Let's go to the story.
Appears.
Everyone's talking about the electoral map. Wow. You got to admit, even if you've been following this from the beginning, this is pretty shocking right now. We're seeing a lot of red out there. Donald Trump doing very well. He's beating Hillary Clinton right now. And this is including some of the big states for Hillary Clinton, like California, Washington State. Those are already in her column. And right now, Donald Trump is winning. We go to Mark Martinez, who's been watching this and following this. A lot of people surprised. I think Trump fans aren't so surprised, but a lot of other people surprised tonight.
Yeah, so much red across this map, and so many of those battleground states that were really must-have for Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, a lot of them going to Donald Trump, as we have seen tonight. Let's take a look at the map. We're showing you here again Florida. That was the big story of the night when he took Florida with the 29 electoral votes there. And then also with North Carolina here in the 15, these battleground states that we're talking about that Trump took pretty early on. Now, since we talked earlier, we can show you over here that Hillary Clinton has taken Oregon, probably no big surprise, and also Donald Trump has taken Utah there with their 6 electoral votes. But the big number, again, 270, that we are keeping track of. Right now, Donald Trump has 222 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton has 209. We're still waiting for the results to come in from several states, which obviously could turn things. But the way it's going right now, this trajectory is in Donald Trump's favor, which has really shocked quite a few people. So we're staying here as these results come in. We're updating this map for you, and we'll give you the latest results as we get them in. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Mark, shocker of the night, I think here locally for many people. Sheriff Joe Arpaio's reign on the Maricopa County Sheriff's Department is over. It has been called. Paul Penzone, the face of Silent Witness, former Phoenix police officer. He is the winner tonight. Steve Kraft is with the Penzone people. Steve, Paul Penzone instantly becomes, in a sense, a national figure to be able to pull off this kind of victory.
That's right. It's a huge, huge win for Paul Penzone over Sheriff Joe Arpaio. But that has been tempered by perhaps the approaching reality that if Donald Trump wins the presidency, a lot of the policies championed by Sheriff Arpaio, although Sheriff Joe will have lost his position as Sheriff of Maricopa County, will have been now embraced by President Trump on a nationwide scale. So yes, there may be no Sheriff Joe in Maricopa County, but there may be the spirit of Sheriff Joe and the policies of Sheriff Joe around the United States of America in a Trump presidency, potentially. And that has begun to dawn on some of the people here. They're very excited for Paul Penzone. They're thrilled, but it is sort of one of the rare victories so far that people are enjoying in this room tonight, in this gathering of Democrats in the Renaissance Hotel in downtown Phoenix. As for Paul Penzone, we anticipate that he's going to come here and give a rousing victory speech. We are told in 5 minutes, but 5 minutes in political time can be 5 minutes, it can be 10 or 15 minutes. It's hard to say. A security guard told me that he wasn't even in the building right now. So it's a little bit fluid as to when he's going to take the stage here. And I think it is certain he's going to do it, and there'll be a lot of excited people when he does.
Well, I don't know if that room has heard yet, but Donald Trump was just declared the winner in Wisconsin, which has got to be a shock to a lot of Democrats tonight. I can't help but wonder, with Paul Penzone pushing so far away from what Joe Arpaio did, the anti-immigration movement, and now we have the potential of having a president who has embraced that, how this is going to work in Maricopa County. If Paul Penzone will change his stand a little bit.
in here. It's pretty simple what has to happen.
He'll change his stand, but there'll be federal government over him that will embrace the policies and the belief system of Sheriff Arpaio. And in fact, Sheriff Joe may eventually serve in a Trump administration should Donald Trump become president of the United States. So yes, we'll have a new sheriff in town, but the old sheriff will be potentially in an even more powerful position and a very influential position in Donald Trump's administration, or at least among people who are very important in Donald Trump's world. So all of these things are sort of rattling around this room right now. Obviously, they're very happy that Sheriff Arpaio is going to be leaving, and they're very happy that potentially Helen Purcell may be leaving. But really the most important thing is who's the president. And people here are becoming very worried about that, especially if Wisconsin's been called for Donald Trump. That's a pretty important development.
Yeah, that's kind of a bellwether. Steve, thank you. And we're going to be checking in with the Donald Trump campaigns and the Hillary Clinton campaigns here in the Valley as we get back right after a break on this incredible decision night 2016.
Fox 10 AccuWeather forecast with Dave, Corey, and Christy. All day on the Valley's #1 for...
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, joined by Stan Barnes up here, political consultant. What are you thinking right now? We just heard Iowa is going for Trump.
And Wisconsin.
And Wisconsin, big Wisconsin.
Yeah, I'm speechless. This is in real time playing out before our eyes. The Trump does not poll correctly phenomenon.
This is something.
He's winning where he's not supposed to win.
Yeah.
And at this very moment, I'm sure the Clinton campaign is in shock.
They have to be. Let's look right now. We could take a look at just where Hillary Clinton will be speaking later. And let me just drop this lower third for a minute there. And you can see the people. They are just not moving really at all.
Yeah.
Look at the people in that crowd. I mean, it is dead silent almost in there.
Well, I think Democrats, active Democrats, are in a state of shock because they knew this thing was Hillary's, and they read the polls. They are in disbelief about Trump's claim that on election day people would come out that don't normally come out, or that voters that vote Democrat are going to vote Republican. Independents would be on his side. Those things are all happening. It's the only way he wins states like Wisconsin.
Yes.
And so he's winning. 5 states ago was better than Mitt Romney was 4 years ago.
Sure.
He's on his way to being president. It's not done yet, but he's doing it.
And what is the path for Hillary? I mean, she pretty much has to run the table now, right?
From now on, she has to get a miracle in our home state of Arizona, which is not going to happen. And she has to hold on to Michigan and Minnesota and Nevada. And I mean, like you said, that it was at the beginning of the night, Trump had to win everything that was in doubt.
Yes.
He's done that and more. He's won states that weren't in play. Now Hillary, in the remaining time, has got to win the very states that are still out, or she can't get to 270.
This is really something that, the Trump supporters said, well, we knew this was going to happen, right?
I mean, there's a lot of people saying, of course.
Yeah, this is exactly.
I'm telling you, there are consultants from coast to coast that are taking their next drink because they cannot believe this is happening. This is, now we're going to start using hyperbole and we're jumping the shark with all our language because this is so historic.
Yes.
But this has changed American politics for good.
Forever.
In our lifetime.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this is going to be a bigger election than the Reagan Revolution.
Wow.
It's that big.
Wow.
Because Trump is not a Republican. He's an independent.
Yeah.
And he's never held office, and he's never been in a uniform. And he won't care what Paul Ryan thinks. He won't care what the Senate majority thinks.
Sure.
He's going to be himself. And politics, It's been an earthquake tonight, an earthquake. Even if for some reason Hillary still wins, the earthquake has happened. And all the things that used to hold up the politics we thought we knew in America are down. And now we got a new thing.
Wow. Wow. And this really, for a lot of people watching right now, this could be a total rejection of President Obama as well, right? That we're seeing this.
Well, there's a lot of theories, and I'm in that same belief that Trump was possible because of the Obama administration. This is the Tea Party gone national, and with a populist candidate willing to carry the ball.
Wow.
This is people unhappy with elite government and government out of touch with regular people, trying to do too much, trying to take too much, and it's the alignment that is happening is I feel like I'm standing on a trampoline because everything is rocking.
Yeah.
And all the things I thought I knew politically are changing.
Talk about just a wild card or monkey wrench situation that we're watching unfold right now.
I mean, the whole establishment of Washington, D.C. is completely in a state of shock.
Oh, sure.
This is impossible as far as they were concerned.
Oh, yeah.
And the leadership of Congress is in abject shock of what to do next.
Absolutely.
And there are people all over the country, like our own U.S. senators. They got to figure out how to deal with this if he's going to win.
Donald Trump for Georgia. We just heard Donald Trump for Georgia. Take a look at the map right now, and wow, it is.
Yeah, I see that. Hillary's got to win what remains in order to get there. Trump is already at 254 electoral votes.
If he wins Pennsylvania, he wins. That's 20 electoral votes right there.
That's right. I mean, Trump has
literally Pennsylvania, and it's done.
Trump has 5 ways to the presidency now. Hillary has 1. And
she has a very big, steep battle narrow. Right here.
I don't. Arizona is in the Trump column. I mean, he has led all night. There's no reason that is going to change, even though it's narrower than many expected. But in fact, he's underperformed John McCain's vote, which is kind of interesting. McCain got more votes than Trump in Arizona.
True.
But with Hillary's got to hold on to Michigan and Minnesota, Nevada, and Pennsylvania in order to make this happen.
And let's take a look live right now at Donald Trump. That is Hillary Clinton, you could tell. There's Donald Trump headquarters right there. We're going to get back to our coverage here on Fox 10 News at 9, everyone.
Campaign war chest, most of it came from out of state, a lot from California. So, yeah, there was $2.8 million. Andrew Hasman found that information from George Soros. That's a big chunk of change. But Sheriff Arpaio had a lot of money, too.
Yeah, he did.
Steve, what's obviously the mood is people are very happy that Paul Penzone won, but they have to be very concerned about what they're seeing in the national race with Donald Trump, somebody who is such a Arpaio supporter, fan. They had mutual respect for each other. What's the concern level with that?
Well, I just tweeted this out. Yes, there may be no real Sheriff Joe, but there's a real Donald Trump with real Sheriff Joe policies on a national scale. So potentially the things that Sheriff Arpaio believes in so strongly will now be the policy of the United States government. And that's a big change. And for a lot of people in this room,
Steve,
I don't think it's dawned on them.
Steve, I've got to point out that is so interesting you say that, because that might be Arpaio's legacy lasting beyond tonight, because he gave rise to a great degree to Donald Trump in Arizona, which Arizona kind of kicked off Donald Trump nationally.
Yes, that's right. This is one of the early places where Donald Trump found a very fervent following. And Sheriff Joe was one of his earliest and most trusted inner circle advisors and surrogates. let's see. Okay, Paul Penzone is not coming in there. He's over there. I think. Wait a second. Let's look around here.
I can guarantee the minute we pull away from Steve, Paul Penzone will walk through that curtain. That's the problem.
Yeah, here he goes. I think this is it.
There it is.
There he is, Paul Penzone.
Remember, Paul Penzone ran for this seat 4 years ago and lost narrowly 6 percentage points in a three-way race. Many thought if he faced the sheriff head-on, he could win, and tonight he has.
How does it feel, Paul Penzone? How does it feel? How does it feel?
Exceptional, exceptional.
Are you surprised you won?
No.
Why did you win? Why did you win? Why did you win?
Excuse me.
Okay, we're shouting a lot of questions at Paul Penzone. He answered a few of them. Said he's not surprised he won. He's very happy he won. He's getting on stage now after quite a delay.
Steve,
a triumphant Paul Penzone.
Steve, a quick aside. Paul Penzone told me that he told the sheriff that he was going to run against him. He wanted to meet with him and tell him himself that he was going to run against him again. And it was a class move. He wanted to pull the sheriff aside and let him know, man to man, I'm going to run against you again, and I hope we keep it a clean race. It was anything but.
Please welcome our next sheriff, Paul Penzone.
Thank you guys so much. We appreciate it so very much. I just wanted to say, I know all of you have been waiting for this for a long time. And I wanted to say the next 6 words, there's a new sheriff in town.
How's everybody feeling tonight? I can't tell you what an honor it is to be here with you. I am a blessed man, I have a beautiful family, and I'm surrounded by people who care about this community and fought for this community. So for that, I thank you. After the 2012 election, I can't tell you how many times I was approached and asked, are you going to run again? And I'd say the same thing over and over. I don't think so, but I never say never. And then when I announced to run, some of my opponent's supporters came to me and said, Sheriff can't be beaten. You know what I said? Never say never. I want to thank you all for what you've done, because we've made a statement across the nation. Arizona stands for something greater, that no matter where we come from or what we look like or what our beliefs are, we're all entitled to respect. And in that same vein, I want you to understand that I came from a law enforcement background, and I pursued this because I want to restore that respect, that transparency, and that confidence to the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, because the men and women in the uniforms there deserve it, and this community deserves it. We will no longer stand for the things that we've seen, where the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office has been identified because of the notoriety of one. You will now know a sheriff's office who is appreciated because of the sacrifices of many. I'm looking forward to the opportunity to work with those men and women, because I've heard from many of them for quite some time now. They want a chance to show you who they really are, what they really believe in, and that we are all collectively part of one community. And I'll be honored to work with them, and I'm going to call on them to have the patience and understanding to move in a new direction with new leadership, where you'll see the best of what law enforcement can represent. And as a community, I'm going to call on you to work with us, to work through these times that we've seen, not looking back, but where we're going forward. How collectively, the only division we should ever see in the community is those that commit the crime and those of us who are willing to hold them accountable. And no one is above the law. So tonight, many have said, is a historic moment. But history will be defined by what we do collectively moving forward to make Maricopa County the safest county in the nation, where we come together on behalf of our families and our children, seeing each other through eyes where we all have respect, where we look at the men and women in uniform who put their lives on the line for us, and because we trust and have confidence in them, we appreciate it. At the same time, they understand they serve a grateful community. You know, tonight, to my understanding, that a Sholo officer lost his life. That's the dark and difficult times in law enforcement. And those are the moments that we must recognize the sacrifice that comes with it and appreciate the men and women who do the job. And at the same time, those men and women will show appreciation for this community that stands with them. So I look forward to serving as your new sheriff. It is an honor beyond words that I can express tonight. I want to thank you again. I want to thank Stephen and John from the party who work tirelessly with their staff and the volunteers and the many throughout the community. I want to thank my staff who from day one, you could see the glimmer in their eyes. They knew we were going to accomplish it. There was never a doubt in their mind. And I'm so grateful for them. And our two boys here who are grown men. My wife and I talked about this, and I want you to hear these words, please. When I became an officer, I saw a man who I felt defined integrity and ethics and professionalism, and that's what inspired me. And my wife and I spoke about the difference right now because of the challenges we face. We want our sons to see law enforcement through those same eyes, where they know that law enforcement is there to care for them while holding them accountable, and that collectively we are one and the same. That's why I took on this fight. But let me tell you, I'm a blessed man because of the family that I have and because of my strong wife, Veronica. For those of you who don't know, my wife is a big fan of the Rocky movies. And we were at home one night before this race started, and she said, "Honey, you got to finish what you started." And then she shared these wise words with me. She said, "Don't forget, in Rocky 2, the good guy wins." So I have to say it, just like Rocky did. Veronica, I did it. We did it. Thank you.
Well, that got off to a good start, didn't it? Mr. Penzone, or Sheriff Penzone. It's nice to have an articulate sheriff, finally. All right, there's another county race of extreme importance. and that is that of county recorder. And our candidate right now is 5,500 votes ahead of the incumbent, Helen Purcell. I'd like to present to you the next county recorder, Adrian Fuentes.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I got Mona and my mom and the girls up here. How we feeling tonight? Sounds like Sheriff Joe is going to have a nice retirement in his own county jail here sometime soon. That wasn't part of the thing that my guys told me to say, sorry. So we are in a nice tight race against Helen Purcell, and I want to talk a little bit about one or two things here. First of all, I want to thank all of these folks up here. Every single one of them helped, except Steve. No, I'm kidding. Do you guys know Steve Sligaki? He's the chairman of the Maricopa County Party. Give him a round of applause. And of course, John Ryder back there, right? And no candidate in the world who is grounded without family is going to do any good. And so I want you all to give a nice round of applause to my wife, Mona, and my three little girls, Olivia, Adriana, and Isabel, and my mom, Linda. Folks, we've got a tight race going on here. This is going to end up down to the wire. We are up just a little bit. But here's the thing. Those are the early voters.
Victory here and capturing 11 electoral votes. It looks like he may have that tonight.
Yeah, 56% of the vote reporting. Remember, there were people still voting about an hour ago. So we still have ballots out there. We've got about 300,000 that haven't been counted and may not be counted tonight. But let's take a look at how this is shaking out on the map. So if we give Donald Trump the 11 from Arizona and Michigan, which is kind of looking like it could go his way.
He wins if he wins those two. If he wins Arizona and one other, he's probably in, because 11 gets him to 265, and then he's only got 5 more electoral votes to get to 270.
Mark Martinez is working the electoral map. This is a stunning night. Donald Trump shocking the political world tonight. And many people are going, what happened? I thought this was going to go Hillary's way.
It's a lot of red on the board, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at this. We're still waiting for a couple of states to come back with their electoral votes. But again, you're looking at the numbers, and Donald Trump is only 16 electoral votes right now away from becoming the president of the United States. 538 total. You need 270 to get there. And again, you see he's at 254 right now. So if you just give him a state like Michigan, you got 270 right there. Right now, they have not called that. We're still waiting for a few that still have a lot of electoral votes. And, you know, we're talking about Arizona as well. With R11 there, gets them very close, as you mentioned, John, to that 265. So we are watching these. The results are kind of coming in slowly for some of these states. They're really making sure that they've got all of those numbers before they release them and make them official. But of course, we're keeping track of it. And as soon as we find out more and get these electoral votes back in, we will come to you with that update.
Right. The pollsters, the pundits are absolutely spinning tonight, because the pollsters had this thing dead wrong. Polling in America is going to be completely overhauled or reviewed because
it didn't work. It's interesting.
Did not have
one of the things trending on Twitter right now is people basically having fun watching the people who've been spinning this anti-Donald Trump movement now trying to find a way to come around to it. It's been trending on Twitter all night, but we have a lot of races that we haven't talked about yet.
Yeah, let's take a look. This is interesting. Southern Arizona, Martha McSally. It was such a close race, 157 votes over Ron Barber. Last time, a huge amount of money poured in. This time, not as high.
All right, guys, you are looking at the live map right now, 254 to 209. We are awaiting Pennsylvania right now and Michigan. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Election night 2016. Donald Trump just within distance now, within striking distance. And take a look now live at his campaign headquarters rally right now. As you can see, an energetic crowd there, but when we look...
I think we should just be on Trump Victory Party watch. I shouldn't say victory party. It's a little premature of me to say. I should rephrase Trump Party watch.
Well, you know what? Earlier last week...
Trump Gathering watch.
Last week...
most politically correct way.
Yeah, earlier last week on his website, he announced that today was going to be the victory party for his campaign, and it looks like...
But they all call them victory parties. It's part of the... That's how they work.
I didn't see Hillary do it.
But I will say, he did refer to himself as Mr. Brexit over and over again. And no one thought Brexit would happen, and look at them now. And I've been saying this all year.
This is something, folks. We are watching history. You guys are watching this all on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com.
And again, we are showing you a live look at Donald Trump, the Trump party in New York City. Mike, the crowd seems energized, energetic, completely different vibe at the Hillary Clinton event. I want to go ahead and show that one.
Let's show that because they have been literally shell-shocked.
Look at that. Quiet, still, unexpected. And the Trump crowd, look at that. All right, guys, we're going to go back to our local event coverage here for just a moment because it has to do with the big race, the race for sheriff. Maricopa County, it looks like Steve Kraft is speaking one-on-one with the new Maricopa County Sheriff, Paul Penzone. Let's go ahead and take a look.
With a lot of great police chiefs around the valley and see more cohesiveness, those decisions will be made at the appropriate time.
The pink underwear, the pink handcuffs, the green baloney.
Same thing. A lot of those things are almost trademark-esque, but I don't want to judge on those. Tonight we have a chance to talk about a serious issue, and that is safety for this community with the challenges we face going forward. Those factors are not at the top of my mind. Changing that organization into one where the men and women are respected and have a leader that cares about their needs, their development, and their accountability is the number one priority.
What's your message to the Latino community that was so upset with Sheriff Arpaio?
Sure, understandably so. Now we have a new opportunity to work together collectively as one large community with many cultures. It's going to take patience. It's going to take the willingness to be open to work together and establishing trust.
Have you heard from Sheriff Arpaio?
Not yet.
What is your message to him personally?
I don't know. For me tonight, it's about this. I thank everyone for their service in any elected office or in law enforcement. Tonight, I'm just appreciative of those who have come to support me, a part of this process and a part of the celebration.
Thank you so much and congratulations.
Thank you.
See you.
All right, so we just heard the tail end of that conversation between Steve Kraft and Paul Penzone, the new Maricopa County Sheriff. This is a huge deal, by the way, for anyone watching.
You're talking more than 2 decades of Sheriff Joe reign.
Exactly, and anyone watching the national race, obviously the Donald Trump race, Donald Trump has given Sheriff Joe a shout out.
Pretty much every rally.
Pretty much every single event he holds, and you know that's the thing. Sheriff Joe is technically out of a job, but if Donald Trump becomes president, which as of right now it seems like he is the favored person to win the presidency, Sheriff Joe needs a job. I'm sure Donald Trump would give him one.
There we go. It is now 10 o'clock here in Arizona, midnight out on the East Coast as we are awaiting these election results.
And America still doesn't have a president.
Well, we do, but maybe not one for January 20th.
True.
But
a 45th president.
I want to share this tweet that I got from my friend. I'm from Chicago, and my friend from Chicago, who's a big Cubs fan, tweeted me this, and he said that he should have parlayed, bet the Cubs and Trump to win. He could have retired. I thought that was funny because so many people thought, oh, the Cubs won't win. It's been 108 years, and then so many people thought, oh, Trump won't win.
Right.
Can you imagine what is going on maybe in the Clinton camp right now? I don't want to know. Maybe
they must be so nervous.
They must be as silent as their crowd is there in New York. But let us know what you guys are thinking. That's why we have our we're gonna
showcase our Twitter handles there. You can always reach out to us and let us know. Let us know where you're watching from as well as you're continuing to watch this stream. You guys have been with us all evening. We really do appreciate it.
Again, you guys are looking at a live look at the Donald Trump event. Lots of Make America Great Again hats in that crowd. All those red caps, all the Make America Great Again merchandise. And here is another look at that map.
That map that, there's a lot of wow moments on this map. One is Florida. Two, Ohio big time.
And let's check in with our newscast now.
And we're still waiting for Pennsylvania as well. It's a couple of other states.
If he takes a lot of these states, we could be looking at an electoral college sweep. I mean, not a sweep, but a very big electoral college
a big
win.
Margin.
If he were to get Arizona, Minnesota, which they were kind of banking on, Michigan. I mean, I can't believe we don't have Pennsylvania decided
Wisconsin
yet.
winning, going to Trump. These are some of these states were just shockers, and he won all the ones he had to. Ohio, North Carolina, Florida. He started marching through the South and the Midwest, and it looked like the unstoppable force. We'll see. We're not there yet. Let's check in with the John McCain number. Do we want to take a peek at that? John McCain winning another seat, another term to the U.S. Senate, his 6th. John McCain back. He's been in Washington now 33 years. Ann Kirkpatrick railed against that, saying it's time for McCain to go. The voters had a different idea tonight.
Gave kind of a terse speech, but he did say he vowed that he would work with whomever becomes the next president, and that may be Donald Trump.
Locally,
and
race of the night.
Right now, this is the race of the night. You're right. Paul Penzone defeating Maricopa County Sheriff Joe Arpaio, America's toughest sheriff as he named himself. But in a way, this I guess the glory of this defeat is probably lessened a bit with the showing that Donald Trump was making tonight.
Yeah, and Joe Arpaio was an early staunch supporter of Donald Trump, and really Donald Trump got the launch pad at that big event at the Phoenix Convention Center. You'll remember, more than a summer ago, a year and a half ago.
And look at this, Helen Purcell. She is the woman in charge of the elections here in Maricopa County. As you'll look back to the presidential preference election, it was such a nightmare. People waiting in line for 3, 4, 5 hours. She's losing right now
6,000 votes.
Adrian Fontes, a former Marine, a lawyer. He put out a lot of radio ads. He didn't probably need that many because people were really fed up with how things went with the elections this time around, and Helen Purcell may not be able to keep her vote.
Let's check in with Liz Kotelik at a jubilant right now, but still holding their breath, Donald Trump headquarters at the Hyatt in downtown Phoenix. Liz?
Hey everyone, good evening. Yeah, when I first got here and was talking to everyone who was in this room, they were very confident that Trump was going to turn Arizona red. They weren't really sure what was going to happen nationwide, but man, what a difference a few hours makes, right? Big, big cheers from this crowd after hearing the results of the election in Florida, Ohio, Idaho. I mean, I can go on and on here. Some of these states that really were supposed to be very close, some of them supposed to go towards Clinton, now considered Trump wins, red states. I mean, what a night it has been here. And, now the question is what's going to happen here in Arizona. You guys were reporting what's being said right now here on the Secretary of State's website. And, right now Trump has a lead, but we have seen the polls do some really weird and funky things here in Arizona over the past few months. He's been up and down in the polls. He went down recently in October after that Access Hollywood tape was released, but he regained his lead. Many polls are now saying that he has a 4 to 5 point lead over Clinton, at least before tonight. And now tonight, it seems that he has kept that going here. So what is going to happen? That's the big question. Still no answer to that as of right now. One famous election forecaster, Nate Silver, predicted on his website that Trump was going to take this state. He had a 66% chance of doing so. And again, it looks like that may be the case. I spoke to Robert Graham, the chairman of the Republican Party here in Arizona. I asked him what he thought about the back and forth in the polls here, what he thought it meant about the Arizona electorate. He said Trump is a disruptive, non-traditional candidate. Anyone with that description would see the ups and downs that Trump has seen, but he knows Trump will turn Arizona red, he tells me. But when I asked about the country, he said, well, we're just going to have to wait and see. But that was the beginning of the night. Again, a much different mood here at the Hyatt Regency inside of this ballroom. We've seen huge crowds cheering, hugging, high-fiving. Definitely a very interesting race that we've been watching here unfold today. Back to you.
Thanks, Liz.
They are just waiting for the word.
I don't even think Trump supporters were really thinking this might happen. I mean, the odds were 3-1 against him, at least if you believe the polling. And the polling was completely and totally wrong.
The one poll that was right is the Los Angeles Times
That's
poll.
right.
They polled more than
USC
3,000
poll.
people, and it was showing Trump winning.
That's the only one.
But the interesting thing on that one, they asked people, who are you going to vote for, but who do you think will win? And everyone thought that Hillary Clinton would
I know
win.
this is a surprise. I mean, we're talking Dewey, Truman, Reagan. You could see Reagan breaking in 1980 over Carter, but still,
This
again,
might be bigger.
a surprise. I think it is. I think this one goes down in history
the
books.
Republican Party.
If he wins it.
If he wins,
He's
and
still
it
not
looks
there
like
yet.
He will. Donald Trump. We talked to the folks.
All right, everybody. We are continuing to watch here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We appreciate everybody watching on Facebook Live as well. We do want to show you this tweet, a very somber tweet that was put out by the Clinton campaign. Take a look. This team has so much to be proud of. Whatever happens tonight, thank you for everything. After a confident beginning to the night, scenes of a very somber scene right now are going on at the watch party in New York City. Fox News is reporting that people have been seen crying. Supporters in the audience are full out sobbing right now. People have also started leaving, although many are still remaining to support their candidate. We are going to continue here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, take you back out to our live coverage.
The numbers, I mean, what are your thoughts?
Well, it's going to be a very long night and very close, but we are so energized, though, about what's been going on here in Arizona. We have had over 32 offices statewide, over 200 field people. We have gotten record numbers of volunteers involved, and we are just so proud how we have increased the early voting. It looks as though the Hispanic early vote has doubled. They're still going to be counting for many days because of all those provisional ballots. We are so excited about having Paul Penzone and Adrian Fontes, and we've also picked up seats in the legislature. I've been so busy with what's been going on here in the state, I really haven't had a chance to focus nationally, and it's looking good for our Corporation Commission candidates as well.
Yeah, and when we're talking about the presidential race here, we know that Hillary Clinton had many campaign offices here. They were really working the grounds here in Arizona, really trying to target and get that Latino vote. Registered Latino votes make up 20%. Do you think everyone turned out to cast their vote after they registered? How do you think it's going to end here in Arizona?
Well, you know, this is a great move and a great bump in 1 year for Arizona. We knew because of the changes in demographics that things were going to trend towards us. We were expecting it, though, in 2018 and 2020. So it's a lot of work. And so we're just going to keep building on what we have accomplished this year.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much, Barbara. Well, Carrie, John, there you have it, a very ecstatic Democratic Party here. Of course, we'll see how things go when they check in on the numbers for the presidential race again. Back to you guys.
Stefania's first election here in Arizona, and wow, I mean, we're talking, this has been full of surprises.
Yes.
Stefania, thank you.
All right, there, we got a live look in Arizona. Right there at the Democratic outlook. Let's take a look at the map right now. 254 to 209. We're still waiting on it. You can take a look at the Hillary Clinton rally crowd there in New York City, and it is a very somber sight right now. As I was just telling you moments ago that Fox News was reporting that people have been seen crying and sobbing at the event, some even leaving early, while others are remaining to support Hillary Clinton. And then we did show you just moments ago the tweet that was sent out. This team has so much to be proud of. Whatever happens tonight, thank you for everything. As I was just telling you moments ago that Fox News. And obviously when we do look at the map, she's going to have to run the table here to get to 270. Pennsylvania still within grabs. Michigan, Minnesota, Arizona, and Nevada, and Alaska. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We are continuing to watch live election 2016 coverage. When you think about this race that has been
He couldn't win, and they kind of left him out hanging in the end of the race.
It was interesting when he won the Republican primary that night while we were on the air, the attack ad started.
Oh, it was
so
incredible.
it was nonstop for Paul Pabbu.
When we come back, we're going to talk about medical marijuana. Where are we on this proposition right now? It is going down to defeat in Arizona on recreational marijuana. Did I say medical? Recreational marijuana. We've had so many marijuana initiatives in Arizona, but total legalization, that is going down to defeat tonight. We're going to check in on that.
And much more on this historic night where Donald Trump is having a huge showing across the country. He is very close to possibly clinching this. We will look at the numbers when we come back.
Thank you, Carrie and John. We'll check back in with them in just a little bit. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. This is a live look-in right now at the Donald Trump rally site there in New York, where the supporters are continuing to watch the map to see if it will make any more changes soon here. We're still at 254 to 209.
Think about all the advances that Democrats have made in Arizona this night. It is really amazing when you consider how the rest of the country is behaving so bizarre. It's like,
what's going to happen? Where is this going to go? And when the votes started coming in on the East Coast and the path didn't clear the way toward Hillary Clinton, what I think a lot of people thought would happen, that is when people took pause, and it really kind of changed the energy on a lot of the networks and even in newsrooms.
No kidding. I mean, a lot of the pundits have been absolutely defrocked tonight. Let's take a look at 205, the recreational marijuana initiative. 6 percentage points it is failing by right now. Still in the ballpark, the realm of possibility. Remember, we've got some 300,000 votes in Maricopa County alone that will not be counted for the next several days. So it's still within striking distance, but it's interesting how this number is held pretty steady throughout the night, about a 6 percentage point gap.
Marcy Jones is down at the Crescent Ballroom where the yes on Prop 205. These are the people who are hoping recreational passes. It has not been, there has been no declared, I guess, winner results on this yet, but how do they feel right now?
Well, Carrie and John, to be honest, from the smell out here, it doesn't really seem like this is stopping anybody from lighting up right now. Like you said, this is very important to remember that there are hundreds of thousands of ballots yet to be counted, but I have talked to a lot of people who are in charge on this Prop 205 campaign, and they say they are absolutely devastated right now because they believe in their heart of hearts that it won't pass tonight, but they do say it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. They believe that this will pass within the next 10 years, they're telling me.
All right, folks, we do want to show you
now,
this.
they
Our
say that they're
very own
seeing
Matt
a lot of
Rodewald
these numbers coming in. The ballot is ticking up, but they're not seeing
Protesters
those
hanging
numbers
eviction notice on the
really
front door of Sheriff
switching
Joe Arpaio's
from
front
no
door.
to yes. Those, like you said, those are really devastated right now because they believe in their heart of hearts that it won't pass tonight, but they do say it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. They believe that this will pass within the next 10 years, they're telling me. Right now, they say that they're seeing a lot of these numbers coming in. The ballot is picking up, but they're not seeing those numbers really switching from no to yes. Those, like you said,
All right, folks, so here is another live look right now at the electoral map going on right here, 254 to 209. We are waiting for a big state like Pennsylvania to be called, and Michigan, and of course right here in Arizona as well. We do have another shot up of that Fox News is giving us. This is outside the Hillary Clinton event. Let's show you that. You can see some supporters there outside of the area.
Two speeches prepped and ready to go, one for either outcome, and she's been working on those speeches along with her aides all day and all night, and I guess we will know soon which one she prefers.
Tom Yellis and exuberance continuing during the Trump camp. I think we're beyond that point now, George.
We're continuing to watch here for you guys on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We're taking a live look right now, right outside the Hillary Clinton rally center, and right now it's anything but a rally. It's a very somber moment, as you can see here.
And one of the things you're finding in these exit polls, it picks up on the point of how personal it is for Donald Trump. A lot of his supporters voting for him, even though they disagree with him on big issues.
Yeah, it's a stunning thing. It sort of flies in the face of the findings so far on this election night. But look at this. A key question we always ask: which candidate is qualified to be president? The majority.
And we just got word here, folks. This is breaking news right now. Per Fox News' Chris Snyder, Trump is now on his way to the Hilton in New York City, where his election party is being held. He has spent much of the evening at Trump Tower. So, folks, Trump is en route right now to the Hilton in New York City. He spent much of the evening watching with his family and close supporters at Trump Tower.
The candidate who can bring change, and when we laser in who that went to? 83% of American voters who want to change went with Donald
That
Trump.
is the big vote right there. But actually, let me bring that to you right there. I mean, Mexico's made it very clear they're not going to pay to run the war even if Donald Trump wins. How does he bring that to his supporters? Or do they not even care?
Well, as far as Donald Trump winning, we know about it is the art of the deal, right? Everything is a negotiating process, a position.
All right, folks, here is a live look back here in Arizona where these people right here are very excited that Joe Arpaio lost his re-election bid for Maricopa County Sheriff. They're right now putting an eviction notice sign.
Hillary Clinton winning Nevada. Sorry.
That's just coming down, huh?
I just decided to interrupt your speech, but I literally read it on my phone because I'm glued to my phone in the tweets. Associated Press announcing Hillary Clinton wins Nevada.
All right, let's look at the map here, folks. Sami is saying that
The Associated Press.
Nevada is going for Clinton. Nevada is going for Clinton. All right, folks, we are continuing to watch here for you. Now it is updated 254 to 215. Hillary Clinton just taking Nevada. We're continuing to watch this map here for you. Right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Part of fox10phoenix.com. The Fox News Decision Desk just projected that Hillary Clinton will win the key toss-up state of Nevada. We appreciate everybody watching with us on fox10phoenix.com and Facebook Live. Continuing to watch here. Who will get to 270 first? All right, here. Welcome back. It's we're getting close. We're getting down to the wire here, everyone.
We were joking about us having a late night, but no, now we're having a late night. Everyone's tuning in from all over the world. It might be tomorrow morning, depending on where you're watching in the world. At least middle of the night in Europe, you have, or early morning in Europe, actually. Middle of the night, if you're watching in New York City, it's already almost 12:30 over there.
Sure is, yeah.
And we still don't know who our 45th president of the United States is going to be.
No, but we did find out that Nevada, the latest going for
Hillary Clinton, yeah.
So we are getting down to it, but when is Pennsylvania going to get called?
I don't know. I really think they're holding off because Pennsylvania is the game changer.
Well, yeah,
if Donald Trump wins
it's
Pennsylvania,
over.
that's it.
It's over.
It's over. And I think they don't want to say anything prematurely at this
Sure.
point because they know how critical Pennsylvania is.
Yes.
If Hillary Clinton wins Pennsylvania, then it's a different story. Michigan, how many votes does Michigan have? Can we pull up that map right there? Is that 15 or 16?
15.
So Trump would get 269 if he wins Michigan.
Wow.
So at this point,
well, all he would have to do is win Michigan and
269.
Arizona.
I'm saying if he just wins Michigan, Hillary Clinton can only tie then. Because then it would be 269 to 269, assuming Hillary Clinton won all the other states.
Sure.
So really it comes down to Pennsylvania and Michigan. Watching those two states, it's so crazy.
And Florida right now is saying, see, we're not the ones going to keep you guys up.
Well, a lot of people online, I've been glued to Twitter, a lot of people mad at Florida, saying that all the people that voted for Gary Johnson wasted their vote, things like that. And obviously, I don't think that's fair or accurate because maybe the people who voted for Gary Johnson would have voted for Trump anyways.
Sure.
If they had to choose between Trump and Clinton. So I think people are just very emotional right now online. It's difficult for a lot of people to process the results, especially because regular people don't pay attention to the election like we do. They don't pay attention to all the rallies like we do.
Yeah.
And they just kind of assume by listening to some polls that, oh, Hillary Clinton was going to win. Oh, yeah, Hillary Clinton has this in the bag. If you weren't really, truly paying attention to everything,
No.
it's safe to assume that if you live in one of these metropolitan areas like a New York or D.C. or Los Angeles, San Francisco, cities like that, you might just assume Hillary Clinton had it in the bag.
And
But
what's amazing though, you're right. For us, we've seen these rallies.
we've seen thousands of people in attendance at the rallies. And not only that, we've interacted with so many Trump supporters online. I feel like I've read their comments in the chat room, whether it was on YouTube or Facebook.
Yes.
I've read so many of their tweets. I've seen them come out in large numbers. I mean, I went firsthand to a Donald Trump rally here in Arizona to see the kind of impact that Donald Trump had. And so I'm not surprised by the results. The question is, how much did, the FBI play a factor into this? For example, FBI, James Comey suddenly announcing that they're going to reinvestigate Hillary Clinton's emails. A lot of people feeling that really was the game changer because prior to that announcement, Hillary Clinton was leading Trump by like 10 points in some polls.
Sure.
A lot of people, were bothered by Donald Trump's sexual comments while on Access Hollywood, that hidden tape from 2005. People concerned about things like that, the debate performances,
And
yet it didn't matter.
well, we saw during this whole election, from the very beginning to the middle to now the end, when Donald Trump said something, we thought, okay, that's going to sink him. Or he would say something else, maybe against Muslims or against women. And
Or
you
John
said,
McCain.
Or John McCain.
He said, I don't like people who are captured.
Yes. And you
John
thought...
McCain is an American hero.
And you thought, okay, that's going to do it. And it never did. Even when the 2005 video came out.
What is it? Why do you think it doesn't bother Trump supporters?
Because they are so fed up with the establishment. They are so fed up with the elitism in this country.
But it's interesting you use the word elitism because isn't Donald Trump the definitive
No, he's a
description
total outsider.
of an elite man? No, I get it from the political point of view, but Donald Trump is pretty darn elite as far as economic status is concerned and celebrity.
Yeah, I mean, but I think they all gravitated towards him since he was somebody that had no political connection.
They like the fact. So you're saying anyone could have run
No,
who wasn't
no,
a politician and
no,
they would have gotten the same result?
No, you can't take that away. I think, he had the name, he had the backing of a celebrity status symbol, if you
What if
you
it was
would.
like a Mark Cuban, though? Do you think we would have gotten the same result?
No, I still don't.
Why?
I mean, because
he's a more successful businessman.
I know, but it comes down to
Dallas
what
Mavericks,
Donald,
Texas.
Think about it. Donald Trump was saying things during his rallies that people always wanted to say, but never could in public. Think about that for a lot of the supporters. So when they hear that, and then when they hear him doubling down, when he went and take back comments, those supporters really gravitated towards him, and I think they let go, as we're seeing right now. So.
Right.
It's something what we're looking at right now. History is right on the edge for Donald Trump. Can he get to 270, though?
Well, he's very close to getting to 270. I mean, he has a more than 90% chance of winning, according to the New York Times. I mean, look at the map. Let's look at the map again.
Yeah, let's show the map.
If Donald Trump wins Pennsylvania, he wins the whole thing.
Yeah, right now.
If he wins Michigan and loses all the rest of the states, he's tied with Hillary Clinton, and you assume that when you go state by state, when the states cast their vote, because the Republicans have the majority, then Donald Trump would win. The question is, are there people that are Republicans that would vote for Hillary Clinton anyways?
Yeah.
We don't know.
No.
It's possible. What if it comes down to 269 to 269? We don't know.
That's why we're all just waiting for that
Literally,
moment.
Hillary Clinton would have to win Michigan, would have to win Pennsylvania. I mean, let's just say Hillary Clinton wins the rest, Donald Trump wins only Arizona, then Hillary Clinton becomes president.
Sure.
But, New Hampshire still being described as too close to call, Pennsylvania being described as too close to call. It's a lot closer than anyone expected, Mike.
Yeah.
And again, we have our Twitter handle that we had on the screen earlier. If you guys want to go ahead and tweet us your thoughts on this election, whether you're a Trump supporter or a Hillary Clinton supporter. Being described as too close to call, Pennsylvania.
See that breakdown there as well, just a different map to show you all. As we're looking at that live look, as well as for the popular vote, 52 million to 51 right now.
Thoughts on this election, whether you're a Trump supporter or a Hillary Clinton supporter. Being described as too close to call, Pennsylvania.
See that breakdown there as well, just a different map to show you all. As we're looking at that live look, as well as for the popular vote, 52 million to 51 right now.
Thoughts on this election, whether you're a Trump supporter or a Hillary Clinton supporter.
See that breakdown there as well, just a different map to show you all. As we're looking at that live look.
And just a correction, Michigan has 16 electoral votes, not 15. Our map is very small, guys, so
Yeah.
forgive us.
Yes.
We're aging.
And
Our eyes aren't as good as they used to be.
And
so
it's a long day.
if he wins Michigan, that's 270. Mike, that is 270.
So Hillary really needs to
She-
run this table here. That is what she's looking at, to run the table.
Right. So, again, Michigan has 16 electoral votes, not 15. Our map is very small, guys, so forgive us. So if Trump wins Michigan, get ready to start saying President Trump. If he wins Michigan, Pennsylvania, all eyes on those two states. If either one goes for Donald Trump, Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States. Again, Michigan has 16 electoral votes, not 15. So if Trump wins Michigan, get ready to start saying President Trump. If he wins Michigan, Pennsylvania, all eyes on those two states. If either one goes for Donald Trump, Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States. Again, Michigan has 16 electoral votes, not 15. So if Trump wins Michigan, get ready to start saying President Trump.
All right, folks, we're going to take you now back out live here to Arizona. We're going to take a look going on right now where people are celebrating right now that Joe Arpaio did not get reelected.
I don't know if it's a celebration. It looks like a celebration here. A protest, they're putting out an eviction
All right, I'm good. I'll take that Start there, come here. Three. Yep. You're fine. 3, 2, 1. The sign is the sentiment here at a late night rally in front of the Maricopa.
All right, everybody, once again, taking a live look right now in New York. We are being told that Donald Trump is making his way to the Hilton here. He was watching the returns from his famed Trump Tower. All right, folks, in the top right corner of your screen, we're also looking at that protest happening here in Maricopa County. Not a protest, but people that are just excited at Joe Arpaio not being reelected.
Yep. Okay, good. Thank you. All right? I'm good. You good, man? Yeah.
So once again, folks, if you're just joining us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, Joe Arpaio was not reelected tonight. It went to Paul Penzone for Maricopa County Sheriff here. Looks like that shot got frozen on us. Let's take you now back out to the Donald Trump rally at the Hilton, where supporters are there waiting, just waiting for some kind of result to come in. We are waiting for Pennsylvania or Michigan, Arizona as well. What will happen? So the latest results that came down, this was about 20 minutes ago. The last projection was that Nevada went for Hillary. That is where we are at right now, and we continue to just wait here, Samia, for a decision in one of those states. Taking another live look right now at the Donald Trump rally here at the Hilton. We were told about 15 to 20 minutes ago that from Fox News' Chris Snyder that he is on his way. Trump is on his way to the Hilton from Trump Tower. All right, here, folks. The 2016 presidential campaign is entering D-Day +1. The outcome's still in doubt in several battleground states. It could be a while before a winner is declared or one of the candidates concedes or claims victory. The last polls close in Alaska at 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That is coming up in just a little bit here. Also, Merrick Garland's chances to join the Supreme Court are dead if Trump is elected. He might get confirmed if Clinton wins. If Republicans in the Senate are willing to confirm anyone to the High Court, President Barack Obama nominated Garland in March to take the seat of Justice Scalia, who died a month earlier. But Senate Republicans refused to act on the nomination, saying the crucial choice to fill Scalia's seat and influence the direction of the court should await the next president.
I'd say two things. One is, remember, he's going to be a minority president. In fact, he's reminiscent of, we've had a guy just like this before, James A. Garfield got elected nationwide, won the electoral college, got a minority, got won the plurality popular vote, and his nationwide majority was less than.
And folks, we are continuing to watch here on the Fox 10 News Now stream and part of Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, where we are continuing to wait right now. Tuesday has burned into Wednesday out on the East Coast. Right now we are awaiting to see who will become the 45th president of the United States. It is in reach for Donald Trump. Folks, we are continuing to watch here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, waiting to see. This is Donald Trump's rally here at the Hilton in New York.
At the March, Sky Fox is up over there too.
Okay.
Is he the Donald Trump we're going to see as possible president-elect and the 45th president of the United States?
Because while they will celebrate, it is also one of those moments that it will definitely sober the mind, and that we will now be, if he wins, commander-in-chief of the United States of America. You are the leader.
And here we go back out in Arizona as we are watching this situation very closely, as there are people taking to the streets now in celebration that Joe Arpaio lost his re-election bid for Maricopa County Sheriff. We'll continue to watch that for you right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are live for you this evening. What will happen, everybody, as we get closer to seeing this map change one more time? If it changes soon, will we see the next president of the United States within the next switch here? Could be. We are awaiting that right now.
I'll be listening to you in the car.
Thank you.
On my Bluetooth. watching.
Drive safe.
I'm just going home so that right when it's over, I can go past. You know what I mean? It's more literally.
And what we want to show you right now inside the Hillary Clinton watch area, where the mood right now is very dark. There was people. All right, folks, yeah, that is a look inside right now, and it is not the party they thought they were going to today. That crowd is very, very dull right now as we are continuing to watch live right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. All right, folks, we are continuing to look out here. Clinton, her family, and close aides have spent hours right now in a suite at the Peninsula, New York, a luxury hotel in Midtown Manhattan. They are at the Peninsula right now, waiting to see if this map will go in her favor. She needs to pull the table right now. The latest projection came at about 30 minutes ago when they went Nevada for Clinton. That's been the latest move here. But obviously this is a day that the Clinton campaign didn't see coming, really, when you think about it. You got to think about the amount of celebrities that Hillary Clinton had within this final week. I mean, you're talking about Bon Jovi, Jay-Z and Beyonce, Jennifer Lopez, Katy Perry. The list goes on. And it may look like all for nothing. Right now, there is a very positive mood in the Trump camp. The campaign manager for Donald Trump saying, describing the mood inside Trump Tower is very good right now. She tells the Associated Press that the team is hopeful as results continue to roll in. A Trump victory would represent a stunning upset against Hillary Clinton. And everybody, Republicans have clinched continued House control for the new Congress. They'll likely lose seats for their current historic high, but they won enough seats to extend their 6-year streak of commanding the chamber.
3 points, 49% to 46% for Hillary Clinton, and he has 828,000 votes to her 767,000. It's looking good for Donald Trump, but again, it has not been called yet.
And he may need the 11 electoral votes from Arizona. Let's look at the U.S. national vote right now. Donald Trump is ahead of Hillary Clinton now, really by a margin of about
1.2
200. Yeah, 200,000, about 1,200,000. So he's got a pretty comfortable margin and he is marching toward that magic number of 270 to win the presidency. He's still not there. This is still in doubt, a little bit of doubt, but Trump looking very good at this point.
Senator John McCain has been in the office for 30 years, and he will continue to represent Arizona in the U.S. Senate. It's a 6-year term. He won tonight, and he won very early. Right when the numbers came out, he was declared the winner. He beat Ann Kirkpatrick tonight with 53% of the vote.
Let's look at let's take a look at the other shocker tonight. Paul Penzone beating Sheriff Joe Arpaio in a bid for his 7th term as sheriff of Maricopa County. Penzone winning easily by 10 percentage points. This is a huge national story.
This is becoming a bigger story all the time. Helen Purcell, who has been in the job of Maricopa County recorder for 6 terms now, 27 years in office, and it is looking like she may lose to Adrian Fontes tonight after embarrassment in elections, especially in the last 3 to 4 months. And tonight it's looking like we have another one, 300,000+ votes that may not be counted tonight, and it may take 10 days for them to fully count these votes. This is an embarrassment for Maricopa County and the recorder's office there.
Now, George Soros, the left-leaning guy who has poured money in to try to defeat conservative candidates, put $1.3 million in to try to beat Bill Montgomery, who's been, really a guy who's just kind of been a steady hand at the wheel in Maricopa County. Some people think he's far too conservative. He's a West Point guy. He's a by-the-book guy. He's ahead by 6 percentage points. Looks like he will beat back this challenge by Diego Rodriguez, a former prosecutor from Pima County.
There will be most likely no legalized recreational pot here in Arizona. Proposition 205, the no votes winning right now.
That's narrowed
ahead.
a little bit.
It has narrowed a bit. 52% say no, with only 70% of the votes being counted. That is why you're not seeing a check by this. It's still too close. There's still too many ballots out there, and we just don't know where this is going. But right now, it looks like no is winning.
Now, raising the minimum wage, that one we thought would be a pretty easy lift in Arizona, and it is, winning by a wide margin. It would raise the minimum wage to $10 next year, $12 by 2020. Current minimum wage in Arizona is $8 an hour. Federal minimum wage is a little over $7 an hour.
Paul Babu is losing tonight, and Tom O'Halloran has won. I think the AP has called it for Tom O'Halloran. Last I heard, he is the Sedona lawmaker, former lawmaker from Sedona, cop, and a Republican at one time, now a Democrat who will be representing District 1.
Donald Trump is 16 electoral votes away from becoming the 45th president of the United States. Look at the wide swath of red in the heart of the country.
If he wins Michigan, he wins the White House, and right now he is ahead. We don't have it final yet. Go back to Fox right now for more coverage.
It's 10 o'clock on the West Coast.
All right, folks, we just heard that Alaska right now is too close to call. Alaska too close to call as the polls just there in Alaska, 1 o'clock in the morning out on the East Coast, 11 o'clock right now out here in Arizona, and still too close to call. And folks, right now, Election Day came and went with no obvious signs of any major problems some had feared, including large-scale fraud, intimidation, or hacking. Voters across the country instead encountered the types of glitches that arise in every election: long lines, occasional broken machines, discrepancies in voting polls. In other campaign news, California and Massachusetts voted to legalize the recreational use of marijuana, giving a huge boost to the campaign to allow pot nationwide. 7 more states also voted on marijuana measures, while others voted on gun control and capital punishment. But as you take a look at this map, I know a lot of people are still waiting, and our views continue to climb because we have not had a call yet for a state. We just heard that Alaska is too close to call as well. Take a live look right now at Hillary Clinton's watch party in New York, and we'll take you to Donald Trump's watch party in New York as well. And Donald Trump is within now reach of the White House, capturing crucial victories over Clinton in Florida, Ohio, North Carolina, and right now is just a remarkable show of strength for this campaign. Take a live look right now at the map as we are continuing to wait it out, everyone. When will the maps flip? Continue to watch right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. You guys are watching what is going to be most likely a very historic night. We are continuing to watch the map, waiting to hear some reports of any kind of movement from red to blue here. Continuing to wait it out. We're going to show you right outside of Hillary Clinton's.
That has not happened. He has not come.
Let me switch on over to, sorry, I hit the wrong button there, everybody. Sometimes that happens, it's been a long night. This is right outside Hillary Clinton's rally area in New York, and you could see the mood here. It is dismal right now for these supporters outside. This is not the night they thought they would be having. Take a look at the Hillary Clinton supporters, everyone. It is a very somber mood right outside the Hillary Clinton watch party. As we'll continue to bring you these live images here, waiting to see who will be the 45th president.
People who benefited from the technological revolution, who benefited from globalization, and then there's people below that. Is the hangover from the financial crisis. 13 million people lost their homes.
All right, we just heard, everyone, that Hillary Clinton has won 3 of the 4 electoral votes in Maine. Once again, 3 out of the 4 electoral votes is going to Hillary Clinton for Maine.
Increasingly going to define politics is that over-under line. And you're seeing that really play out in this election cycle with long-term implications.
Continuing to watch right outside the Hillary Clinton watch party here as it's, it's a very dismal looking crowd here right now.
The reason he was able to be seen as somebody who'd shake up the status quo is because he would say stuff that was seen as politically outrageous all the time because it was way outside those lines. I mean, proposing to ban Muslims from the United States is a really important part of why Donald Trump was elected, not based on whether or not you think he's going to do it, but because that put him as outside the norm.
We're taking a live look right now outside the Hillary Clinton watch party in New York. Let's take you inside right now. We've seen the stage all evening as they are watching, the supporters there watching right now as they need to see their candidate make a huge comeback right now, as they weren't expecting at all for the media to be saying Hillary Clinton needs to make a huge comeback tonight. If anything, it was supposed to be Donald Trump that was supposed to have to run the table and then pick up some states, and that's exactly what he did tonight. Take you back outside right now, looking at the crowd outside the Hillary Clinton Watch Center here in New York.
Yeah, that's a good question. One thing is the pollsters and they sort of tar and feather them. Let's talk about the prize in this. After all, is 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Correspondent Ron Allen is there, where some people have gathered in what looks to be Lafayette Park across the street. Ron?
Yeah, Brian, we're out here right in front of the White House over there, and you can even see where the fencing is put up as they're building the inaugural stage, the reviewing stand. But there's a huge crowd that's been gathering out here for the past few hours. This was billed as an anti-Trump rally, but there are people on both sides of this who are for and against Trump. I think the guys up there on the tree who you might see are people who are supporting Trump, and there are others who are here supporting Hillary Clinton, and they're watching this as we are, and stunned, frankly. Here's a couple of folks I met earlier, college students from Georgetown. Now you voted for Hillary Clinton. How do you feel about what's happening tonight, and why do you think it's happening?
We're certainly disappointed about the results. I mean, we're still hopeful for something better to come, but we're not really sure how it's going to turn out. Definitely worried about the possibility of Trump being elected.
Have you given up hope? Do you still think there's a chance?
To me, what's the most concerning is how over the last 2 weeks it's been the very predominant sentiment of, oh, Hillary's going to win. All the polls were Hillary's going to win. So there was this flow of information that was very inaccurate, and it sort of shown how with exaggerated voter turnout, a lot of people have come forward who were sort of not saying they were voting for Trump, who were like, oh,
But you think it was that? You don't think it was this whole idea that people just don't trust Hillary Clinton and that there's that?
I don't think so, because, if you look at even from today, 5 hours ago, the New York Times poll had Hillary Clinton at 84% chance of winning. And then over the course of 4 hours, that was totally, turned on its head just by people who, due to the stigma attached to voting for Trump, maybe hadn't said they were voting for Trump, but they came out.
Well, there are a lot of pollsters who are wrong. It's very wrong, apparently, as well. But again, it's not over yet. What about you? What do you think went wrong for Secretary Clinton?
I think a lot of the blame is going to go to the DNC for not giving Bernie a chance, I think.
I think a lot of people who voted for Hillary thinking that she would take Trump in the election earlier are ready to decision. Thanks very much. Again, Brian, a huge crowd here gathering. It's been building through the night. Sort of peaceful, people on both sides of this vigil, you might call it, as we sit and wait to see what happens, how this all plays out. Back to you, Brian, from the White House.
Really interesting. Really interesting responses. The young man who talked about the New York Times Index, which so many, especially elites on the coast, have been following, did flip exactly. Flipped right over.
Around 9:20 p.m.
Yeah, I'm looking at this Politico headline that said, "How did everyone get it so wrong?" Which will be a conversation and a question that'll take care of a lot of people's nervous energy. Won't change the result, but it'll be fun and
seeing the White House behind that as the backdrop to those interviews that Ron was just doing. I mean, the Obama family. I don't know if they're all home tonight, but if you're Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, your kids. You're thinking about, like your 8 years coming to an end, and you got your lame duck period ahead of you, and you're thinking about these results tonight, and you're thinking about what you thought you never would have to think about in terms of the future of the Democratic Party, in terms of the legacy of having been the first African-American president, and the impact that had on this country and the way the country responded to it. It's got to be a really profound, more than anybody, I sort of want to hear from President Obama right now. I don't know when that will be proper. I don't know.
Once again, folks, let's take a look at the map here. We really appreciate you guys being part of our coverage here. The latest update came when Maine gave 3 out of the 4 electoral votes to Hillary Clinton. We're continuing to watch here for you guys as we are waiting for those live results to come down. The Hillary Clinton watch party not looking too good right now. Folks, we do want to show you the updated. We're sorry that the wrong map was being displayed right there, but it is 2:54 right now to 2:15. You guys are watching live right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We always appreciate when you guys are watching live with us, and thank you so much for being with us for the last 9 hours as we are continuing election 2016 coverage. This is election night, or should I say now, election morning for those of you out on the East Coast waiting to see when Pennsylvania will be called, or Michigan, or Arizona. Continuing to watch right here, 2:54 to 2:15. You are looking at a live look right now. And in the popular vote, it's 54 million to 53 million in favor of Donald Trump. Continuing to watch here live on the Fox 10 News Now stream, election night 2016. We are waiting to see when Pennsylvania will be called, or Michigan, or right here in Arizona. Continuing that live look right now for you. Taking another look right now. This is right outside the Hillary Clinton watch party, and you could see not a lot of people outside anymore. It's a very sad looking group of people right now as they're, it's a sense of shock right now for a lot of these supporters here for Hillary Clinton. What you're looking at is complete shock and awe of what just happened and what could happen if one of these states now goes one more time red. Pennsylvania is getting very close to being called. Stay with us here as we are just probably moments away from an announcement. Right now, still looking live outside the Hillary Clinton watch party in New York City. There are a few left supporters here waiting to see what will happen. Keep in mind, folks, that Pennsylvania has 20 electoral votes. Taking a live look right out here. Hillary Clinton supporters outside the Clinton watch party. And it's anything but a party right now. Take a look at that map right now, live for you. This is what we're waiting for. Who will get to 270? It's getting very close to Pennsylvania being called. That has 20 electoral votes. If Trump gets it, that will put him over the edge of 270 to 274, and that will clinch the nomination. Thank you to everybody watching on Fox10Phoenix.com and Facebook Live. We continue to wait it out here. When will Pennsylvania be called?
Have to keep an eye on is Chuck Schumer, who's going to be the Democrat.
And there's a wide and out shot right now. The Hillary Clinton supporters there in New York City. It is now about 1:25 there in New York, and you can see people are starting to head home or go somewhere else. This is not the night they envisioned.
Is to select your nominee, your vice presidential. The second is on the night you win and you address the nation, because that then gives some clues, not on policy, not on any of that stuff, but on how you want to bring the country together. To your point, Maria, bring people together and have people realize, okay, this vote was worth it. I think he can do that. I hope he can do that. He needs to do that.
Well, he needs to, because I think right now, otherwise we're going to have a Brexit moment where all of a sudden people have sticker shock and they're like, oh shoot, what happened? Because it's not just that we're giving him the White House, the Senate, the Congress, but also the Supreme Court.
And we're being told that apparently pop singer Cher, who is a huge Clinton fan, was understandably not too impressed by the look of the race when she stepped into the Clinton election party in New York City. Someone says that Cher walked in, looked at the board, and then walked right out of the event center.
Steve Kornacki has come to an understanding with this technology. They've reached a working agreement. You all right?
Well, we'll see if he can hold up his end of the deal here. This big one. I'm going to have some words after this show tonight. So look, exit polls here. We talked about this a lot in the run-up to this election. That split among white voters, college, non-college. We can tell you two things about that tonight, though. First of all, look, we said those early exit polls we showed you might change. They did a little bit. Donald Trump did better than we were initially telling you he did among white voters with a college degree. He wins by 4 points. Now, this is down from Romney by 14, but I have to say, this is a lot better than people thought Donald Trump was going to do with white voters with a college degree. They returned to the Republican fold in the stretch in this campaign. That's what it looked like. The other thing, non-college whites, that number tonight is 39. It was 26 4 years ago. Here's the other thing raising eyebrows. Again, we said we were keeping an eye on the Latino vote. As we've gotten more into the exit poll, now we can tell you, look at this. This is a surprise to a lot of people. Clinton wins the Latino vote 65-29 tonight. I just want you to remember, 4 years ago, the margin was Obama 71, Romney 27. That was a 44-point spread. Tonight, the margin, you're seeing, it's only 36 points. It's actually gone down in 4 years. Republicans did 8 points better tonight with Latino voters, net, than Mitt Romney did 4 years ago. Now think about that in the context of this campaign, where all of the conventional wisdom said that number, that 27, was only going to go down. It was going to be somewhere in the teens. According to our exit poll, Donald Trump lands 2 points higher than Mitt Romney did, loses by 8 points.
Take a look once again at the map that we are looking at right here, 254 to 218. Take a look now at the Trump Watch Party. We haven't checked in with them in a little bit. Still big crowd there. They're waiting for the eventual speeches to happen. This is inside now the Clinton rally area. Still people are there, but haven't been moving and are very, very quiet right now. Outside of the Clinton Watch Party, just a couple people, maybe a couple dozen now, hanging out. They have just a small hope right now.
That was going to obliterate anything you might otherwise need to get from people of color. I mean, we do have Clinton Clinton underperforming Barack Obama with Latinos. We have Clinton underperforming Barack Obama with African Americans, although that was expected. What we've got, though, the biggest number and the biggest thing that explains how Trump could maybe win the presidency with only 29% of the Latino vote is that he has spiked white vote. He has figured out a way to do that, and that has always been the far right's dream, that you could figure out a way to do it without minorities. In fact, you could figure out a way to do it on the backs of minorities by threatening minorities in a way that make a lot of people uncomfortable.
We appreciate everybody watching on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live for this very historic election. This has been anything but a normal election season. You guys have been with us for the last 18 months, but Fox News Now have been covering rally after rally of both Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. It's been just an amazing experience, and we're not even done yet. And Fox News projects that GOP Senator Pat Toomey will defeat Democratic challenger Kate McGinty in Pennsylvania. That's a crucial save for the GOP because it blocks Democrats from a key pickup in their quest for Senate control. Taking now back out live to the Clinton watch party where it is very dismal crowd right here.
Casey Hunt has some reporting, and Mike Murphy joins us in the newsroom. Casey, what did you just learn?
Well, I mean, one thing I've been doing tonight is reaching out to people who work for Bernie Sanders because they feel like they, learned a lot of lessons from their campaign. And I'm told Bernie and Jane Sanders themselves are very saddened by what appears to be a looming Donald Trump win. Obviously, they haven't called that yet. And everyone that worked for them, for the most part, very excited about it. But there's a little bit of an element of I told you so, that you didn't pay attention to what was going on, that you didn't kind of embrace Bernie Sanders.
Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We continue to wait here. You're looking at a live look right now outside the Clinton watch party in New York City. Let's take you inside for a look inside the watch party. It's been the same look all evening as they were getting word after word that Trump would take Florida, that Trump would take North Carolina, that he would take Ohio. There is the Trump Watch Party as well.
So many of these races are decided by a point or two. We talked about the shift in terms of the undecided voters who moved late. I don't know that it was, as has been suggested, that, oh my gosh, you know,
Folks, our election coverage is still ongoing as we are waiting to see when Pennsylvania will be called. What about Michigan? How about Arizona as well? We're all waiting to see, can Trump finish it up here with reaching 270? We're waiting. House Speaker Paul Ryan has congratulated Donald Trump on his, quote, big night. A Ryan spokeswoman confirms that the Republican Speaker called the Republican presidential nominee Tuesday evening. The spokeswoman, Ashley Strong, says they had a very good conversation. She says the Speaker congratulated Trump on his big night and also spoke with his good friend, Governor Mike Pence. Donald Trump's campaign manager, Kellyanne Conway, is describing the mood inside the Trump Tower as very good. She tells the Associated Press that the team is hopeful as results continue to roll in. A Trump victory would represent a stunning upset against his rival, Hillary Clinton. Also, Republicans have clinched House control for the new Congress. They'll likely lose seats from their current historic high, but they won enough seats to extend their 6-year streak of commanding the chamber. With voting results still being counted early Wednesday morning, Republicans have won at least 218 House seats. That exceeds the number needed to control the chamber. Democrats started the year hoping Donald Trump's divisive presidential candidacy would cost Republicans bushels of House seats. His impact on down-ballot candidates proved spotty. All right, everybody, we do have a breaking news alert for you here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. And everybody watching on Facebook Live, AP has just reported that Pennsylvania is going for Donald Trump, clinching the nomination for President of the United States. He has hit over 270 electoral votes. That will be making Donald Trump the 45th president of the United States. This has been a campaign 2016 exclusive for you. We've been following this campaign and the Hillary Clinton campaign for the last 18 months, and now we have a conclusion. Donald Trump will take the White House come January 20th. Let's take you now inside the Donald Trump rally at the Hilton.
trust that he expressed through his speech, but also the non-operating patriots. This is one of the first times in many, many decades that a president has actually gone out and campaigned. Partly that's because of that popularity problems, but also because he knew that it was so important to cement his legacy when he made that involved by Hillary Clinton. If that does not happen, that will be
later this week to meet with the new president. So imagine Trump, which we always see, we saw with Bush and Obama. Imagine Donald Trump and Barack Obama, two men who can't stand each other, walking down the colonnade of Williamsburg together.
And as you can see here, folks, there is still pause in the room for Donald Trump at his rally party here. They want the official announcement to happen, even though we do hear that AP did put Donald Trump for Pennsylvania.
Some of the analysis that says, well, this is a repudiation of Obama, Obamacare, the Obama economic, the Obama foreign policy, the Obama out to go on. You got to stop and say, well, what is going on in America that you can get a 55% approval for the presidency and the second term? Very unusual. And at the same time, have this very close, but it seems to me, I would agree that it looks as if we're going to have a President Trump.
Can we give the president some time? Jim Psaki said the president's ready to hand it off.
All right, everybody, while we do wait for that official announcement from the Trump campaign there, we did see the AP put Pennsylvania for Donald Trump, but I do want to show you guys a clip that took place back in May. Our very own Carrie Lake and I traveled to Washington, D.C. in May to interview President Barack Obama at the White House. It was a 4-minute interview that we were able to do, and it was centered around Merrick Garland, the Chief Merrick Garland, his Supreme Court justice pick that he was hoping that would become the next Supreme Court justice. Right now, the Senate has not given an up or down vote to Chief Garland, but we were invited to D.C., to the White House, and Carrie, our very own Carrie Lake, interviewed President Obama and asked about a Donald Trump presidency. Let's take a look at that. Having a little issue with the audio there. Let's try it one more time here for you.
They get to govern, and then governing is different than campaigning, and it's wonderful. It's very rewarding. I don't know if it's richly rewarding. It's probably not the best of ways. Sometimes people work on campaigns and then they're like, okay, you take it from here because I want to do something else. What's going to happen with Trump TV now? Donald Trump's going to be busy.
Let's also talk about his businesses, which he's going to hand over, he says, to his family.
This is going to be big because they're going to have to be sensitive to some of the concerns that Hillary Clinton was asked to be sensitive to when she was given the position as Secretary of State. On January 13th, 2009, she appeared before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and both Democrats and Republicans cautioned her about the potential for conflicts of interest or even the appearance of conflicts of interest that the foundation could present. The same thing's going to happen when you've got an international business operating both here.
Michael Bloomberg, who ran a multi-billion-dollar empire, was elected mayor of New York City, put a lot of his business interest into a trust, turned the business over to trusted aides, ran the city of New York, and then went back to his business.
John Podesta is said to be headed over to the Javits Center for Secretary of
All right, everybody, an AP report is showing that Donald Trump is right now 264 to Clinton's 215. He is within 6 points now. AP had different numbers.
People streaming in, they put on the music that we've come to expect from the campaign, what we've heard on the campaign trail for months. A little bit upbeat atmosphere, but it made, but the looks on people's faces still very glum. We've seen a number of people in tears, and it's hard to know exactly what John Podesta is going to say, but that's what we can report at this moment.
Okay, Jennifer, thank you.
So Jennifer, so you're suggesting then that John Podesta is coming over there. He may speak, and we may not hear from Hillary Clinton and
Well, there is certainly that possibility at this point, Megan. All we know at this point is that John Podesta is making his way over here. He's expected to speak to the crowd.
Well, that is very interesting. If we are not seeing the candidate over there, I mean, it's reminiscent, Chris, of Nashville, when we had Daley come out and speak to the crowd there in Nashville in 2000 instead of Al Gore. And I was there, and I flew from there to Tallahassee to start the weekend.
Folks, we're being told that John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign manager, is going to be speaking shortly.
She would go over to do that in public. So the fact that she isn't going over, and if he does speak, he's either going to say it's a long night, we're not going to know everything. That makes sense.
All right, Kelly.
when you see, and listen, we haven't called it yet either, right? But several other people are suggesting that not only might Trump win Pennsylvania, but he might win a few of these. And if that is the case, what good does she do herself coming out tonight? Is holding out hope that she's somehow going to run a table on every single state that's done?
I think Jennifer is still out there. She asked this question about casino things.
Right, actually, when we flew after the third debate, we flew on the plane with Hillary Clinton leaving Las Vegas, and it was the first question that I did ask Hillary Clinton after Chris had asked the question of Donald Trump on stage, and that had been the headline from the third debate. So I asked Clinton when she came out to talk to the press at the back of the plane, I said, will you accept the results? And people laughed it off at the time. She laughed it off at the time. She did not actually answer the question, and then she lambasted Donald Trump for what he had said at the podium, but she did not answer the question, and I did ask it of her.
You look back this race and how, and the campaign that she ran. Now, 2020 hindsight, she's going to be rich to the highlights, but truly, Chris, the lack of access that she gave to the press. I talked about the whole year meeting up with the press, but at least he made himself available to more people. She was in the presidential protection program. She had so many opportunities when Trump was down. You saw this time on the she would surge ahead and he'd be down here. 2 weeks would pass, he'd be right back up there again. Again, she'd be up here. Same thing, over and over and over again. She could never finish it. And remember August, after the first debate, he had talked about campaign, and she didn't have a problem. She didn't speak to anybody. She didn't have any campaign events. Even to the end, she was having so many fewer campaign events to hand.
Stay here with us, folks. Coverage continues. Donald Trump at 264 electoral votes as it stands right now.
His flaw that he had for the entire campaign was lack of experience and temperament. Hers was lack of character. It was that people continued to have grave doubts, and obviously the Comey investigation and emails, and as you say, the fact that she, one, did it, and then two, lied about it for months. You know, I mean, you found what she said in that original news conference at the United Nations in March of 2015. And when I finally did get an interview with her in July after the convention, just the contradictions, forget whether what she did was right or wrong. What she told the American people and what Comey found were diametrically opposed. And in fact, in that interview, she said that they weren't. She said that Comey had cleared her, and then that became a whole issue. So over and over again, when there was a path to, to put it out.
Trump carried Pennsylvania, breaking through a Democratic firewall in a state that had not backed a Republican for president since 1988.
Kellyanne Conway just tweeted out, she said, things that were true. Undercover Trump vote, at Mike Pence for VP, Hillary's floor and ceiling are same, rally crowds matter, we expanded the map. We are going to look at the states, Fox News continues, election coverage in an election we have not seen ever before.
She had a recipe for everything. Make big plans. Live spontaneously. Travel more. Live without regret. Take pictures. In 20 years, you'll be glad you did. And make your best memories on a 500-degree sizzling plate. Mr. Steakhouse. This is how it's done.
So the Clinton campaign chair, John Podesta, is to speak shortly at Clinton headquarters in New York City.
Is an amazing thing. Unless you get older, it naturally begins to change, causing a lack of sharpness or control of recall. Thankfully, the breakthrough with Presidency helps your brain and actually improves memory. The secret is an ingredient originally discovered in jellyfish. In clinical trials, Presidency has been shown to improve short-term memory. Presidency, the name to remember.
Constipated? Trust an overwhelmed doctor recommended Double-R's. Use Double-R's tablets for gentle overnight relief, suppositories for relief in minutes, and stool softeners for comfortable relief on stools. Double-R's, designed for dependable relief.
What's it like to be in good hands? Like finding new ways to be taken care of. Oh, God. Life insurance, obviously. But with that touches you think it everywhere else, like playing free rewards or safe driving bonus checks. Even a claim satisfaction rates. And protection plus unique experts. Only from expert Allstate agent. It's good to be known. Good ways.
Today, I'm going to show security papers.
This is not right. That is insane. I would never do that.
But check it, you can hold hands and get great deals on most of the one day.
It's awesome. I have to camp out and show you the 2 days advance.
And you don't have to wait until Black Friday.
understand that Hillary Clinton will not be heading over to the Javits Center. So we're still waiting. It seems like the room has filled up a bit in the last few minutes, but we can now report that Hillary Clinton will not be coming to the Javits Center.
So what are we going to take from that?
Well, I think what we're taking from that is it's not clear whether the campaign is prepared to concede. And so I think there are still a number of races that are very close. I think they feel that there are certain states, whether it's New Hampshire or others, that might be in recount territory.
Let's talk about the irony of this moment. The fact that there was that much concern from Democrats that Donald Trump said he would not concede the race. There was that much uproar in the Hillary Clinton campaign that he said, I'm going to have to wait and see what happens to Chris Wallace on that third debate. The fact that there was that much press about that comment, and yet here we are, and Hillary Clinton, it appears, is not going to concede tonight, even if Donald Trump gets over this magic number of 270.
Well, that's exactly right, Fred. In fact, we're trying to find that moment on board the plane where I asked her that very question, whether she would accept the results. But again, these last few states have not come in yet. Some of them are very close, and it is clear from their analytics that they feel that it's still very close.
Okay, Jen, we appreciate the info. If you get anything else, let us know. We want to head over to our decision desk, which has made some calls, and obviously some calls are still pending.
Here we are.
Megan didn't walk there this time, but there she is.
We're here. Arden's here again. Arden, Michigan, great to see you. So, first of all, let's start with the Senate. Why haven't we called, I mean, we've sort of said that Republicans are going to retain the power of the Senate, but why haven't we officially called that?
There are several unknowns in the Senate now. The first is that there's a Louisiana runoff which takes place in early December between a Democrat and a Republican. And while I think a lot of people say the Republican is advantaged in that runoff, we can't make a call for the Senate until we have an actual result from Louisiana.
So you're not going to make a call on the Senate tonight? We're never going to get the fancy graphic on the Senate tonight?
That is correct. It is theoretically possible that we can get the Democrats to 50, but that would require to believe that they have the control of the Senate.
Let me stand you by because John Podesta is taking the stage now.
And it's been a long night, and it's been a long campaign. But I can say we can wait a little longer, can't we?
Say tonight. So listen to me. Everybody should head home. You should get some sleep. We'll have more to say tomorrow. I want you to know, I want every person in this hall to know, and I want every person across the country who supported Hillary to know that your voices and your enthusiasm means so much to her and to Tim and to all of us. We are so proud of you. And we are so proud of her. She's done an amazing job, and she is not done yet. So thank you for being with her. She has always been with you. I have to say this tonight. Good night. We will be back. We'll have more to say. Let's get those votes counted, and let's bring this home. Thank you so much for all of you have done. You are in all of our hearts. Thank you.
Well, there you go. The campaign chair for Hillary Clinton says we're not done yet. But the crowd's faces seem to think otherwise already. So once again, folks, you are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Clinton campaign chairman John Podesta just moments ago came out to speak to Clinton supporters, saying the campaign will have nothing to say tonight about the state of the race, and told everyone to go home and have a good night. Clinton right now trails in the Electoral College count, and Donald Trump is close to breaking the 270 vote threshold to become president. Podesta told the crowd Clinton has done an amazing job and is not done yet. All right, so again, folks, you are looking at a live look as Hillary Clinton supporters are going home. The chairman, John Podesta, told them to go home, saying the campaign has nothing to say tonight. So right now we are kind of in a mode that kind of feels like 2000, election 2000, where we didn't know what was going to happen.
if he's
I
elected?
haven't thought too much about it because I don't think Donald Trump's going to end up being president.
And you still stand by that?
Absolutely.
All right, everybody, we're being told that shortly Donald Trump is going to be coming out on stage here at the Hilton. And there's our shot right here that we'll be waiting
All right, we're
for.
having some technical difficulties here. Don't worry, we're not going to let you miss Trump or whoever it is that's going to come out on this stage and speak to Trump supporters. But we're trying to get the lay of the land to find out whether we actually do expect him to do it. Now, as you know, Mr. Trump is not shy about going in front of the cameras. And he certainly was one of the most successful reality TV shows in modern American history. So perhaps he will seize the moment to come out and do things his own way, which has been his.
Citizens, and even from Republicans in his own party. Today, a big part of that was patched up when Paul Ryan calls Mr. Trump and Mike Pence, the running mate governor of Indiana, and congratulated him for at that time what appeared to be a likely win. Now it's a virtual certainty. The question is when the networks all get their numbers synced. Others have called other races that Fox has not, and everybody is under the 270 threshold. The Trump campaign recognizes that the Podesta message that they're not going to concede tonight and they're going to say tomorrow is a bit of a taunt. It was the Clinton campaign that was suggesting that it would be Donald Trump who would be refusing to concede, refusing to accept the legitimacy of the election, mobilizing the contract lawyers and the airlifting attorneys to various different rural parts of capitals and swing states to litigate the possible results. Now the question is whether or not that's what the Clinton campaign is doing. So, I think we can expect Mr. Trump to make an overture to the defeated, to say that he's prepared to be the president of the United States for all folks. That Democrats, even those who adamantly opposed his candidacy, notwithstanding all of the name calling that came from the left against him, that he will govern as an outsider, that he will approach things differently.
Once again, folks, we have received word that Donald Trump has arrived at his election night headquarters after winning the state of Pennsylvania. Trump's motorcade traveled from nearby Trump Tower to the Midtown Hotel, where thousands of his supporters and hundreds of reporters are gathered. Trump is expected to address the crowd.
This is going to come down to a popular vote, possibly win for Clinton or an electoral college win for Donald Trump. That's the kind of thing that can really aggravate the defeated opposition. So it's time for him to start being really presidential because he's on the precipice of going off the midterm.
And what a victory it will be. Carl, good to see you. And so he is ignoring Dana's advice and coming out to speak to the crowd. Not afraid of an anticlimactic moment at all, just climbing the pump and getting the people ready for the big event tomorrow, which now feels inevitable. And the question is whether, even if Trump in a speech, Monica, can reach out to the other side, to the defeated, which we've seen him do. He's not bad at delivering these speeches that we presume others help him with, right? So we try to keep him on message. What's going to happen over the next 6 weeks as we gear up for the inauguration? And he has a very skeptical media, public, her supporters who are not there to give him the benefit of the doubt, and we're going to continue to launch theoretical grenades in him.
Well, I think it's going to be very interesting to watch. Donald Trump is going to stay true to himself, but I also think, and we were talking about this earlier, that the job changes you and the magnitude of the responsibility of the job changes you. Let's start with tonight. I think Donald Trump's approach tonight, as it's been throughout this campaign, is never to let Mrs. Clinton dictate what he's going to do. So that's why you're going to see him emerge tonight. I also think that he's going to express gratitude I think he is going to deliver an inclusive message of change. I think he's going to talk about how this was a very hard-fought race and that there were a lot of tough things said on both sides. But now is the time to bring the country together, and that he looks forward to being that person in the presidency, in the Oval Office, to do that.
Well, he's going to do it his way. If they come out singing Frank Sinatra. But again, I think Dana gave him sage advice. And maybe it's the half measure, come out and say, compliment everybody, thank everybody, express and zoom optimism, and then tomorrow have a message that's oriented towards unifying the country and setting the tone for what's coming. I see how you can claim victory when you haven't won the victory. There's not a single news organization out there. The New York Times has them at 265 electoral votes, we have at 254, other news organizations. But the consensus is that he has not yet won the presidency. So I think it would be foolish for him to claim victory. You can do a lot of things short of claiming victory, but you can't say I'm the president.
By the way, after your question at the debate, you heard Jennifer Griffin reference the plane flight where she asked Secretary Clinton, would you accept defeat? We'll pull that soundbite here.
It's 2:30 in the morning, right? People at 2:30 in the morning will like coffee. They also like pizza. They also like bed. People want a lot of things at 2:30 in the morning. For him and for the country, there's no worry. There's time. There's time to take the time.
Well, obviously, he's not buying this advice from Dana or you or Monica. But what? We don't know what he's going to say. You can not believe that, but the fact that he's appearing runs the risk of aggravating the divide over these very close elections. I think it's his instinct. I think that's the man we come to know. It's not like he's a secret to us. Fine, but I'm just saying the decision to appear is a statement in and of itself.
I think
Boy, you keep prejudging the guy.
I think if he had decided not to go over, that would have been fine. But the fact that he's going over and we can wait and see what he says.
It's going to be a long fight for one, I think.
By the way, officially, we have called Missouri for Ward Blunt, the Republican. This was obviously after the Democrat had conceded, Cantor, and we are calling that race, and that means that I guess we're not official. The Democrat in this race, Cantor, might have had the best campaign ad of the entire season.
Right.
You know, he was putting together an AR-15 rifle blindfold, a Democrat putting it together, and he showed that he was pro-gun in Missouri, criticized the establishment World Blunt. He was actually closer to Trump than World Blunt was, as far as what he talked about.
Because he was the outsider.
Because he was like the outsider.
Right. Because World Blunt has been in the Senate, in Washington for a long time. His wife is a lobbyist in Washington. His children work in the industry. And so Gander was able to try to define Blunt as one of those insiders that you would want to drain the swamp from.
And Democrats felt really good. He was 35-year-old Afghan war veteran.
Yeah.
They thought he had a really, really good track record.
It's a safe seat for Republicans until Gander got in and demonstrated that, in fact, he could constitute a legitimate challenge to World Blunt. And then money poured in. But Donald Trump said it was never considered a seat that was automatically easily
whether Trump would be a drag for these Republicans running for office in the Senate and House. And it may turn out that Trump lifted them all up, and that some of these guys have their re-election. They have him to thank in part for their re-election.
If Trump had lost Missouri, Blunt would have lost as well. But the real person that World Blunt needs to thank for this is Barack Obama, because this was the most unusual Senate race in the country because it was effectively nationalized. This was all about the fact that Joseph Gander was Hillary Clinton's co-chairman, national campaign co-chairman, supported and enthusiastically backed Obamacare, and called for the imposition of a national energy tax. He was a national Democrat in a state where you can't be a national Democrat. But unlike the rest of these races, which became idiosyncratic, aimed around the personality and the local issues of the individual candidates, this was all about three big things: Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, and Obamacare.
So, now what? Does Trump go in? Does Trump go in? Let's assume that he secures the victory tonight. He comes out and says whatever he says tonight, then the victory speech is tomorrow. Does he go in there with a mandate? I mean, if this number continues to climb, what if he wins Pennsylvania and he wins Michigan, and he's helped the Republicans keep the Senate, and he has undivided government? He's helped the first time since 1928. You're saying the Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. After everything, the predictions were she's either going to win by a landslide or Trump will eke out a victory. Instead, he goes in there with this solid, big win, and all the rest of it. Does he have a mandate, and what does it look like?
I think absolutely he would be right to claim one, and I would expect that he would say, okay, well, border security, #1 issue, immigration, we're going to have to deal with that. Repeal and replace Obamacare. You might say, all right, can I get that plan of yours? Let's stick it in there, let's see what we can make. And also, this is the other thing I think about him. He wrote the art of the deal. And I don't think that he's going to be one that will believe that purity is so important that he can't make a deal with people in Congress. So then you have him be able to say, maybe, look what I've done. I came here, I was able to break the gridlock, I had a mandate, and here are the 7 things that I said I could do for you, and I delivered on all of those.
That's the good part of Trump. That, I think he will compromise, right? I mean,
And not let the media bash him over the head for compromising.
And the partisan stripes won't stop. But the question is whether one's criticisms of Trump, one's challenges of Trump, some congressional member who's viciously critical of him, as we've seen the Republicans do to Barack Obama. This is what they do. Whether that puts you on the outside in a way where no compromise can be reached, whether members of the press are still going to be fighting the White House press corps. I mean, there's no longer requiring him to have press briefings at all.
How about, for example, Ben Sasse? There has been no more absolute critic of Donald Trump in the Republican Party than Senator Ben Sasse from Nebraska. Of course, there's also nobody smarter about health care in the Republican Party than Ben Sasse. He's the smartest brain on that subject in the Republican Party, bar none. Here's the kind of threshold questions that determine whether presidents are successful or not. Can Donald Donald Trump look past the fact that Ben Sass thinks he's a pig and say, did you read the tweets? You can tell what Sass thought about him, and it was pretty clear that he found him on the old podium. And if he can look past what Sass thought of him and say, but you are the smartest man in the world when it comes to fixing the healthcare system, so I'm going to listen to your plan even though you don't like me and I don't like you.
How much does he hand the keys now, Bill, over to Congress to take care of some of the inner workings of this legislation and that take up?
You know, I think it's interesting because I think what you might see in the first 2, maybe 4 years is a mirror image of what we saw with President Obama in his first 2 years when he had huge majorities in both houses of Congress and was able to get whatever he wanted through. Remember his first meeting after being sworn in as president with the Republican leadership in the White House, he looked at them and he said, I won. Elections have consequences, and a lot of the folks who are opposed to him were willing to work with him or at least hear him out. And I think in this case, I mean, this is why I was opposed to what Donald Trump was doing in waging war against Paul Ryan and some of the Republican leadership. I understood why he did it. But I thought that he should have extended an olive branch because should he be elected president, he's going to need them to get his legislative agenda through. But I also think if he wins tonight and he emerges with that map and a mandate, that those Republicans in Congress who have been so critical of him are going to fall right in line and be most helpful in getting all of the agenda.
They don't need to love Donald Trump. They need to love the voters who put him in the office.
That's right. That's exactly right.
You know, this, when we came in 2001, we have members of Congress who have been devoted followers of John McCain. They campaigned for him actively around the country and have been quite critical of the governor of Texas. And we're skeptical of him. And by the end of the first 6 weeks or so, most of them were supporters and advocates for It's extraordinary.
Look at the crowd outside that has waited here for hours and hours.
2:43 a.m. to get this game.
They're very good. Look at the enthusiasm. There's something we saw from the beginning. And they don't necessarily translate to voters.
And there you could see the crowd going crazy right now for Donald Trump as he is elected the next president of the United States. He is expected to speak shortly here in front of his supporters. Let's listen in once again.
Welcome back to that line.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Vice President-elect of the United States, Governor Mike Pence.
Come both sides. Come both sides.
This is a historic night. The American people have spoken, and the American people have elected their new champion. America has elected a new president, and it's almost hard for me to express the honor that I and my family feel that we will have the privilege to serve as your Vice President of the United States of America. I come to this moment deeply humbled, grateful to God for His amazing grace. Grateful to my family, my wonderful wife Karen, our son Michael and his fiancée Sarah, our daughter Audrey, far away, and our daughter Charlotte. I could not be here without them. And I'm deeply grateful to the American people for placing their confidence in this team and giving us this opportunity to serve. And I'm mostly grateful to our President-elect, whose leadership and vision will make America great again. So let me say, it is my high honor and distinct privilege to introduce to you the President-elect of the United States of America, Donald Trump.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Sorry to keep you waiting. Complicated business. Complicated. Thank you very much. I've just received a call from Secretary Clinton. She congratulated us, it's about us, on our victory. And I congratulated her and her family on a very, very hard-fought campaign. I mean, she fought very hard. Hillary has worked very long and very hard over a long period of time, and we owe her a major debt of gratitude for her service to our country. I mean that very sincerely. Now it's time for America to bind the wounds of division. We have to get together. To all Republicans and Democrats and independents across this nation, I say it is time for us to come together as one united people. It's time. I pledge to every citizen of our land that I will be president for all Americans, and this is so important to me. For those who have chosen not to support me in the past, of which there were a few people, I'm reaching out to you for your guidance and your help so that we can work together and unify our great country. As I've said from the beginning, ours was not a campaign, but rather an incredible and great movement made up of millions of hardworking men and women who love their country and want a better, brighter future for themselves and for their family. It's a movement comprised of Americans from all races, religions, backgrounds, and beliefs who want and expect our government to serve the people, and serve the people it will. Working together, we will begin the urgent task of rebuilding our nation and renewing the American dream. I've spent my entire life in business looking at the untapped potential in projects and in people all over the world. That is now what I want to do for our country. Tremendous potential. I've gotten to know our country so well. Tremendous potential. It's going to be a beautiful thing. Every single American will have the opportunity to realize his or her fullest potential. The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer. We are going to fix our inner cities and rebuild our highways, bridges, tunnels, airports, schools, hospitals. We're going to rebuild our infrastructure, which will become, by the way, second to none. And we will put millions of our people to work as we rebuild it. We will also finally take care of our great veterans. We've been so loyal, and I've gotten to know so many over this 18-month journey. The time I've spent with them during this campaign has been among my greatest honors. Our veterans are incredible people. We will embark upon a project of national growth and renewal. I will harness the creative talents of our people, and we will call upon the best and brightest to leverage their tremendous talent for the benefit of all. It's going to happen. We have a great economic plan. we will double our growth and have the strongest economy anywhere in the world. At the same time, we will get along with all other nations, willing to get along with us. We will be. We'll have great relationships. We expect to have great relationships. No dream is too big, no challenge is too great. Nothing we want for our future is beyond our reach. America will no longer settle for anything less than the best. We must reclaim our country's destiny and dream big and bold and daring. We have to do that. We're going to dream of things for our country, and beautiful things and successful things once again. I want to tell the world community that while we will always put America's interests first, we will deal fairly with everyone, all people and all other nations. We will seek common ground, not hostility, partnership, not conflict. And now, I'd like to take this moment to thank some of the people who really helped me with this, what they are calling tonight, very historic victory. First, I want to thank my parents, who I know are looking down on me right now. Great people. I've learned so much from them. They were wonderful in every regard. I had truly great parents. I also want to thank my sisters, Marianne and Elizabeth, who are here with us tonight. And where are they? They're here someplace. They're very shy, actually. And my brother Robert, my great friend. Where is Robert? Where is Robert? My brother Robert. And they should all be on this stage, but that's okay. They are great. And also my late brother, Fred, great guy, fantastic guy. Fantastic family. I was very lucky. Great brothers, sisters, great, unbelievable parents. To Melania and Don, and Ivanka, and Eric, and Tiffany, and Barron. I love you and I thank you, and especially for putting up with all of those hours. This was tough. This was tough. This political stuff is nasty and it's tough. So I want to thank my family very much. Really fantastic. Thank you all. Thank you all. And Lara, unbelievable job. Unbelievable. Vanessa, thank you. Thank you very much. What a great group. You've all given me such incredible support, and I will tell you that we have a large group of people. You know, they kept saying we have a small staff. Not so small. Look at all the people that we have. Look at all of these people. And Kellyanne, and Chris, and Rudy, and Steve, and David. We have got tremendously talented people up here, and I want to tell you, it's been very, very special. I want to give a very special thanks to our former mayor, Rudy Giuliani. Unbelievable. He traveled with us and he went through meetings. See that, Rudy? Never changes. Where's Rudy? Where is he? Rudy. Governor Chris Christie, folks, was unbelievable. Thank you, Chris. The first man, first senator, first major politician, and let me tell you, he is highly respected in Washington because he's as smart as you get. Senator Jeff Sessions. Where's Jeff? Great man. Another great man, very tough competitor. He was not easy. He was not easy. Who was that? Is that the mayor that showed up? that Rudy? Oh, Rudy got up here. Another great man who has been really a friend to me, but I'll tell you, I got to know him as a competitor because he was one of the folks that was negotiating to go against those Democrats. Dr. Ben Carson. Where's Ben? Where is Ben? And by the way, Mike Huckabee is here someplace, and he is fantastic. Mike and his family, Sarah, thank you very much. General Mike Flynn. Where is Mike? And General Kellogg. We have over 200 generals and admirals that have endorsed our campaign. And they're special people, and it's really an honor. We have 22 Congressional Medal of Honor recipients. We have just tremendous people. A very special person who believed me, and I'd read reports that I wasn't getting along with him. I never had a bad second with him. He's an unbelievable star. He is, that's right, how did you possibly guess? So let me tell you about Reince. And I've said this. I said Reince, and I know it. Look at all those people over there. I know it. Reince is a superstar, but I said, they can't call you a superstar, Reince, unless we win. Because you can't be called a superstar like Secretariat. If Secretariat came in second, Secretariat would not have that big, beautiful bronze bus at the track at Belmont. But I'll tell you, Reince is really a star. And he is the hardest working guy. And in a certain way, I did this. Reince, come up here. Where is Reince? Get over here, Reince. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's about time you did this, Reince. Huh? My guy. Yeah, say a few words. Come on. Say something.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next president of the United States, Donald Trump. Thank you. It's been an honor. God bless. Thank God.
Amazing guy. Our partnership with the RNC was so important to the success and what we've done. So I also have to say I've gotten to know some incredible people, the Secret Service people. They're tough, and they're smart, and they're sharp, and I don't want to mess around with them, I can tell you. And when I want to go and wave to a big group of people and they rip me down and put me back down in the seat. But they are fantastic people, so I want to thank the Secret Service. And law enforcement in New York City, they're here tonight. These are spectacular people, sometimes underappreciated, unfortunately. But we appreciate them. We know what they go through. So it's been what they call a historic event. But to be really historic, we have to do a great job. And I promise you that I will not let you down. We will do a great job. We will do a great job. I look very much forward to being your president. And hopefully at the end of 2 years or 3 years or 4 years or maybe even 8 years, you will say, so many of you work so hard for us, but you will say that that was something that you really were very proud to do, and I can thank you very much. And I can only say that while the campaign is over, our work on this movement is now really just beginning. We're going to get to work immediately for the American people. And we're going to be doing a job that hopefully you'll be so proud of your president. You'll be so proud. Again, it's my honor. It was an amazing evening. It's been an amazing 2-year period. And I love this country. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to Mike Pence. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Congratulations, President. Thank you.
history has been made. Donald Trump, President-elect of the United States. Donald Trump pledged to be a president for all Americans. The president-elect addressing supporters at his victory party just moments ago in New York City asked that the nation needs to come together and promise to represent every citizen of our land. He added that it was a time for America to bind the wounds of division. And folks, we'd like to thank everyone for watching here on Fox 10, Phoenix.com, and Facebook Live. This has been history in the making. Donald Trump will be the 45th president of the United States. What an evening for him, saying that he will be a president for all Americans. What a campaign this has been. What a night this has been. My name is Mike Page. I hope you all have a great evening and early morning for those watching right now. Have a great night.